Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter, it's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Many people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a hand, it's better. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. That's right, folks. Today is Wednesday, February 26, 2025.
We fucking did in a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically.
11 a.m. on the dot, folks. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. Okay? Not late. Actually early, as a matter of fact. You saw the Trump video, right? No. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you, a lot has taken place in the world of HasanAbi Piker. You never said you were going to do a TikTok live stream. I didn't know that I was going to do a TikTok live stream. It was impromptu. Also, why are you freaking out? Who cares? But yeah. Last night I ended the broadcast and I thought, I'll go on my TikTok For You page. And I was browsing my TikTok For You page and I came across a face that I recognize. His name is Dean. He's liberal Spider-Man, if you guys remember. Okay? Liberal Spider-Man. And it's funny because I was like literally as I was scrolling, he was like, oh yeah, I just watched the content nuke like that Ethan Klein had made on him. And, everybody thought that I hate Hasan, but like Hasan is actually very formative, in my, in my development, like in my understanding of like being an activist and all this stuff. And literally as I was scrolling, because he was right there, I was like, oh, dude, this is hilarious. I'm right here. Like, I'm literally watching, and you guys are talking about me. That's crazy. So I joined in on the fun. And then, of course, Harry Sisson, my goat, my DNC operative goat, he also joined in. This guy, his name is Matt. He was on. This other Matt was on. He's also another one of those liberal Jubilee debaters. And I think Chris is also another guy that people say is like a DNC operative. And then Mason joined afterwards as well. But in any case, it was a great conversation. His name is Parker. Oh, sorry, Parker, not Matt. I don't know why it says Matt. Mason joined as well, as you guys know, this HasanAbi sleeper cell. And we just had a variety of different conversations. I tried to give him like some advice as a content creator, like an older content creator in this industry, you know, urging them to not hyper focus on just debates and what some of the trappings are. Okay. What some of the trappings are in terms of like what some of the issues are, advice basically. What some of the issues are when you do like predominantly debate content, stuff like that. You know, talked a little bit about the way that people perceive me as well. People gave you money during it? Yeah. Apparently I made a cool $200 that I earned in the process. I didn't even know.
From your supporters.
But here's a piece of it.
And I think even you called me way too libbed out for this when you were reacting to my Jubilee episode.
I think it was the immigration stuff, maybe.
Immigration policy. Yes, I wanted to ask you about that. So, in accordance with the stance...
I really appreciate one thing, especially from Dean, and that is he is very open-minded. He is very, very open-minded. Like he hasn't had that like I've already established my worldview where I'm like I'm gonna hate you, and he could very easily do that. All of these guys could very easily do that. They're definitely much more Democratic Party adjacent than I am. I think part of that is because of age. Like, and this is not in a disrespectful way. I think when I was younger, I also had more of a firmly held belief and commitment in the Democratic Party. And then like you go through numerous election cycles and then you basically turn around and you start realizing like, oh, this is not working. Like this is truly disastrous. But it's nice to see them be open-minded.
Stance that I either shared on the Jubilee episode, or I could just kind of reiterate my thoughts on immigration now. I'd love for you to tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first, I guess, okay, we'll start with border policy. So border policy, what I want in my best version of the world is as many ports of entry that operate as efficiently and as quickly as possible with screening processes that specifically expel and do not allow people into the country that have committed violent crimes. And then for undocumented migrants that are already in America, for undocumented migrants that have committed violent crimes, to deport them. And for undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes, to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Okay, so you don't want to deport undocumented migrants that haven't committed crimes, but undocumented migrants that have committed crimes, you want to deport them.
Specifically violent crimes, yeah.
No, specifically. By the way, TikTok debates are such a funny and such a deeply unserious way to do this, though, because the format itself, is so funny because they just keep slapping stuff on your face, like by gifting you emojis. They just like they kept putting like a cowboy hat on my head and a mustache. They had like a panda that just like kept kissing me. It was so funny. TikTok live UI is so unhinged. There's like corgis shaking asses all the time. Yeah. For my boomer ass, I was like, this is the most insane thing that I've ever encountered. Like, this is the most insane thing that I've ever done in my life. Megaphonics kept paying for a corgi that shaked its ass. It was weird. Yeah. And then he just comes in here and acts like this is something that, you know, randomly happened. I just want to know how he even knew to get set up for monetization on TikTok. Like, do we really think this guy knows how to set that up? I don't know if it might be Austinox that set it up. But if he did, it's probably going to his pocket, and more power to him if he did. But I don't think we monetize on TikTok at all. If we do, I have no idea how we do it. So I truly don't know. I truly don't know how the hell that happened. But I do know one thing for certain. I kept seeing Megaphonics pay for ass shaking corgis on the timeline. That was weird. Mr. Wife Guy over here, He's moved on from being a Democratic Party mega donor to just like a ass shaking corgi mega donor. It's weird. I guess he has to funnel his funds somewhere. You know what I mean? Mr. Music Trailers over here. But yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. He just loves doing that. I don't know. You take the last dollar out of your naive fans' pockets, I will divorce. What? Dude, I don't even know how to monetize on TikTok. I barely monetize on YouTube. All of my content is free. You can watch this for free. Okay, you're joking. All right. Well, regardless, let's keep going here.
Okay.
Because I had a good bar here. It's you guys are familiar with my counterpoint on this, but I got the debate bros to put some respect on it. You know, the old dog still got some tricks up his sleeve. All right, watch this.
Specifically violent crimes, yeah.
No, specifically
W. Dean.
Okay. So, well, I guess the only thing that I would disagree with is if an undocumented migrant has caused a violent crime, I would want the American court system to handle it and actually imprison that person rather than allowing them to be free. Like, I don't want this to get a trip back home. You know what I mean? And then just be like, all right.
You know what? That's a good point. You know, if so if we would do like the deportation of undocumented migrants that have committed violent crimes, it would be conditional given where they're deported would be where they land in a jail cell.
Or I would rather house them in the American carceral structure to ensure that they are actually serving, like to ensure that there's just served. Here's a good debate package.
That's actually a great argument. I think it's a great point.
Ask Republicans every time they say, I want undocumented migrants that have caused crimes to be deported. Ask them, why do you want rapists to roam free if they fucking did a rape? Why do you not? Let's say an undocumented migrant is like done a heinous.
It's cooking with that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, why have I never thought of that? What the fuck?
I haven't thought about that either.
Look at that, reaching the youth, giving them debate tactics, okay, giving them debate bars. Look at that. But yeah, I elaborate. We talked about it. We talked about it more in terms of like how silly the underlying premise is for this argument as well, and how like, what is this? This is you in that room when grandma realizes her pussy is the reason for everybody in the room. That's a crazy meme. That is a insane meme, dude. I know someone raped and killed by an undocumented migrant. I'm not Republican at all, but they gotta go if they not undocumented. I don't understand. Why do you want them to roam free, man? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm not saying that's the craziest part about this. This is not about like me being nice about undocumented migrants. This is probably the opposite. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Wait, what? You didn't even say anything? You just said normal shit? Yeah, normal shit to you because you've been in here for 36 months. You've heard me say these things a million times over. Okay? Like when a undocumented migrant does a heinous violent crime on US soil to another undocumented migrant or to an American citizen, okay? I don't think that they should get a free trip back home. I think they should go to prison. Like, what are we doing? I'm not that woke, okay? If you think I'm that woke, let me tell you, I'm not. I'm not that woke. I think if you do a rape, you should go to jail. maybe that's the appropriate thing here, you know? But I don't understand why like Republicans on the other side are basically Republicans on the other side are just advocating that like, nah, they got one for free. They should be released. You know what I mean? They should just be released. No, I know the argument is that America shouldn't be paying for the imprisonment, but I still agree with you, except America is not paying for the imprisonment of that person for the sake of that person. America is paying for the imprisonment of that person for the sake of the victims. Okay? That's what doesn't, that's what doesn't make any sense. I think people have just completely lost the plot in terms of what the criminal justice system is supposed to do. Okay? That is what's so weird about this process. Like, I don't want child sex offenders roaming free and getting a free trip back to whichever country they came from if they are a child sex offender and also an undocumented migrant. This is of course still a conversation that we're having on an established faulty premise. Two faulty premises. One, undocumented migrants are responsible for a larger share of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. This is wrong. It is the exact opposite. So that's the first faulty premise. The second faulty premise that Republicans operate on is the false notion that the previous administrations, Democrat or Republican alike, have not actually prosecuted severe crimes that undocumented migrants have committed. Okay? They have. You're out of your dang mind if you think that, like, the Biden administration, and I hate Brandon, right? He's a genocidaire. Fuck that guy. He was a carcass. But even that carcass's DOJ wasn't going around being like, oh, are you Guatemalan and you did a rape? Well, I guess you're free to go then, sir. please, your first rape is free. Like, is that what you think? Like, that's what the Republicans think. They unironically think that is what was going on. That is a completely psychotic way to operate. It's a great debate tactic, but how does this line of reasoning not fall into the NIMBY mindset that people don't care if it's not in their perceived community? I don't understand how this has anything to do with the NIMBY mindset. But you saw the new Al Gaza vid is AI Gaza vid is Trump like a dictator. Pretty gay video. Also, Asma said JD Vance is a fan of him. That is two incredibly insane things. I think everyone is going crazy over the AI Gaza video. I will talk about it. Yes, of course I will talk about it. Calm down. We're going to get there. As in the criminal, I'll be free in a different country so they don't care. Yeah, but they don't understand that that's not how that works. Okay? This is what, that's not how this works. One, that person still has the capacity to come back into the United States of America illegally. That's number one. Number two, what do you mean they should get to roam free after doing a crime? That's just, you're doing harm to the victims in that situation. It don't make no dang sense. Okay? Anyway, this is when I didn't understand what the number was above my head.
So that number above your head is $200.
Yeah.
Bro, why are you guys giving money to a millionaire? What the fuck's wrong with
That's crazy. That's crazy. Did you just do a money spread on a TikTok?
God. Wow. I don't know how to collect this money. I don't know how to. I don't think I get paid off TikTok.
Yeah, bro. We got.
Yeah. I'm such a boomer, dude. I don't know what that 44K was, but apparently it was like bits. How do you explain to leftists that we don't need to reinvent leftism like the right does fascism to have a successful movement? I don't know. Who's trying to reinvent leftism? But yeah, that's it. And then look, I did that until late into the night, until like basically 11 p.m., which was bedtime for me. Went back to bed. Went to bed, passed out, woke up early. You already know what I did. Woke up early. Oh, yeah, this was crazy. I saw this Daily Mail article, which is insane. YouTuber Destiny, 36, is accused of revenge porn by 4 women, but claims he's the victim of the leak. That is an insane article title. Yeah, this is what I did this morning.
That's just my baby dog. That's just my baby dog.
Look at this hoe. Yeah, and then pump some weights as always. Pump some weights. Got some decent upper body motion, upper body push-pull day. You already know, doing some supersets. Boomer audio. That's just my baby dog's a boomer song. I don't care. I like it. Did you see that Kneecap reposted you? I only have a Reddit link. Sorry. Wait, they did? My goats? I watched some highlights of Luca from last night. I worked out. I did the damn thing. Hit the weights. Dripped up, and now we're here. Okay, how's the shoulder doing with the barbells? It's actually pretty good. I do a bunch of activations beforehand, so it helps. If one more person sends me the fucking AI Gaza video, I'm done. I'm ending the broadcast. I can't. I'm losing it, dude. Here's the Kneecap Instagram of you. Oh shit, what is this? The EDL. This is the exact.
Why is it so important?
Why do they look like they could be in the EDL? This is the exact opposite of being in the EDL. Like, it's literally the diametrical opposite of being in the EDL. They would probably beat the shit out of you if you made an assertion such as that one. They're Irish, man. Bro, it's bad. It isn't just an AI vid. I know, dumbass. I know. I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna fucking get to it. I know it's bad. My point is, stop fucking spamming it, dog. Stop. I know. You think I'm oblivious to the fucking AI Gaza vid that Donald Trump posted? We know. My point is, I'm gonna fucking get to it, dude. I'm not saying it wasn't that bad. It's gross as fuck. Anyway, calm day to start. I know. I'm already flying off the handles here. God damn it. If you open a PO box again, I'll send you a bobblehead of the U.S. Senator baby dog. Wait, really? Hell yeah. Okay, we got to do it. I got to blast off, man. I'm a TikTok live guy now. ELONxTRUMP cabinet meeting. Trump's gross Gaza AI video. Tuborg şişesi gibi kahve içiyorsun abi. Aynen öyle kardeş. This is a cold brew double concentrate from Stumptown. Okay? Not an ad. Zero sugar sodas and zins are like your hookah and beer. Yes, I'm powered by that shit. Good Trouble really wanted to meet you and showed up like 5 minutes after you left. Oh shit, I miss Good Trouble. I like his content. I like a lot of the TikTok left. They're all pretty good. They're all pretty decent. I mean, I might have my disagreements, but look at this. Another person. Did he react to Trump's Instagram post? Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Yeah, I live off caffeine and nicotine. Let's be real. Real question. Why are you still using X? I'm not using anything by Elon. It's still, I'm holding on to the last piece here. Okay. Even though Twitter is absolutely garbanzo, I'm just simply holding on to whatever I can in terms of like making the best use of it. But yeah, Drama, I'm a TikTok live guy now. Elon X Trump cabinet meeting, Trump's gross Gaza AI video. Wait, hold on. Let's turn the freaking music back on. Okay. Trump's gross Gaza AI video. Monk discovers TikTok live gone sexual. Yes, it's true. Budget cuts pass in-house. Bezos, boss man Bezos says no more free press at WAPO and more. Yeah, I haven't watched if there's a new Daily Show Jon Stewart video, I haven't watched it, but kind of annoyed every time Jon Stewart comes out with a new video, y'all are like, oh, you got to watch it. And then the video is just like literally a 22-minute video of the past week's statements that I've made. All right. Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Yeah. Bezos censoring WAPO. We'll talk about that. We got so much to cover today, dude. And my head's hurting a little bit, as I've told you guys, because of the dental work. Every time I do the dental work, like my sinuses explode. Not a fan of campus, but I like you. Well, possibly because I'm not a campus. If that's what you think I am, guess what? I am not. Also, campus is a term like tanky. It's mostly just utilized by liberals to talk about people who have a broader perspective on imperialism, like Western imperialism. Just a way to, attack them without actually addressing the claims being made. Like there are people who are like that, for sure. Okay, there are certainly people who are like that, who are just like unconditionally anti-America and align themselves like with even the likes of Assad, right? And I think that's silly. You'll still be right more often than not, but when you're wrong, you're really wrong. How many cavities you have? It's not cavities. Isn't a campus someone who sucks at gaming and hides to get kills? No. A campus is a term kind of like tanky that liberals oftentimes apply to people who make criticisms of American empire, but it basically would be someone like Jackson Hinkle. Like that is like one of the only appropriate usages of the term, because Jackson Hinkle, albeit is all over the place, right? He's completely all over the place with his ideology, with his worldview. He's like a MAGA communist, but like he is always finding himself aligned with whoever the fuck is anti-America. And for that reason, he will be right in many instances, but when he's wrong, he's really wrong. Like he's pro-Russia, which is, completely ridiculous. Yeah, old bullshit, mostly reserved for people still scared of the USSR despite it dying decades ago. Yeah. I like that we do bring back old terminology like that here in American discourse, though. We got to find new ways for the liberals to be like, the real fear, the real people you should be afraid of are the leftists. They're scary. Okay, dog. Like, have fun. Have fun with your fucking Social Security getting eradicated. You know what I mean? We're over here talking about the Trump administration, and they're like, you know who's the real problem? Not the growing fascist movement in America, but fucking leftists, dude. The real fear. You must fear leftists at every given point. Dumbasses. Anyway. Yeah. Scary. Ooh, people that say we shouldn't do war. Those are the guys you should be afraid of. They're secretly pro more war, actually. Anyway, what is this? This is Sean the Black getting harassed? Is that what it is?
You're a dumbass. Okay, I can say that. It's not slander. You're a fucking moron. I can say that, and it's not slander. I can say that statistically, your people are dumber than other people, and that's not slander either.
Okay.
Yo, what the fuck? yo, what happened? Like, did Ethan Kleiners become just like did they just go back to the old like N-word compilation? Is that what's happening? It's just edgy humor, dude. Yeah, why you gotta be mad? Bro, I don't understand. That dude got a 7-day ban from Twitch. No, I don't understand. I don't understand how you can look like this, okay? Because you're putting out vibes that you're supposed to be progressive. Am I crazy? When I see a person that looks like this, I don't think they're just going to go, your people are statistically low IQ, okay? This is, you know, the Lord works in mysterious ways, okay? I don't understand how we got to a point in American political discourse where like a person that in the year 2016 would be yelling at you over a fucking microaggression, okay, is now being like, your people are statistically low IQ to a black content creator. That is crazy. How did this happen? When did this happen? Also, it's so funny because like Twitch will literally ban someone for making a fucking hummus joke, okay, and act like it's the most anti-Semitic thing for 30 goddamn days, capitulating to the ADL, which is an apartheid defense institution, and then dudes on the platform would turn around being like, yeah, your people are statistically low IQ.
Okay.
Oh, this is a YouTube streamer? Okay, my bad.
Always talks about how
Okay, my bad. No disrespect, Twitch. Didn't realize Americans are statistically low IQ too. Yeah. If I see black nail polish on a dude now, I know I'm about to be hate crime. No, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make no damn sense. You can't look like this and then also say stuff like that. Okay? You can't. What the hell is going on? They are streaming on YouTube because they got banned on Twitch. Oh, he said today he is openly Islamophobic. Ay. I don't even know. I feel like we've officially arrived at a point where, you know, the ship has too many fucking holes in it. I don't know which hole to plug. Like, I don't know where to start with a conversation like this. Do I address the like obvious race science, like faulty race science that this person is engaging in? Okay. Do I try to address the fact that like this dude looks progressive? Like, I think they're progressive, but all of a sudden they're saying some of the most like Nazi shit I've ever seen. They're also like a Ethan Klein head. Like, do I address the Islamophobia? Like, how did this happen? What is going on with like fucking progressive content creators? Like, what the hell is happening? Why are they like this? Just another example why grifting to the left doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, it's giving conservatism is punk. Yesterday, did you cover how the right wants to only allow some social media outlets to cover White House press conferences? Want to check the VOD if you did? I think briefly I talked about it. He is not progressive. He is a gaming anime guy. But I don't get it. You can't look like... If you look like this, I suspect you're progressive, okay? I suspect you're like woke as a pejorative, okay? Am I crazy? Like, am I too old? Has the world passed me by? I feel like if I see someone looking like this, I'm like, okay, that's a progressive person, okay? That's such a progressive person. They're going to stress me out about something that they think I'm lacking in terms of like not being woke enough on an issue. Like, this is a new type of person that we have unlocked again at the HasanAbi broadcast. Like, how do we unlock a new person, a new type? Looks are deceiving. No, I agree. Nah, this is just thinking hippies all look woke. This is a very specific look, okay? This is a very specific, like, I have a non-binary roommate that doesn't clean the goddamn dishes type of look, okay? This is a very, like, I'm in a polyamorous relationship look. It's not like, this isn't just like, oh, this person's a hippie, so I assume they were woke. Like, this is a unironically very specific type of look. I mean, if you can be an alpha male conservative looking leftist, why can't we have a fruity looking racist? Well, the reason why is because, like, would you think this guy would call you a slur? Oh no. Yo, why do you have to do that? Nah, he looks libertarian. No. The aesthetics of leftism are really appealing to shitty people that are too cowardly to be upfront, have conviction in their beliefs. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I guess you guys are right. People do look at me and go, that guy's a fucking bro. That guy's a bro and definitely, oh yeah, we already watched this on stream. That guy's a bro and definitely problematic. You know, they slap me with that shit all the time. So, you know, I guess, yeah, you can have like queer presenting fascists, but like a very specific type of queer presenting fascists where they're not like there's gay fascists out there, plenty of them, right? This is something different. Yeah, we're going to get to Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos. Don't worry. All right. Don't you worry. This is your standard QAnon vape shop employee. Y'all cater QAnon in Texas. Wait, where is the post? I forgot. I missed it. There's some utility to having a bro aesthetic, but espousing leftist and progressive ideals. What the fuck does that person gain from giving they them fascist? Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Because like every other fascist person is gonna look at you and be like, "You're gay, dude. I don't want to listen to you. You're gay as fuck." You know? What do you got? Them neo pronouns? I don't give a fuck. Okay, my pronouns are I don't and give a fuck. That type of shit. He hit the same Hitler card as Fulcrum apparently. Yo, I forgot to mention that the other day. Do you guys remember the Fulcrum kid who was like faded than a hoe? Like he would just like hit the vape. He would hit the pen. That dude apparently took an insane turn, dude. He got fucking full Nazi. He went full Nazi, dude. How did that happen? And in such a short period of time. How in the ever-loving hell did that happen? Hold on. What is this new... Amaranth also caught brainworms. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, that one is like pretty clear. Y'all give the right too much credit for when Fulcrum was already a weirdo and is starting into videos. Hold on. I gotta show you this. Like, he didn't just go like little bit Nazi. He was like posting the most insane shit. He got banned, I think, already. But he was basically saying the K word, the anti-Jewish K word, over and over again. And just like posting it over and over again until he gets like banned. And I didn't even understand, like, and then I looked at his profile for a second and I was shocked. I was horrified by like what had happened. And I think like, no, I don't think he got laced. Okay. I don't think he got laced. I think he just hung out with Aiden Ross. Hasan, you are not tapped in at all. He's been racist. No, but I'm saying like when he was popping 2 to 3 years ago or whatever, he seemed like a relatively normal, like relatively kind dude. This, on the other hand, is just like, not only have you gone full Nazi, but you've literally like lost your mind. You're something above like Nazism. I don't know how to explain it. And I guess it was like 5 years ago when he was like, Yodi gang, like, oh, I'm just going to hit the vape pen or whatever the fuck. And then he just like, he hit too many blinkers. No, I think basically what happened is like he started linking up with like Aiden Ross and all of them and like went to kick and then just like went crazy. I mean, but this is like schizo posting. You know what I mean? Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross has bricked the brains of an entire fucking generation. I swear to God, dude. I don't know how we will ever... I do not know how we are going to go back and try to fix these people. I think they've just... I think they've done unimaginable amounts of damage. Gen Z is so cooked. It's crazy. It's just crazy because, like, they never... How do you explain Amaranth, though? Is it just kick? No, man. It's grift. It's grift. Okay? It's grift. Everybody understands that, like, look, content creators, especially those who don't necessarily care about politics all that much, can still read the goddamn tea leaves, okay? They recognize that there's a growing right-wing movement, and they recognize that it's very easy to farm right-wingers. It's that simple. Right-wingers are not particularly intelligent, and they just want to hear the same things that they believe, and they just want to hear that back. They want to hear things that they agree to be reiterated over and over again. And it's the easiest thing to do. That's why so many content creators, when their content was like getting dull, hit that, first they hit the fuck Hasan button, and then they hit the fuck the LGBT button, okay? It's just not shocking. At least at this stage, it's not shocking. It's like, it's something that people do all the time. Like, how do you go from, are you saying I can get rich doing that? Okay, don't. As a big fan from long ago, it is kind of frustrating when chatters say that colleague of yours sucks ass and you insist on good faithing them and scream at us just for them down the line to show their true colors. Not saying it's the wrong approach, but that it feels weird, and I don't know what would be the sensible solution. I mean, you can be more of a hardliner. I'm still gonna fucking maintain I'm still always going to maintain my position. You know, I'm always gonna try to be as charitable as possible to people until they just, you know, go completely insane. That's just how I do it, you know? But yeah, where is it? This is like, it was on my community. This is like 9 Amaranth says that the LGBTQA activists shown here would have been burnt during the LA fires. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this? What is happening? What's going on? This person had like a horse rescue or something. She's been in my house.
Times out of 10, figure out exactly why they're saying.
This is, in many ways, no different than when Elon Musk hits the fucking Sig Heil, other people do it too, and it normalizes that kind of attitude. It normalizes that kind of politics. And it's precisely the same thing that's happening here, okay? Asmongold says a bunch of unhinged shit, and he's popping off. Other content creators see that, as I've told you before, and they respond to it. They see that, and they go, ooh, I can get in on this as well. You know, have you ever considered that some of these people aren't grifting and that they actually do have the Hitlerian dog in them? It doesn't matter. Whether they're grifting or not doesn't fucking matter. You can have a dude who has like unhinged fucking politics, but ultimately their output is what is most important here, okay? If they have unhinged politics privately, it's usually going to come out. But what matters is what they're saying, because they're content creators. They have platforms, they have influence, they have prominence, they have audience members who love them. They have audience members who will be swayed by their attitude. Okay? I don't give a shit if they're genuinely, in this regard, I don't give a shit if they're genuinely on board with these politics, or if they're just simply doing it for the grift. The only reason why I care about the intentionality in this argument is like whether or not I can convince them not to do it. Okay?
What they're saying.
Give the crazies all of California. It's already land of fruits and nuts. Yeah, we can give them California. I'm fine with that. They can live in LA. It's fine.
It has been 1 month since Southern California exploded in a fierce fire tore through the Palisades and beyond. Just a few hours later, on the other side of LA County, another deadly fire breaks out. The Eaton Fire. This
is also like such a lame way to be like, oh, they're burning in hell. Like, I mean, it's an implication. It's not even like direct. Just, you know.
Across Altadena and Pasadena. The two fires charred more than 37,000 acres.
They can all live. That's like a lovely community.
Structures and cost 29 people their lives.
Too bad it didn't cause the right people their lives.
Months ago, she became an Asmongold watcher. Her biggest hits include saying that deportations are like evil people going to hell. Trans people should not have access to HRT because it's unnatural, being part of the deplatforming campaign, etc. I know this is drama, but I wanted to make people and well-meaning streamers who I like aware, like Mike from PA and others. Right-wing streamer radicalism. Step 1, go to Hasan's house. Step 2, get divorced. Step 3, watch Asmongold once. No, I promise you two things. One, if there wasn't such a fucking high density of hogs that were looking for hog content, right-wing content, what the fuck's going on with my camera today? If there wasn't such a high density of hogs that were like literally looking desperately for some kind of hog content on Twitch, which led to a massive amount of people gravitating towards Asmongold, and Asmongold getting like fucking 50K every day doing right-wing commentary, none of these motherfuckers would do this, okay? They just wouldn't. That's it. For a lot of people, it's not like a genuinely held perspective. For many of them, they just don't care. It comes from a place of like, I don't really give a shit. I don't really necessarily give a shit about politics, but I see that this is like getting clout. And the perfect example I can give you is when the most prominent voice of politics on the platform before this last round was myself. Back then, did you think that every single streamer was hyper woke? I mean, there are plenty of streamers who were, but there were a lot of streamers who didn't necessarily give a shit, but basically played ball with that kind of politics. I think a lot of people in this community, because we're so intentional and so hyper aware of politics, assume that content creators in their fucking communities of rather apolitical people don't just like swing in every direction simply because, you know, that gains them more prominence. Okay? That is it. In many circumstances, that's precisely what's going on. Yeah. The reason I think that there was a baseline wokeness at Twitch was partially because whatever crime war hater, wait, what? Oh, yeah. Whatever baseline wokeness existed in the ether happened because of a reaction to Donald Trump. A lot of Gen Zers and their first foray into politics was resisting or reacting against Donald Trump, right? So they were woke. They were really woke. They were fucking rad libs. I even would regularly tell Minecraft stands to just like dial it back where they were going crazy. But basically, it swung in the opposite direction. And then the next wave of young people were annoyed at Brandon and the Democratic Party. And in that process, there were a lot of content creators who hit the, you know, fuck this woke nonsense button over and over again. And, you know, they did that when their clout was going down and they got rewarded for it, which led to a bunch of other content creators who saw that and went, oh, I want to do that too. That's it. It will most likely swing back in the opposite direction again, but it's still annoying that there is there's a government that is also enforcing this kind of insane agenda, right? 2016 barely had any left streamers. I unfortunately fell down the conservative rabbit hole 12 years old because the amount of right wingers there were on YouTube. Yeah, I know. I'm saying that I'm saying that changed though post 2016. There were some content. Bro, is it the hat? Is that what it is? What's going on? This fucking thing is, the camera is like busted today. I gotta take the hat off, I think. Ay. Annoying. Nope, I took the hat off and it's still having a hard time focusing. Out of nowhere, today is the day that it decides to break the autofocus. What makes you think the culture will swing back in a leftward direction? Just that's how usually things work. Like I said, it's a lot of people just basically react to whatever the fuck's happening. If I become a right-wing creator for money, will you not hate me? I will. I will despise you. Okay? Yeah, don't do that. Anyway, yo, what the fuck were you doing at the Twinks for Harris convention last night? We're trying to circle the wagons and have like some serious resistance against this growing fucking fascist movement. That's what I was doing. Anyway, there is no kids left content creator. I know. These young Trumpers have also never voted in years where their job prospects and salaries have gone up considerably. They haven't experienced austerity as grown-ass adults. I saw a Majority Report defending Hakeem Jeffries, and it made me sad. What? No, they didn't. Majority Report would never defend Hakeem Jeffries. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries has ever done anything that is defensible. Mr. Weeks, not Majority Report? Who's Mr. Weeks? Oh, I saw MR, and I didn't understand. Here is a full TikTok VOD. Yeah, they were probably clowning on Jeffries. Anyway, Donald Trump holds his first cabinet meeting of his second term, which streamed about an hour ago. We'll start there, of course. And, of course, Elon Musk, from what I understand, was also supposed to be present there. I don't know who the fuck Mr. Weeks is, but...
We're going to solve a lot of problems. Came in, they hadn't spoken to President Putin in 2 years. And so we'll
start here.
We'll keep you advised.
I got to go pee first.
Before we begin the cabinet, I'd like to have Scott and a couple of people say a few things, but most importantly, where are you? This is a gentleman who's going places, the head of HUD, and he's going to say, you all know him, and you're going to say grace, and then we'll have our meeting, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this awesome privilege, Father, to be in your presence. God, thank you that you've allowed us to see this day. The Bible says that your mercies are new every morning. And Father God, we give you the glory and the honor. Thank you, God, for President Trump, Father, for appointing us. Father God, thank you for anointing us to do this job. Father, we pray you'll give the president, the vice president wisdom, Father God, as they lead. Father, I pray for all of my colleagues that are here around the table and in this room. Lord God, we pray that we would lead with a righteous clarity. Father God, that as we serve the people of this country in every prospective agency, every job that we have, Father, we would humble ourselves before you, and we would lead in the manner that you've called us to lead and to serve. Father, the Bible says that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Well, Father, we today honor you, and in your rightful place, Father, thank you for giving us this opportunity to restore faith in this country and be a blessing to the people of America. And Lord God, today in our meeting, we pray that you would be glorified in our conversation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Scott, that was a very good job you did. You've done that before, haven't you? So Scott Turner's a terrific young guy. He's heading up HUD, and he's going to make us all very proud, right?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Great job. In just over 1 month, illegal border crossings have plummeted by numbers that nobody's actually ever seen before. It's much more than 100%. And we've unleashed American energy at levels that will soon be reported. But we think we're going to get it going very quickly. We have incredible people on the energy front.
Is the audio better here?
I think we have really great people on every front. I'll let you know if they're not good, but I think they really are. And we're fighting every day to group of people in this country.
Not really.
Tremendously successful guy. He's really working so hard, and he's got businesses to run. And in many ways, they say, "How do you do this?" And you know, it's he's sacrificing.
You missed the prayer. Start from the beginning. I don't care, man. I don't care about the fucking symbolic. God, I'm cursing so much. Remember when I told you guys that I wasn't? No, I heard the prayer. I was pissing, but I heard it. You guys, at this point, you have to realize that if you don't see me in front of the camera, that doesn't mean I'm not paying attention to what's going on. I'm still monitoring the stream. Okay. Secondly, I made a promise this year that I was going to curse less. And honestly, this administration has made that virtually impossible. Okay. Mr. Weeks is a K-Hive Bernie hater from like 2015, anti-Chapo, Twitter, Lamau. I don't know where these chatters find these guys later on. I don't know who the hell this person is. I don't even know why chatters are like, I'm really disappointed in Mr. Weeks. Like, who the hell is Mr. Weeks, man? I don't know. I really thought I'd get away with just saying frick every now and then, but holy moly, this has gotten out of control, dude. It is crazy. Every damn day, there's a new insane thing that's going on.
A lot. And getting a lot of praise, I'll tell you, but he's also getting hit, and we would expect that, and that's the way it works. So I'd like to have Elon Musk please say a few words.
Okay,
thank you, Elon.
Please, Elon, say a few words.
I actually just call myself a humble tech support here because this is actually, as crazy as it sounds, that is almost a literal description of the work that the Doge team is doing, is helping fix the government computer systems. Many of these systems are extremely old. They don't communicate. There are a lot of mistakes in the systems. The software doesn't work. So we are actually tech support. It's ironic, but it's true. The overall goal here with the Doge team is to help address the enormous deficit. We simply cannot sustain as a country $2 trillion deficits. The interest rates, just the interest on the national debt, now exceeds the Defense Department spending. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending like over $1 trillion on interest. If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not.
I like that. First of all, why is that hat riding so goddamn high on this loser's head? That's number one. Okay, I'm sorry. Insane that is the way he's wearing that. This dude cannot behave like a human, cannot appear like a human, and he is the wealthiest person on the planet. It is shocking that he does not have a single person in his corner that goes, hey man, maybe take the dunce cap off. You look like a goddamn goon. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I also like that we have just taken the oldest conservative commentary that Donald Trump's first administration actually completely eviscerated. This whole notion of like deficit, we're budget hawks, we're deficit hawks. Like Donald Trump destroyed that. Okay. He destroyed that. He was like, I don't care about any of this stuff. And now he brought it back in a very fashionable way, in the corniest, most like technocratic, annoying ways possible, by having the world's most autistic man come up and be like, yeah, we have to cut the deficit. Yeah, because your grandparents, they're stealing too much money from Medicare. And yeah, it's just like, how the fuck is anybody responding to this positively? How? It doesn't make any sense. Like, how are you a guy in Arkansas sitting around watching Fox News on the television, okay? And this guy shows up with his hat about to fall off his dome and going, the deficit, yeah, we need to cut expenditures so I can make more money. I need more of your money. And the guy's like, hell yeah, that's right. That's my artist right there. I love him. What the hell? That's mine right there. That boy, he ain't right in the head, but he's working for me. He's going to fix all the computers.
An optional thing. It is an essential thing. That's the reason I'm here. And taking a lot of flack and getting a lot of death threats, by the way. I'm going to like stack them up, you know. But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. That's why it has to be done. And I'm confident at this point, knock on wood, you know.
Yeah, the idea that like a super wealthy billionaire would only do this because of genuine care and consideration for the country, because they already have so much money that they don't have to make more money this way, is, I think, the dumbest position you can arrive at. Okay? How do you think he got to this level of wealth, dude? Nice little bro, keep crying. I don't think you understand. Okay? He is going to screw up your life more than me. Okay? I don't know why this is hard to comprehend. Like, you're just purely operating on, it's making the woke libtards get mad. Okay? That's it. That's the only thing you got. Your one note. You're like, you're not scratching the surface of why I'm angry. I'm angry because he's going to kill your grandparents. Okay? I'm angry because he's going to make it so that you can't retire at a reasonable age, that you're going to retire at the age of 85. Okay? That's why I'm angry. I'm angry for you. You're too stupid to be angry, or rather, you're too stupid to be angry at the right reasons. So I'm angry on your behalf. Okay? Oh, we got him. Bro, but how's he going to kill my grandparents? What do you think will happen to everyone's grandparents when they cut Medicaid and Medicare? Okay? All of these conversations around deficit hawking do not revolve around auditing the Pentagon. Okay? They're not looking at the actual insane amounts of money that we're just wasting away for corporations to get subsidies and then pump it directly back into stock buybacks so that the quarterly earnings report looks great for the shareholders. Okay, that's not what they're talking about when they say we are going to cut Medicaid. Okay, because we're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. The real people that do the waste, fraud, and abuse are the providers on Medicaid. It's not random individuals that are doing it, but they're gutting Medicaid for random individuals by claiming there's waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh, but many of you do not have the fucking foresight. Conservatism revolves around being selfish and harming others. And it revolves around not having, I think you're trying to take an emotional argument which doesn't hold up. I think you're responding to the shapes and colors that you see on screen and not responding to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? This is not an emotional argument. When Republicans say they want to cut Medicaid and Medicare, which is exactly what they're advocating for in the next round of budget cuts that they just pushed for, okay, that is going to harm your parents that rely on it, okay? By saying they're going to kill my grandparents, you are, though. First and foremost, cutting Medicaid and Medicare means cutting health insurance and health care for your grandparents. What do you think happens when they don't have health care? These are people who desperately need it. What do you think happens when they don't have it? This happens in America all the time. It's a thing that happens in America that doesn't happen elsewhere, as a matter of fact. There are people, for example, that say, hey, I have a wedding coming up, so I'm just not going to pay for insurance. Okay? I'm just not going to pay for my insulin. You know what happens when you don't pay for your insulin? You die. Okay? You die. It's that simple. Medicaid covers 21% of Americans nationally, 83 million low-income Americans, 4 in 10 children, 1 in 4 adults with disabilities, nearly 50% of kids with special needs, 41% of births nationwide, 5 in 8 nursing home residents, 32% of people in Mike Johnson's home state. Okay? This is all information from the KFF, the Kaiser Foundation. Kaiser Family Foundation, okay? This is not an emotional argument. This is just telling you what the truth is and understandably getting mad about the truth, okay? I'm getting upset for you. I'm getting upset for myself as well. But how do you think this works when you cut that? Just because you think it won't touch you because you lack the foresight to understand doesn't change the reality, okay? So listen to what I'm saying. Me getting upset in the process because I worry about the future of American society does not change the actual things that I'm talking about. Like, focus on not the way I'm presenting this argument, but instead focus on the words that are coming out of my mouth. Some of you literally just want to hear a Ben Shapiro type, okay? That's right, I'm giving you a logical argument. That's all you want to hear. You're like, oh, you're being emotional, so it means you've lost the debate. That is not the case, okay? Yes, I'm a passionate person. It's so crazy how much dumb people exclusively focus on the optics of a situation and not the words that are coming out of the mouths of people, okay? Ironically enough, Ben Shapiro, who has consistently said facts don't care about your feelings, has never made a logical, factually based argument. He always talks about his feelings, but the reality of the matter is he presents it in this weird sociopathic, nerdy-ass way, so a lot of dumbasses who only respond to shapes and colors go, well, that guy's apparently very smart because he's logical. He seems logical. That is the problem. People are just tired of the emotional argument, so I'm not presenting an emotional argument. I'm not presenting an emotional argument. I'm passionate because I feel a lot of resentment towards wealthy parasitic billionaires completely dismantling the administrative state and laying off tens of thousands of employees that play a very important role in making sure that your food is not fucking poisoned, okay? When you go out and purchase at the grocery store, I care about those things. So I'm actually angry because they're doing this. They're evil for doing this. But you don't hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. You only look at the emotions. Listen to the words, please. I just gave you factually accurate information. I gave you statistics about what this looks like, okay? And you just kept repeating, nah, you're just too emotional. All these fucking losers love to rolling on the floor laughing emoji about all this shit like it will never hurt them, just the libtards. Fast forward 6 months, when their sickly built malnutrition wife can't stop vaping while pregnant and their son is born early and they end up not being able to hold him before he dies 3 weeks old and they're left with no kid and a bill for 113 grand, hypothetically, of course. Yeah. But the reality is when that inevitable thing happens to them, they still won't understand. They'll just be more angry and more resentful and think, we just didn't kill enough trans people or something. That's probably the reason. We just didn't deport enough Guatemalans. That's probably why my child died and I'm now having to foot the bill of 113 grand. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry that the reality that you are facing is impossible for you to comprehend, and you think you're just never going to be harmed by this system. And when you do inevitably get harmed by the system, you're probably too stupid to recognize who's doing the harm, because many years ago, you thought a guy was being emotional when he was trying to describe it to you, piece by piece, okay? Calm down, please. It is truly difficult not to just pull the fuck these people attitude, okay? I get why so many liberals just have so much spite and resentment towards conservatives and just like their entire worldview inevitably revolves around dominating conservatives and owning conservatives, in the same way that so much of the conservative politics revolves around spite against liberals, the liberal elite, the gay libtards that have ruined their lives. It's so frustrating, especially when I watch people, especially when I watch people deliberately and voluntarily advocate for their own demise.
Look on my wooden head. There's got a lot of wood up there. That we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. That would be roughly 15% of the $7 trillion budget. And obviously that can only be done with the support of everyone in this room. And I'd like to thank everyone for your support. Thank you very much. This can only be done with your support. So it's really, DOGE is a support function for the president and for the agencies and departments to help achieve those savings.
It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
In reduction in fraud and waste. And we bring the receipts. So people say, like, well, is this real? Just go to doge.gov. We line item by line item, we specify each item. So, and I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with...
Yeah. For example, when we impromptu fired a bunch of employees that were working on really serious stuff, we had to bring them back immediately. We just had to do that. We said, oopsie, my bad. We fired the guys controlling the nukes. Yeah. The other side of this supposedly logical and unemotional plea that Elon Musk is making is that it's just a fucking lie. Okay? He said they cut $8 billion already. It turns out they cut $8 million. Okay? It doesn't even make a dent in the vast expenditure of the federal government. $8 million. They just straight up lied. Does that not piss you off? This is the thing I don't understand about conservatives is that, like, they just don't even get mad when they find out that they've been duped. They just don't believe it. Like, there are people who literally think that Elon Musk is going to cut $1 trillion of the federal budget, okay, and then turn around and gift $5,000 back to every individual American. Yes, the facts are facts, and I don't think cutting Medicaid is good because of the facts you brought up, not because of that dumbass argument you had of they're going to kill your grandparents. Brother, the facts that I brought up is going to lead to your grandparents dying. That is my point. You're so out of touch. Yawn. Give me something better. It is the same argument. You're just literally upset that I'm giving you the conclusion of the argument, and then I'm walking back and explaining to you step by step how we get to that conclusion of the argument. I think we truly do have a crisis. We do definitely have a crisis of people just not caring about the truth. We do have a crisis of people who are simply too stupid. That is a real issue. Like, not only are people too goddamn stupid, they're not living on the same planet as other people. Like, there is no established, like, objective truth at all.
With USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention.
Is this the Houthi and the Hamas broadcast? Yes, Papa Vincent. This is the Houthi and the Hamas broadcast. Welcome. Okay? Yeah. It's the Houthis and Hamas that are going to ruin your life, not the fucking guy that we're talking about right now. They're going to one day take over your life. They're going to ruin it. Poorest nation on the planet.
I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption. But we do need to move quickly if we're to achieve a $1 trillion deficit reduction in financial year 2026. It requires saving $4 billion per day, every day, from now through the end of September. But we can do it, and we will do it. Thank you.
Would you have any questions of Elon while we're on the subject of those? Because we'll finish off with that. And if
God,
you would,
he is literally brown nosing Elon, dude. I mean, maybe there isn't a lot of friction between Trump and Elon because he's just glazing Elon. As long as Elon's pockets keep funding Trump, and as long as Elon maintains Twitter as this like insane neo-Nazi platform that is constantly pumping out within the algorithm pro-Trump propaganda, he's always gonna stand by.
If you have any questions, please ask. You could ask me or Elon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask you, the President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if you had heard anything about members of the cabinet who weren't happy with the way things were going, and if so, what are you doing to address those any dissatisfaction?
And let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, well, throw them out of here. Is anybody unhappy?
Oh my God, bro. This is literally, listen. Don't get mad at me for showing this, because I know a lot of like hard leftists are gonna maybe get mad at this, but like we are officially at this stage, okay? We are officially at, let me see if I can find, don't you dare say Stalin. No.
North Korea.
No, I was going to show you the old lady, the famous example. Where is it? God, all of these videos are so annoying. I just want to straight up show the old lady that always does the broadcast. It is impossible. Oh, here. I love her. She's amazing. Kim Jong-un gave her an apartment in Pyongyang. It was awesome. I wish her well, and this lady has had a wonderful blossoming career, and I do love her, and I think she's done an incredible job, all things considered, and she deserved the new apartment that she got in Pyongyang. I was like legitimately excited. Remember when Kim Jong-un actually brought her to her apartment and she was crying? Tears of joy. Amazing. My queen.
16년 1월 6일 10시 주체조선의 첫 수소탄 시험이 성공적으로 진행되었다.
Anyway, but that's like, what is this? What is this? Clap for Elon now. Look at this.
Going. And if so, what are you doing to...
Speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, well, throw them out of here. Is anybody unhappy?
Clap for him now. Hey, yo. God damn, dude. God damn. This is crazy. How is this not ringing any alarm bells in the minds of conservatives? Like, are they just not paying attention? Like, if you're if you're Asmongold and you're watching this, do you go based? yeah, that's based. Elon's pretty smart guy. Yeah, based.
They have a lot of respect for Elon and that he's doing this, and some disagree a little bit, but I will tell you, for the most part, I think everyone's not only happy, they're thrilled. So go ahead, Elon. Great.
And President Trump has put together, I think, the best cabinet ever. Literally. So, I do not give false praise. This is an incredible group of people. I don't think that such a talented team has actually ever been assembled. I think it's literally the best cabinet that the country has ever had. And
we've already been forced to be this guy's test subjects by having to share the same roses as spontaneously exploding cars. Very awesome. This dynamic is now official government policy. Yeah. Musk, I should say we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we fix it quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled briefly was Ebola prevention. I feel like it's getting to a point where I guess if everyone is crazy, then the only sane people remaining are going to be seen as the abnormal people. Like, that is increasingly what is happening. If everyone is stupid, then, you know, if you're not as stupid as your fellow Americans, then you're going to be looked at like a weirdo. That is officially where we are. Like, the style of commentary, the things that people are saying, like, everything is just getting dumber and dumber. It's just sad to, I guess, see that. It's sad to see people. It's sad to see people just clap for their own demise. You know, that's what kills me about it. Like, so many people look at this and go, "No, this is good." They're shaking things up.
I think the company should be incredibly appreciative of the people in this room.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. Musk, are there about half of the government employees so far appear to have responded to your request for what they've been doing over the past week? Is there a timeline in place for next moves for people being fired? And when can the American people expect to see results from that?
Yes. Well, to be clear, like I think that email perhaps was misinterpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and 2 neurons? So if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar, is what I'm saying. This is, anyone could accomplish this. But what we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond, and some people who are not real people, like they're literally fictional individuals that are collecting paychecks. Well, somebody's collecting paychecks.
I'm dying, dude. It's just, again, I'm going to repeat this point, but lying is OP. Please nerf, okay? You can just straight up say whatever you want. Nobody's going to fact check you. What are you going to do? You're going to write an op-ed at the Washington Post? Nope, you can't do that. Jeff Bezos decided that is not allowed anymore, okay? New York Times is too busy eating Israeli propaganda on a daily basis, okay? Doing as much Hasbara as they possibly can. Where are you going to go? Who is going to correct the record on this? Okay? Like, does he know he's lying or does he believe this? I don't know. He's probably too stupid to know the truth, but it doesn't matter. Okay? Like, the notion that there are, tens of thousands of people that are working at the federal government and getting paychecks that are just simply dead is insane. If that was the case, they wouldn't have mass fired probationary employees. Okay? They would have immediately hired people, because that's how you're supposed to do this. For the record, just so you understand, the way you're supposed to do this, if you were to do this at all, which I'm not an advocate for like mass firing of federal government employees, but if you wanted to do that, if you wanted to figure out if there was any fraud happening, you would have to hire people, not just like a bunch of Doge dickheads, but like actually hire auditors, okay? Forensic accountants, auditors that would have to go to these highly specialized fields and talk to the management to figure out and make an accurate assessment of who is actually working and who is not, okay? They're not doing any of that because the goal is to just rip it apart. You can't just like do an audit by being like, yeah, send me an email and I will have AI go through it. This is a process that is long, arduous, takes months, okay? Very complicated. It's not just something you break, because when you break the federal government, when you break the regulatory agencies, when you break the administrative state, the impact of that is far more vast than you think, okay? Having said that, however, the notion that there are tens of thousands of dead people working for the federal government and just like collecting a paycheck is ridiculous, okay? It is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's just made up. He's just making it up. Okay, it is just as made up as like saying that voter fraud happens so much, and that's why we have to do voter suppression in order to combat voter fraud, because tens of millions of undocumented migrants are going out and voting in a country where, out of the eligible voter population, the majority doesn't vote, the plurality doesn't vote consistently. Like, what do you mean? Too many people are voting. We gotta dial it back. It's just made up. They just made it up and they keep lying about it over and over and over again. And then sometimes those lies turn into January 6th. It's a logical extension of the lies told by average Republicans as well, for the record. Do you think they actually believe their own lies? I don't care. I don't care if they believe their own lies or not. What I care about is the dumbass Americans who eat this up and they think, no, this is great. I actually do believe it. There are fictional employees that are getting paychecks from the federal government by the tens of thousands. Like, will they be able to find 1 or 2 people? I'm sure. And you'll know. If they find 1 or 2 people, they will publicize it, just like they do with migrant crime, another insane concept that they came up with, claiming that undocumented migrants are responsible for hundreds of thousands of murders every year. That's what Donald Trump said. That's what Donald Trump ran on. The true number of non-citizens, both undocumented and documented, every fiscal year that do murders is 29. Okay, it's 29. The idea that they're like the idea that they're doing a large share of these like murders is so insane. It's just made up. Okay, not percent, not 1,029, but they just lied about us so much, and the Democrats never actually responded to that. They never counter-messaged against it, so it doesn't even matter at this point. It might as well be the truth, right? Like, that's what we believe now. Sorry, that's just what we believe now.
Paychecks on a fictional individual. So we're just literally trying to figure out, are these people real? Are they alive? And can they write an email? Which I think is a reasonable expectation for the American public would have at least that expectation of someone in the public sector.
Mr. Musk, roughly a million.
This is not.
How is it 29? What? On the news, there's footage of way more than 29? No, there isn't. There literally isn't. That's why they heavily publicize any time an undocumented migrant does any crime whatsoever. But the thing is, we should have zero illegal immigrant crimes because we shouldn't have any. Brother, there are 20 million migrants, undocumented migrants from all around the world living on U.S. soil. Okay? The notion that they are all of one. Oh, this guy has a One Piece logo on his profile, too. What the hell is going on? If your house is on fire and you're trying to put it out, do you focus on the candles or do you focus on the rest of the house? Do you focus on the guy lighting a match or do you focus on the rest of the house that's on fire? It makes no sense. America has a very high murder rate, okay? It does. Very high murder rate. You're hyper focusing on one grouping of individuals that comprise of 20 million people by Trump's own numbers, okay? And they're not even unified. They're not like a monolith. Undocumented migrants come from all around the planet. They come from all different walks of life. The notion that they're all a unified hive mind is just pure idiotic racism. You got 20,000 homicides and involuntary, instances of manslaughter, and you're talking about 29 of them. You're out of your mind. Like, that is insane. That's a laughable notion. Yeah, one is too many is a ridiculous argument to make regardless. Like, you're arguing from a very stupid position. Like, yeah, I know, one is too many. I agree. The problem is you can't group an entire 20 million population as though they're all responsible for the crimes of 20 people, 30 people, let's say 1,000 people. Okay. This number also includes car accidents too. Yes. And this number also includes documented non-citizens as well as undocumented non-citizens. It is so crazy to me that we have approached this level of normalization for stupidity to this degree where people are just like, yeah, I don't get it. Yeah. Kick them all out. It doesn't make sense. It's like saying we should arrest and we should just immediately arrest every white man, okay? Because white men are overrepresented in the child sexual assault cases, okay? White men are overrepresented in pedophilia cases, okay? So we should just automatically arrest all white men. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to advocate for. Okay, stop. Guys, please, whenever I say this, everyone goes, yes, now you're cooking based. And then dumbasses see that and go, see, they're being serious. Look at Hassan's radical community, okay? Don't even fucking meme about it. Gives me black crime statistic vibes. That is what it is. It is the same thing. Ironically enough, they do that for black people too. So men are responsible for the overwhelming majority of crime. Men across the board. Not just white men, but men across the board. I guess we have to jail all men, okay? It's ridiculous.
It's not a high bar, guys. Come on.
Roughly 1 million employees have responded so far to this email. Does that mean that the remaining 1 million or so federal employees now risk being terminated? And is it your understanding and expectation when you post a directive on X that the cabinet secretaries will follow that order? Because several agencies have instructed employees that this is voluntary or not to respond.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so I guess it was like last week, the president encouraged me via Truth Social and also via phone call to be more aggressive. And I was like, okay, yes, sir, Mr. President, we will indeed do that. The president is the commander-in-chief. I do what the president asks. And I said, can we send out an email to everyone just saying, what did you get done last week? And the president said yes, so it did that. you know, we got a partial response. We're going to send another email. But our goal is not to be capricious or unfair. We want to give people every opportunity to send an email. And the email could simply be, what I'm working on is too sensitive or classified to describe. Like literally just, that would be sufficient. You know, I think this is just common sense.
And what is your target number for how many workers, employees you're looking to cut total?
We wish to keep everyone who is doing a job that is essential and doing that job well. But if the job is not essential or they're not doing the job well, they obviously should not be on the public payroll.
I'd like to add, wait a minute, wait. I'd like to add that those million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble. You know, I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. You know, they haven't responded. Now, maybe they don't exist. Maybe we're paying people that don't exist. Don't forget, we just got here. This group just got here. But those people are on the bubble, as they say. You know, maybe they're going to be gone. Maybe they're not around. Maybe they have other jobs. Maybe they moved and they're not where they're supposed to be. A lot of things could have happened. I wouldn't say that Biden ran a very tight administration. They spent money like nobody's ever spent money before, wasted money. The Green New Scam, all of the different things they spent money on. And you've seen that. You've seen that with some of the things that I read in speeches. I read them and people can't believe when I read them. 20 million here, 30 million here for, you know, a little educational course on something. Circumcision, right? Circumcision.
What?
$20 million to inform the people of such and such a country on other things and other things other than that. So, yeah, those people are, right now we're trying to find out who those people are that haven't responded. Now, there'll be some age.
Bro, this country is run by the stupidest people. Oh, my God. This country is run by absolute dumbasses and a sea of absolute dumbasses who love these absolute dumbasses and are just going, hell yeah, king. Hell yeah, king. Do the damn thing. Own those libtards. Hell yeah, brother. Oops, I lost my job. Probably because of trans people and woke. Oh, man. If only there were no trans people, then I wouldn't have lost my federal government job.
Agencies like Marco has people within state that are right now doing very classified, very confidential work, and we understand that. We've talked, and you know, we're being a little more surgical. And Marco's doing a lot of things himself. He's and some of the secretaries. We're going to be going to them. We're going to be talking about it today. We're going to ask them to do their own Doge. In other words, they'll look in their group and I spoke with Lee Zeldin, and he thinks he's going to be cutting 65% or so of the people from environmental. And we're going to speed up the process, too, at the same time. You had a lot of people that weren't doing their job. They were just obstructionists, and a lot of people that didn't exist, I guess, Lee, too. You found a lot of empty spots that the people weren't there. They didn't exist. And I think education is going to be one of those. You go around Washington, you see all these buildings for the Department of Education. We want to move education back to the states where it belongs. Iowa should have education. Indiana should run their own education. You're going to see education go way up. Right now, we're ranked at the very bottom of the list, but we're at the top of the list in one thing: the cost per pupil.
Cost per pupil. Yeah, we're at the bottom of the list, which is true. Which is why we should not move in the direction of what those other countries are doing. You know, robust, expansive public education across the board, but instead move in the direction that made our education worse to begin with, which is rampant privatization, budget cuts, charter schools that are unaccountable. Okay? Incredible stuff. We are, once again, advocating for our own demise over and over again. And people clap for this like seals, dude. It is crazy.
Spend more money per pupil than any other country in the world. And yet it's Denmark and Norway, Sweden, and I hate to say this, and
you hate to say it.
And you know, we're going to get along very well with China, but it's a competitor. They're at the top of the list. They're among the top 10 usually, and they're a very big country, so we can't use that as an excuse.
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why Chinese education is at the top of the list, dude. What could it be? I wonder what it is. Huh. Why did China ban after-school tutoring? China has announced an outright ban on for-profit tutoring services for core school subjects. Xi Jinping's government also reveals strict new rules for governing how non-profit tutoring can be carried out. But why has China taken this step? While nothing is certain, the regulations are probably due to a combination of factors, according to reports from various sources. To alleviate the pressure on young people, to increase the birth rate, to protect the country's interests. It's also to ensure that everyone is getting the appropriate amount of education from public schooling. And that there isn't like anyone that can, by spending more money, anyone can. Preply isn't a credible news source. This is a thing that isn't from just Preply. Preply is just the first article that came up. Okay, Jesus Christ, chatters. And I know that they are now doing a black market for private tutoring, which I am certain that the Chinese government inevitably will crack down on as well. Okay, before you bring this up. Yeah, China doesn't want to do pay to win education. Also, not only that, but even outside of private tutoring services, the Chinese education structure is still hyper focused on having a robust public education system. Okay, obviously, Confucianism spans back thousands of years at this point in terms of like the early established understanding of a meritocratic approach. Okay, in some ways that has not changed, and I'm sure that there is a cultural argument that many people will make, but ultimately they have an underlying robust public education structure. And it's not just China. I don't like using China as an example because a lot of people immediately hit xenophobic notes on it. Okay? Look at Norway. Look at Finland. Okay? If you want to understand, look at the white nations. Okay? Look at European nations that consistently outperform the United States of America. Even if there are private education alternatives in these countries, okay? They're very rare, or the ones that do have a private-public partnership are heavily regulated. Heavily. And of course, those countries are also suffering from the same austerity and the same privatization initiatives that have taken root in the United States of America in this cancerous way many, many decades prior.
Right? Because we're a very big country too, but we were ranked last time under Biden. We were ranked 40 out of 40. They do the 40 certain nations that they've done for a long time. It seems to be 40 for whatever reason. And we were ranked number 40. A year ago we were 38, then we were 39. We hit 40. And so we're last in that, and we're first in cost per pupil. So I would say that's unacceptable. Lawrence, you have something? Go ahead.
Mr. President, I know you like competition, and I know it's early, so which department are you most impressed with? And then to this that's the first one. Which department have you received the most resistance from?
Well, I think both of those questions are a little bit, well, you're a pretty controversial guy. Look, it's very early. Right now, I think I'm impressed with everybody, so far everybody. If I wasn't in the first month, and some of them just got here, they just got approved 2 days ago, right? But I think I'm very impressed with everybody. So far, I'm very happy with all of the choices. I think that Elon has done incredibly with some groups, and some groups are much easier than others. It is true. State is a, very difficult situation. We're right now negotiating very successfully, I think, with Russia and with Ukraine, and we have a lot of countries involved, and we have to be a little bit careful what we do and who we're terminating. But Marco is doing that I think he's going to be very precise. It's going to be, we're cutting down government. We're cutting down the size of government. We have to. We're bloated. We're sloppy. We have a lot of people that aren't doing their job. We have a lot of people that don't exist. You look at Social Security as an example. I mean, you have so many people in Social Security where, if you believe it, they're 200 years old. And what we're doing is finding out a check.
If we have the highest cost per student, why is ours worse? It's the same as healthcare. Literally, every social service that the American government offers is not only more expensive than it should be because of costly middlemen, okay, and private public partnerships that also rely on government subsidies, but also partially because, obviously, in comparison to other countries, American salaries are higher as well. Doesn't matter because the cost of living is also significantly higher, and the government doesn't make up for any of those needs that the people have with any sort of social safety nets whatsoever. Like, one of the greatest examples I can give you is transportation, right? Most competent governments will have public transit as an alternative. It's a infinitely more affordable alternative. Most of these countries that we're talking about have walkable cities and public transit. In America, you got to have a car, okay? We don't have, here, another example. We don't have childcare, like government-provided childcare at all, okay? So you have to pay for daycare. That's, again, an additional cost. If you're a teacher with a child, you now have to also have this additional cost. There are so many different reasons as to why, although our salaries are higher in comparison to our European counterparts, the cost of living is significantly higher as well. All of that, of course, factors into our expansive GDP, but it doesn't necessarily yield benefits for the average living conditions of the average American. Can you explain something I'm missing? Where the fuck did there are people missing, people are not there, or fake people that don't exist talking point come from? I feel like this came out of nowhere and suddenly is an accepted thing. Is this just lying is overpowered? Yes. Everything is busted.
Checks going out for that, and is somebody cashing those checks who's maybe 35 years old, okay? So there's a lot of dishonesty, there's a lot of fraud. But I think at this moment, I'll take Elon off the spot. I think that he's impressed. He said it very well, better than I can say it, that he's impressed with the people in this room, very impressed. And I am too, and it's too early to say, but I think everybody's on board. They all know. We want to balance a budget. We want to have a balanced budget within a reasonably short period of time, meaning maybe by next year or the year after, but maybe even sooner than that.
Mr. President, your number one issue was the border. We just got new information that they're doxing our federal agents. They're putting their personal information out there, these activists, and they're disrupting the operation. So you got Trinidad Aga running off.
Well, we have activists, that's true. And a lot of those,
what are we going to do about the activists?
Yeah, a lot of those activists are acting illegally, and we'll give that to our Attorney General, and she'll take a look at that very strongly. But we also having tremendous support from Border Patrol, from ICE. The ICE agents have been unbelievable. Border Patrol, their leadership at Border Patrol has been incredible, and they're working very well. And as you know, and I saw you reporting it this morning, actually, we set records on the least number of illegal aliens coming in, migrants coming into our country that we've had in more than 50 years. And we did this all within a period of weeks because we took over a mess. The world was pouring in. And remember, they were coming in from jails and prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were gang members and drug dealers. Anybody wanted to come in, they came. And from not just South America, from all over the world. So it's amazing what they've done. And Christie and Tom Holman, the job they've done has been absolutely amazing. We set records for and we want people to come into our country, by the way, but they want to come in, they have to come in legally. I want that to be really understood. We want people in our country, but they have to come in legally.
Can I follow on that, Mr. President, about the Trump gold card idea that you unveiled yesterday?
I hope you liked it.
I have way more information, but the question is, does this reflect a view on your part that the American immigration system has never been properly monetized as you feel it should be?
Well, not so much monetized. It hasn't been properly run.
It has been monetized. It used to be $500K, then it went up to $1 million, and now he's bringing that price up to $5 million. It's always been monetized for those who can pay to get into the country. He was talking about education. No, he's now talking about the Trump Gold Card, which is another initiative that they unveiled yesterday. Instead of the pre-existing EB1 structure, they are now going to be gold cards because it's Trump. But for those of you who don't know, it's always been pay to win. Immigration has always been pay to win. Okay?
I get calls from, as an example, companies where they want to hire.
It wasn't $500K. It's $500K for select location or $1 million other locations per EB5. The $500K ones weren't as widely available. Both were offered simultaneously. Yeah, well, don't worry. Trump is 10x that cost.
The number one student at a school, a person comes from India, China, Japan, lots of different places, and they go to Harvard, the Wharton School of Finance, they go to Yale, they go to all great schools, and they graduate number one in their class, and they're made job offers, but the offer is immediately rescinded because you have no idea whether or not that person can stay in the country. I want to be able to have that person stay in the country. These companies can go and buy a gold card, and they can use it as a matter of recruitment. At the same time, the company is using that money to pay down debt. We're going to pay down a lot of debt with that. And I think the gold card is going to be used by, not only for that, I mean, it'll be used by companies. I mean, I could see Apple. I've spoken with Tim Cook, and by the way, he's going to make a $500 billion investment in the country only because of the results of the election. And I think because of tariffs. He's going to want to be in the country because of tariffs. Because if you're in the country, there is no tariff. If you're out of the country, you got to pay tariffs. And that's going to be a great investment, I think, that he's making. I know it's going to be a great investment. But we have to be able to get people in the country, and we want people that are productive people. And I will tell you, the people that can pay $5 million, they're going to create jobs. They're going to spend a lot of money on jobs. They're going to have to pay taxes on that, too. So they're going to be hiring people. They're going to be bringing people in and companies in. And I don't know, maybe it will sell like crazy. I happen to think it's going to sell like crazy. It's a bargain. But we'll know fairly soon. I think.
Not going to lie, if I was a wealthy person from a different country, I would not be spending $5 million to come to America right now. Like, I think America has always been the #1 place for brain drain. And I would say that, at least in this upcoming decade, it's probably not the best place to go to. And I say this as someone who came here at the age of 18, okay? Straight up. $5 million is way too much. Yeah, I mean, this is for a select few, like, very wealthy individuals, dude. That's what it is. Very wealthy families, you know, like Russian oligarchs and stuff. There's a reverse brain drain of Chinese scientists. Yeah. Yeah, the brain drain situation is so bad for America that, like, from what I understand, even Japanese scientists are going to China. Wake up. No, I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach, fam. Ay, ay, ay.
I think Howard and Scott, a few of you really are responsible for it. But Howard, if you want to discuss that for a couple of minutes, I think I'd like to have you. I think it's going to be a very successful program. This is commerce.
So the EB-5 program, which has been around for many years, had investment of $1 million into projects in America. And those projects were often suspect, they didn't really work out, there wasn't any oversight of it. And so for $1 million investment, you got a visa and then you came into the country and ended up with a green card. So it was poorly overseen, poorly executed. Then you had our border open where millions of people came through. So the idea is we will have a proper business. We will modify the EB-5 agreement. Christy and I are working on it together. For $5 million, they'll get a license from the Department of Commerce. Then they'll make a proper investment on the EB-5.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Let's get to the, here, we'll look at Daniel Dale's fact checks from this cabinet meeting. Let's see how much he can get to in the first 10 minutes.
To Jeff Zeleny at the White House. Jeff, again, there are a lot of things that we are going to get to in our discussion here and our, not just our analysis, but again, our fact check. But I do want to start effectively where this meeting started about an hour ago, which is where Elon Musk was asked to present what he was doing. The idea that the richest man in the world was standing up, holding court in the cabinet room, dressed in his dark MAGA outfit, and his allegation that what they are doing is, he says, not to purge people, or it was not, in his words, a performance review. He claimed it was a pulse check.
Dana, it was extraordinary. Elon Musk did not have a seat at the table. That was reserved for confirmed cabinet secretaries and those who are awaiting confirmation, as well as a handful of senior staff. But he was center stage. There's no doubt about it. And that fact is not unusual. We have seen senior advisors to many presidents in a cabinet meeting, but never have I heard one be asked to speak and be given the floor like this. The cabinet of this administration was essentially the backdrop for another wide-ranging press conference we've seen the president do. But on Elon Musk, once again, this is the second time we've heard him talk extensively about his plans. But of course, since we saw him in the Oval Office a couple weeks ago, so much has changed. Largely that email that he sent out over the weekend. And that, of course, has caused some of the first rifts between some departments, some agency heads, and the administration, and certainly the federal workforce. But the president asked him to defend that and clearly made the very obvious point that he's on the same page with Elon Musk, that he does believe, he called it a pulse check. He said that 1 million people answered this response, this email, which means more than 1 million did not answer it. And he said they're looking for fraud in the system. But also reporters asked the president and asked cabinet secretaries if there was any dissent on this topic. This is what the president said about that.
Hey, Elon, let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, well, throw him out of here.
That's not Daniel Dale. He's going to come in a second.
So that laughter there belied the obvious point that cabinet secretaries, of course, work for the president. So there is no one going to be voicing dissent, at least in that room. It's unclear how long this cabinet meeting will actually last, if it is a question and answer session with reporters the entire time, or if the president's actually going to hear advice from members of his cabinet. Certainly in nearly an hour, it was about 4 minutes short of an hour before we dipped out, there was no room for dissent. The vice president spoke at the very end there, but the president went on to say that the 1 million people who did not respond to those emails may be on the bubble. And we do know that mass layoffs are coming. As we speak, agencies are reviewing plans. But one other separate piece of news, the president, at the very beginning, he said that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be coming here to the White House on Friday. But again, making no security guarantees from the U.S., Dana.
Yeah, he said that's going to be up to Europe to secure Ukraine's, to give Ukraine security, but also did say, as part of this land deal that they're talking about, that U.S. personnel would be there, made this sort of suggestion that perhaps there would be some fortification, if you will, just with business people. But when it comes to actual security, that would be up to Europe. Okay, thank you so much, Jeff. Now let's get to our Daniel Dale. Daniel, you were listening closely. There's so many things I want to ask you about. Can we just start with one of the things that we heard at the end there, because this was just completely factually inaccurate, saying point blank, and I'm pulling it up here, that CBS...
Did you imagine it would be like this when Trump won? Yes, I did. Why wouldn't it be like this? They actively said that it was going to be exactly like this. I just didn't think that as many planes would be falling out of the sky as we've experienced so far. That's the only thing that's been like kind of shocking. Oh, also, the administration actively saying that they're pro-Russia, like to the degree that they have said that they're pro-Russia. That was true. Those are the two things that were shocking. Outside of that, the dismantling of the administrative state, like that's all stuff that they said they were going to do, and they're doing it. I did expect that.
Completely took her answers, Kamala Harris's answers, in the 60 Minutes interview that Donald Trump is suing over, and changed them. There were questions and there was some controversy around it, but the idea that they just completely changed her answers, we now see the transcript. It's available thanks to the FCC. It's not true.
Yeah, that's a good fact check, Dana. There was just so much in this cabinet meeting, so let me run through some of the big ones. We heard this claim again from the president. He's been saying it over and over in the past week that the U.S. has provided Ukraine with $350 billion worth of aid, and that this is about 3 times what Europe collectively has provided. That is not true. The $350 billion number is not true, nor is the idea that the U.S. has provided way more than Europe. So according to a think tank in Germany that closely tracks this aid, it is Europe that is collecting collectively provided more aid to Ukraine than the U.S. has in terms of aid committed. It's about double, about $260 billion for Europe to about $125 billion for the U.S. in terms of aid allocated. It's narrower, but Europe still leads. The president also repeated this claim he's been saying over and over that the U.S. ranks 40th out of 40 in some education rankings. I specifically asked the White House what those rankings were. They were not able to point to any of them. It appears not to exist. In fact, the U.S. Is above average in reading and science and below average, though far from last, in math rankings, even of wealthy countries. He said the U.S. is the only country with mail-in voting. It simply isn't. He said the U.S. took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in the tariffs he imposed in the first term. In fact, Americans paid those tariffs. Americans make those tariff payments. And it's not true that Trump was the first president to impose tariffs on China. He said that we lose 300,000 people to fentanyl deaths every year. In fact, it's about 60,000 deaths per year. Still a tragedy, of course, horrible, but nowhere close to what he's saying. He said the European Union does not take American farm products. In fact, it is the fourth biggest market for U.S. agricultural exports of $13 billion per year. He offered another alternate history of the European Union's formation, saying it was formed to take advantage of the U.S. In fact, it was formed with U.S. support, so not even close to correct. And so I don't even know where to go from here. He said there was no inflation when he left office. It was low, but it existed, about 1.4%. He said a lot of the U.S. fentanyl comes from Canada. In fact, 0.2%, about 43 pounds worth, came from Canada, so just a tiny number. And he repeated this claim we heard a lot during his presidency, saying that President Obama merely provided Ukraine with sheets. He used to say pillows in sheets rather than actual military.
I feel like CNN ends up hyper focused, like missing the forest for the trees, and like ends up hyper focusing on some of the silly shit that he says, and not the broader strokes of like some of the most damaging lies that Donald Trump pushes on a regular basis. Like it kind of doesn't matter. I still appreciate that there's at least like some kind of fact checking taking place. I guess. I mean, it's virtually impossible to deal with the faucet of misinformation coming out of the Trump administration. But having said that, I mean, yeah, it's better than nothing. But even then, I feel like the fact checks are entirely focused on like minor shit. Like, oh, he said Obama sent pillows. Like, I don't think that is the most significant part of the Trump Elon admin's lies. Like, I would say some of the most significant things that they've talked about would be like talking about the federal government, right? Claiming that there are a ton of fake employees. There's just no evidence for this whatsoever. And then going beyond simply saying that this is a lie, but demonstrating an alternative vision for why this lie is damaging. I think that's more informative than simply saying, here's why it's wrong. Okay. Here's a fact check. Like, this person actually said it was 35%, but it was 33%. Like, that in and of itself is not going to lay the groundwork for a competent response to the Trump administration's actions. You know what I mean? You have evidence that that is not true, though. Does Trump, have they shown any evidence? They both lied. Nobody got the numbers. More than likely, they all full of shit. Like, what do you mean? How am I supposed to disprove a false claim that they're presenting? They're supposed to show you evidence at least. There's no evidence on their, like, yeah, the burden of proof is on Trump's side in this regard. Like, what? It's like, here, I call you a pedophile, right? No evidence whatsoever is presented in the process. I just simply say you're a pedophile. Okay, is it up to you now to disprove it? Are you going to be able to show me an assessment of all of the moments in your throughout your day where you haven't engaged in pedophilia? Do you understand how this works? Do you understand? I'm not saying you're a pedophile, but I'm simply using that as an example. How would you disprove that? If I were to make this claim, how would you disprove that? But can you prove you're not? No, you can't. If I'm making a factless, baseless accusation, okay, then what are you supposed to point to undermine the argument that I'm making? You literally it is impossible for you to disprove this argument because there is no argument. It's just a claim that I'm making. That's it. At least there was a point in time where these guys would have the decency. These guys would have the decency to like bring false statements and false assertions alongside their claims. Now they don't even do that. And because there is no audience that goes, hey, is there any evidence for this claim that you just brought forth? Because there's no audience demanding that, it doesn't matter.
Military aid. In fact, the Obama administration provided things like counter-mortar radars, armored Humvees, tactical drones. So it was not simply pillows and sheets. And I'll give you one more. He said that, the million people who didn't respond to this email, this 5 things.
I mean, things that are unfalsifiable seem to be effective on normies, so it was a good strategy. Okay, but you're basically just going back to the same thing that I mentioned, which is lying is OP. Yes, normies now totally love people lying. Okay? It's OP. It's super, super overpowered. Super overpowered. Especially because there's no collective truth. Like there is no collective understanding or even interest in a objective truth or trying to figure out what the objective truth is. None of that. It does not exist. People are infinitely more comfortable existing in the echo chambers that they've created online than to actually seek out additional context, see if there's any nuance whatsoever to the claims being made. And it exists even in like online drama. It exists in like the stupidest ways possible, but it certainly exists in the highest stage of office. It exists now within the administrative state. It exists now within the executive office.
We did last week email from Elon Musk team may not exist. I guess it's possible the U.S. government is paying some people who don't exist. But I think it's important to note that we had numerous agency heads, department heads telling their employees not to respond. So the simpler explanation is that people were instructed not to do this rather than them being, fictional, non-existent human beings.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to ask you about. That is definitely something that when all is said and done, we're going to want the receipts on. Suggestions that the people who have not responded maybe don't exist, as you said. There was one other doozy, which was the allegation that there were Social Security checks going to people who are 150 years old. Those people got older during the cabinet meeting today. Apparently, they're 200 years old. So there is that. Daniel, thank you so much for that.
Brian, I want to talk to you about the made-for-TV moment of all of this. Obviously, that is Donald Trump's MO. He knows how to orchestrate a moment that can be broadcast well, and he wants to make it watchable. This is typically a cabinet meeting like this. They go in, they do what's called a spray. You kind of just take some video. Maybe they shout our colleagues shout a couple questions, and that's that. This was different.
Yes, very much so. This was broadcast live, for one thing. Normally these are taped and then shown later, but I think the Trump White House knows they're going to get more attention when these events are live, and they're longer as well. This is in line with Trump knowing that he doesn't just have to be president, he has to perform the presidency and have the appearance of action, the appearance of doing something at all times. It's also striking to me how he's trying to rewrite the dictionary again. He did this with the word hoax, for example, years ago, trying to redefine the word hoax to mean a true story that he doesn't like. Well, the new word that's being targeted is the word fraud. When they talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, he's trying to redefine fraud as spending he doesn't like, right? Spending that he and Musk don't agree with or don't approve of. And that's the kind of spending they're targeting. It's not fraud in the criminal definition of the term, but it's spending they don't like. And it's interesting how both Trump and Musk keep going back to those kinds of words. I was also reminded by the famous movie line, "I see dead people." It seems like Musk and Trump see dead people. They believe there are formerly alive federal employees collecting paychecks even though they're not alive anymore. And you would think there would be better ways to figure that out rather than send an email to everyone and hope they reply. But this is one of those things where Trump and Musk are doing what they call common sense, even if it's actually nonsense when you think about it. That common sense approach does appeal to a lot of people out there.
Yeah. Before we get to the House Republicans passing the budget blueprint, which is also really devastating and shows exactly what their ambitions are and what they want to cut. Here is his representative, Doge Caucus member, Representative Maria Elvira Salazar on CNN talking about Elon Musk. and also talking about Doge.
He doesn't think about it. He doesn't have to be doing this. He's the richest guy in the world. He could be on a rocket somewhere. Where is he? He's helping us. He's helping our government.
Oh man, we should kiss the ground that Elon walks on. This parasitic billionaire whose entire wealth, his entire net worth relies exclusively on government subsidies, is actually now holding the reins of the federal government. This is certainly, even though this power play has actually increased his net worth by tens of billions of dollars, we should just assume that he's doing this out of the kindness of his heart. Why? Because I told you so. You are a real dumbass, dude. It's like putting a bank robber in charge of the fucking bank and then being like, excuse me, this bank robber made hundreds of millions of dollars robbing banks. Why would he not? He would know the best possible ways of avoiding bank robberies, okay? It's not like he's going to rob the bank again. Now he controls the bank. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he just make it legal for himself to rob the bank? That's precisely what Elon is doing. Yeah, America's youth has been brainwashed on the horrors. Demands education on the horrors of communism. This freak.
Government get better and get leaner. So we do have to appreciate that. He is bringing dozens of his best minds to find all this out, to help with the algorithms, to understand where the waste, the fraud, and...
So is he a bank robber? It's worse. Elon Musk is a billionaire, okay? Worse than a bank robber. He is a fucking parasite. And now this parasitic force, like RFK Jr.'s brainworm, has captured the brain of the executive office and is just like controlling it like a puppet.
And the abuse is in all these different federal programs. So we appreciate what he's doing. I don't think that he's going to profit. He has contracts with a DOJ or DOD. He has government contracts. He doesn't need to be doing what he's doing in order to make more money that he doesn't need.
Dude, if this argument probably works on your coworkers, dude. This is such a coworker ass argument. Oh God, it's like, it is truly too stupid to even tackle. You know what I mean? Like, I think less of you if you think this is a good argument. I'm sorry. Oh, he doesn't need the money. He's a billionaire. How did he get there? Elon Musk has not had a singular initiative in his life that has not required tremendous amounts of government subsidies. He also has been heavily scrutinized and prosecuted by virtually every single federal regulatory agency, from OSHA all the way to the SEC. Okay, now he controls all of those government regulatory agencies. Why wouldn't he want this power? Why wouldn't he want absolute power over the American federal government? Especially when there's a dude who will let you do it. Donald Trump will let you have that power. Clearly, we're working through the process right now. Yeah, it's like putting a fox in charge of guarding the hen house. That is what's going on. It's like, you don't understand. The fox is very full. The fox has had so many of the hens. Why would they eat these hens now? Thanks. I'm resorting to like wordplay at this point. Like, stories that you tell to children.
So I think it's the other way around. We got to be very grateful that he's wanting to do this and investing his time, energy, and money into it.
Yeah, we got to go back to La Fontaine, dude. We got to go back to child's stories, to children's stories. I'm tweeting the hen house thing. You're never getting a seat on the rocket with his attitude? Yeah, dude, I definitely want to be on an Elon Musk rocket.
Rise today to urge the passage of my bill, H.R. 5349. Because America's youth has been brainwashed by media and academia for the last 30 years to believe that communism is good. What a travesty. What a horror. Ask my parents and my community if that is true. And I'm just going to bring you some proof. Nearly 40% of Gen Z and millennials think that the Communist Manifesto, written by Karl Marx, is better, and it's more of a defense of freedom than the Declaration of Independence written by Thomas Jefferson.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. Because it's true. I'm not going to watch this. The Vuvuzela eating rats, communism. Karl Marx killed 17 gorillion people or whatever. 1,700 gorillion, quintillion people. Ugh. Karl Marx, the dictator. You do not understand. I bet this goes hard if you're a mentally ill 40-year-old podcaster. Yeah. Or just anyone that voted for Trump, too. Or most liberals as well. Anyway, let's get to the insanity beyond. I mean, the most insane thing that has taken place. Do we have the original video? Because I've only seen screenshots of this. And Aaron Rupar's version of this is like basically unwatchable. Look at how bad the quality is. Donald Trump posted a AI video about Gaza on his Truth Social account on the 4chan Reddit. That's crazy. Yeah, let me go on the 4chan subreddit for this. Okay, I guess it's just low quality regardless. All right, let's take a look at what the Donald Trump Truth Social post looks like. Surely this will be good and normal. Oh my God. Conservatives absolutely love AI art. That is besides the point, I know, but I don't know what it is that in the minds of conservatives, they're like, oh, thank God there's such a thing as AI art, because now all of my unhinged, hysterical, schizophrenic fantasies, I can engage in make-believe, okay? I can engage in make-believe for all of my schizo fantasies that I've cultivated in my mind, and I don't even have to pay an artist to make it. Yeah, AI art, the MAGA fever dream generator. There has got to be a study at some point conducted on like reactionary tendencies and your proclivity towards leaning into AI art.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear.
Is that Elon Musk? 2025, what's next?
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Fuck Gaza is finally.
What? Bearded belly dancers? It's AI music from Suno too. Just every part of this is so cooked.
Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright.
Trump Gaza is finally here. So Trump is gonna make it woke.
Shining bright, golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done.
Wait, what? Is Donald Trump dancing with a belly dancer here? Uh-oh. AI art made him still look fat. That's crazy.
Feast and dance, the deal is done.
Little kids on the beach on the Gaza Riviera dancing with dollar bills falling on top of them. In a Trump Gaza tower, of course. Why is Elon Musk constantly eating? Is that hummus? Is he eating hummus? But then it has like, it's like hummus, but it has the consistency of a soup bowl in between. Why is Elon Musk always eating? Who is this for? There's just like there's a golden Donald Trump statue that they're gonna build in the middle of Gaza. And then they're selling a bunch of golden Donald Trump merch, and also just money is what? What the fuck? What is this? Did Trump not watch this before posting it? Like, I'm so confused. Why would anybody make this? Why would Donald Trump post it? I'm having a very hard time understanding what is going on here. Like, what is the intention behind this? Like, Donald Trump and his gay partner Benjamin Netanyahu are going to be enjoying their wonderful vacation after what I assume is a full body wax. Like, even from what I understand, even MAGA, the most loyalist MAGA supporters have been like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? What are you doing? Go to the first second or two. It cuts from a kid laying in the street to being a red puddle. Seriously, why is no one mentioning that? Yeah, because there's so much to mention in all of this.
Trump Gaza, #1.
Like, okay, this is the type of stuff that when you ask me like, oh, is there anything here that is unexpected? Okay, from your assessment. Is there anything that you consider to be unexpected? This is. Okay, this is like the Nazi government making the equivalent of like the Nazi government doing the AI slop, whatever the AI slop equivalent of that art would be at the time, to justify not only Lebensraum but also the final solution. Like, it's just so weird. Like, they are like, we look at this and we're like, haha, this is kind of stupid. Look at them. Look at Trump being gay with Netanyahu or whatever. But like, this unironically is Donald Trump saying, like, we are going to officially ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and then rebuild it, buy out all of it and rebuild it in Trump's image.
Coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear.
No more tunnels, no more fear. Like, who the fuck looks at that and goes, this is sick, Mr. President? This is just plain wrong. This video is in very bad taste and just plain horrible. The gold statue is 100% wrong, no matter which way you try to make it come across. This video makes me sick. That's a weird thing to get mad about, but sure, I'll take it. Bearded belly dancers, you dance it with someone other than your wife. This is weird for me, and I love you, Trump. This should be deleted, not good. These people are literally getting mad at the weirdest shit up on this video. They're getting mad at the dumbest stuff. No golden idols, please. And how dare you put trans belly dancers in the video? I mean, I guess I'll take it. I'll take it wherever it exists. The gold statue is a Bible meme. This feels all wrong and actually makes me sick. I've supported you since day one, but this is filth. There is no God in this. I'm very surprised that he did this. I'm a Trump supporter too, but this is shocking. I could not be a bigger supporter of President Trump, but this particular video is in very poor taste indeed. Sir, this doesn't become you. Please take it down. Musk is a terrible influence on you. I'm a MAGA hat wearing dude, but I ain't sure what to make of this video, even if it's done humorously. I'm starting to lose respect for you, my guy. Knock it off. Stick to America first. OMG, is this for real? This is what we voted for? This video is evil. I don't think these are real comments. I think it's very hard to discern. It's very hard to figure out what is a bot online and what is a real, honest-to-God conservative online. Because the conservatives, I believe, from interacting too much with bots, almost exclusively, have basically become bots. They have bot-like attitudes in general, and also the way they speak also resembles bots. But it very well could be bots. Yes, Francesca Albanese says, what the new U.S. administration is doing is very clear and strategic. It's called psychological overwhelming, hitting us every day with XXL doses of baffling rhetoric and erratic policies serves to control the script, distracting and disorienting us, normalizing the absurd, all while disrupting global stability and consolidating U.S. control. Good news, there is a way out, but we need to stay calm, not panic, and feed into any grotesque moves. The antidote is the very system they seek to dismantle, the human rights movement, the one now active on Palestine and other converging struggles, from environment to indigenous peoples, LGBTQI+, and more. We must continue growing, keep awakening, uniting, and resisting to protect all our freedoms, not our privileges, alas. This is the essence of human rights. I mean, it is rage bait, yes. It's just like rage bait that is shockingly gross. It's rage bait that is shockingly gross. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like, it's very lame and very gross. There is something to how lame conservatives are and how they kind of carry that as a badge of honor, where it almost feels like they're saying, like, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, we're fucking lame. We're lame as shit. And now we're the cool guys. And if you don't think we're cool, we'll put you in jail. That's what it feels like every time I see Elon Musk try to attempt to make a joke. We went from vice signaling to just like lame signaling. Anyway, here's some more stuff that we got to talk about. Trump posting an AI video that depicts him slobbing out with Netanyahu while Elon is made out like this is also wild. Elon is also eating a lot in the video, though, to be fair. I don't know what that even means, but I don't know what to make of that, but that's the case. We have the House Republicans passing the budget blueprint while all this stuff is happening, so I'm going to obviously cover that as well. This is some pretty damning stuff in general. Let's take a look.
Capitol Hill now in the House, narrowly passing a budget plan last night. It was a major test for House Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump's agenda. Jay O'Brien checking the latest on Capitol Hill. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning, George. Republicans celebrating this morning, narrowly getting their budget blueprint through the House, fulfilling a key promise to President Trump, but only after drama up here on the Hill.
Overnight chaos in Congress as the vote to pass the House Republicans' budget blueprint was on, then off, then on again. Republican leaders stalling for more than an hour, wrangling holdout votes, then appearing to cancel the vote, members heading home, only to be told to rush back. House Republicans ultimately adopting the budget resolution along party lines, the first step toward passing President Donald Trump's sweeping legislative agenda. It was a major test for Speaker Mike Johnson and his razor-thin majority. Trump personally pressuring some of the 4 holdout votes and 3 finally flipping.
Were you worried about defying him by voting no? No, not at all.
But Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie not budging, concerned about the overall costs.
We are cutting taxes and we're not going to cut spending to match it, so the deficit's going to go up. That's what this bill does.
The budget resolution aims to cut at least $2 trillion in federal spending over 10 years, includes at least 4.5.
I thought these guys were deficit hogs. So weird. Hey, guess what's not getting a cut? The military. $10 billion in additional funds year over year, chat, for a decade to the tune of $100 billion. Wonderful stuff.
$1 trillion in tax cuts, hoping to extend Trump's 2017 cuts, which expire at the end of the year, and raises the debt limit by $4 trillion. Aware of the slim margins, Democrats rushing in missing members to vote. Congressman Kevin Mullen from California jumping on a plane just after being discharged from spending the last 10 days in the hospital for a blood clot. And Representative Brittany Peterson, who was on maternity leave, speaking after voting no while holding her 1-month-old baby.
Unfortunately, I wasn't given the opportunity to vote remotely after giving birth, but I wasn't going to let that stop me from being here to represent my constituents and vote no on this disastrous Republican budget proposal.
While specific budget cuts haven't been determined, Democrats warning
It's so sick that the Republicans are one, engaging in mass layoffs for the administrative state, okay, for the federal government, also actively offering permanent tax cuts for the super wealthy and corporations, okay, deep tax cuts. You might get a crumb. You might get a crumb in the process. Make no mistake, you'll get like $5 back. Don't worry, okay? And also, while they're talking about cutting wasteful government spending, they're increasing government spending on the military. Fantastic.
Medicaid, the health care program for low-income Americans and those with disabilities, is expected to be slashed.
The reckless Republican budget will cut taxes up to $4.5 trillion for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, and then they are sticking working-class Americans, middle-class Americans, and everyday Americans with the bill.
This is just the first step in a months-long budget process in both the House and Senate, but the chaos just to clear this vote spells trouble for other legislative fights ahead, including averting a government shutdown next month. Robin.
More to come, as you said, Jay. Thank you.
Right.
Can you guarantee that?
Okay. Let's get to David Dane, okay, who will describe to us what just took place, before we get to the Trump response to Medicare and Medicaid. This is who let this shit pass. The absence is Grijalva, AZ, missing votes as he fights cancer. Mullen, California knee surgery. Peterson, Colorado maternity leave. Wilson, Florida, age 82, hasn't voted all month. 4 Dem absences on the budget rule vote, 1 Republican absence. I mean, I don't really care about how old they are and how sick they are and how they can't do their jobs because of that reason. Ultimately, Mike Johnson was able to put together Mike Johnson was able to whip the votes for this, okay? After sending members home for the night, House Republicans called him back on Tuesday and secured a passage of an expansive budget resolution that includes virtually the entire Trump agenda. The final vote was 217-215, with all but 1 Republican, Representative Thomas Massie from Kentucky, voting for the budget resolution, which sets a path for $4.5 trillion in tax cuts over the next decade, partially offset by at least $2 trillion in spending cuts. Now, $2 trillion in spending cuts is a whole lot of money, even though we're still cutting taxes for $4.5 trillion, as in it's still, if you're a deficit hawk, you're still increasing that, okay? So it doesn't matter. But of course, there's always room in the deficit for growth if you are cutting tax for the wealthy and corporations. Obviously, duh, shut the fuck up. What are you some woke, gay, commie libtard or something? Like, what do you mean? These are the most productive individuals in American society. Anyway, let's continue. The tiniest of margins carried out. That tiniest of margins carried out. What is the easy part of the budget reconciliation package? And it isn't even done. In fact, the House budget resolution is taught to be dead on arrival in the Senate. Passage of the resolution represents a victory for House Speaker Mike Johnson, especially as it looked bleak earlier on Tuesday. Johnson was able to flip several conservative House members to advance the measure, and he needed everyone after several House Democrats who had missed votes earlier in the day showed up for the evening. Representative Brittany Peterson of Colorado showed up 3 weeks after giving birth. Johnson was unable to corral the votes, mainly because the budget resolution is so indistinct. The resolution sets top-line numbers to instruct various committees, which will then come back with specifics. So you remember, they're basically basically what's going on is Mike Johnson saying we're just going to chop $2 trillion. And the way that it works in this vague, the vague ways in which this works is they just go back to the committees and say, hey, figure out a way to cut Medicaid. Okay. It's basically setting out bullet points and sending people home with goals to figure out how we are going to cut. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but that's the direction that they're heading towards. Throughout the day, House Republicans insisted that the proposed cuts didn't mean what they clearly meant because they were just instructions for committees that could be carried out in any manner. In reality, when the Agriculture Committee is told to find $230 billion in cuts, there's really only one thing that it could mean: a rollback on Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, for those of you who are wondering, which helps feed poor people. Unless the Ag Committee decides randomly to wipe out the lion's share of U.S. agricultural assistance, they're going to have to go after food stamps, as was laid out in the menu of budget options earlier this year. They're never going to go after the subsidies. The Ag Committee is not going to cut subsidies, which also would have a damaging impact on the economy regardless, because it would increase prices a lot if subsidies were to be cut. So there's that too. They're going to cut SNAP, which will directly starve poor people. Okay? Now, SNAP in and of itself also works as an additional subsidy for the same agricultural producers as well. SNAP is a government benefit that companies like Walmart take advantage of as well. Okay? The problem here is when you say, oh, well, cut all this stuff. Who gives a heck? Who cares? You're advocating for the demise of millions of people. Okay? Hold on. My food is here, but I don't understand where it is. Did he leave it outside? No, he didn't. All right. Bill Burr's cooking once again. What did he say now?
I made fun of the fucking Twitter guy for fucking Sieg Heiling not once but twice. And I never look at my emails. I was scrolling through my emails and it said my Twitter account had been flagged for I don't even tweet anymore. It had been flagged for whatever. What a fucking baby. Just like Hitler. A fucking baby. How about the fact that the Twitter guy he's not even from here. He's from South Africa. He comes to this country and wants to turn it into a fucking dictatorship. He doesn't feel that we deserve democracy. Can you just imagine doing that? Going to another country and just deciding, yeah, you know what? I'm going to change this form of government because I've decided. Yeah, he doesn't mind living under a dictatorship as long as he's on the good side of it. Fucking laminated face cunt. Because that's another thing. All of these people that are into fucking Hitler, you know what I mean? And like look at this guy like he was some sort of fucking hero. The guy's one of the biggest fucking cowards ever. All the pain and all the suffering that guy's caused and the war crimes the Allies had to commit, firebombing fucking cities to get that motherfucker. When it came time for him to pay the price for all the suffering he caused millions and millions and millions of people. Did he face the music? Nope. He gave himself a nice, quick, painless fucking death. That's your fucking hero? A fucking coward is what he was. He should have faced the fucking music.
Great take. Going to another country and changing the government is a super American thing to do. Yeah, but, he's doing America shit to America. It's not how it's supposed to work. I like the way that Bill Burr tackles all these issues. Anyway, yeah, Bill Burr is the closest to Carlin. Bill Burr is our Carlin, our generation's Carlin, for sure. Thank God. Thank God there's someone out there that has, some kind of goddamn common sense. You know? He is the coworker annihilator, okay? He is exactly the type of guy who has a no-nonsense attitude that your coworkers will respond to positively. Your coworkers will look to someone like myself and say, oh, that guy is woke, libtarded, gay, uses too many academic words. But Bill Burr, on the other hand, can say the exact same things, but in a much more eloquent way, in a way that your coworkers will respond to positively. Significantly better than even Jon Stewart. Okay? Understand. Let's weigh this chicken. Jon Stewart is also way too polished and has a long track record. A lot of people like him because of the Zadroga bill. But again, Bill Burr is, I think, the voice of the hard hat wearing Americans who don't like what's going on. Time to listen to Hasan eat again? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. I have to eat food. No, but eat properly, please. I don't know what you mean by that. Didn't you just eat yesterday? I know. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but I got to do it every day. What kind of chick is that, dude? The same chick I have pretty much every day. It's either Mediterranean or increasingly in my post-Japan experience, I've also switched it up just a little bit, where I sometimes have teriyaki chicken, but it's usually just Mediterranean chicken. I will not be leaking where I got it from. I gatekeep this restaurant, even though people already know. So don't ask. The teriyaki chicken is from Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. I don't mind. I'm not going to gatekeep Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. Would you vote for Jon Stewart if he ran? Sure. Why not? Why not? I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. I thought you loved Jon Stewart. I do, but all right, let's just keep going.
Social Security will not be touched.
Yeah, I mean, I have said it so many times, you shouldn't be asking me that question, okay? This will not be read my lips. It won't be read my lips anymore. We're not going to touch it. Now, we are going to look for fraud. I'm sure you're okay with that, like people that shouldn't be on, people that are illegal aliens and others, criminals in many cases. And that's with Social Security. We have a lot of people. You see that immediately when you see people that are 200 years old that are being sent checks for Social Security. Some of them are actually being sent checks. So we're tracing that down, and I have a feeling that Pam is going to do a very good job with that. But you have a lot of fraud. But no, we're not doing anything on this.
Now with our GMA cover story, the growing concerns at America's national parks after federal job.
Yeah, they're saying they're not going to cut it, but they are. They're just going after fraud. Yeah. Okay. Arrest Rick Scott. Okay. Oh, you want to go after Medicare fraud? You want to go after Medicaid fraud? Arrest Rick Scott. Fraud in Social Security or fraud in Medicare and Medicaid do not happen at the point of individuals. Okay. They're not fraudulently like stealing more healthcare than they deserve or something. Okay. It happens at the point of providers. Except the problem is you're not going to tackle those providers. You're not going to go after those providers because they're your wealthy benefactors. Okay? That's it.
Job cuts and how they could impact upcoming vacations, especially during the busy spring break and summer seasons. Now, rush it back with the story. Hey, Ariel.
Hey there, George. Hundreds of millions of tourists visit our national parks each year, and spring break is really one of the most popular times to take in their majestic beauty. But with more than 1,000 park employees terminated in a recent wave of government job cuts, experts say you may be in for a rockier vacation.
This morning, as millions gear up to spend spring break at some of the nation's most treasured parks, from Yosemite to the Grand Canyon, a warning from park officials that the deep government job cuts could have a noticeable impact on your experience.
The visitors are not going to be able to do the things they want. You know, if you want to bring your family to Yosemite and can't camp, or it takes 4 hours to get into the park, what kind of experience is that?
Nearly 1,000 park employees were laid off on Valentine's Day, and some ripple effects are already being felt, from longer lines to cut hours to closed visitor centers and canceled tours.
We had an experience for 10 options. We only did like 4.
The National Park Service says more than 325 million people visited these sites in 2023, up 4% from the year prior. But now officials say the staffing shortages will make keeping the areas pristine and visits running smoothly more challenging.
In my mind, it's a crisis.
This is good. Let's talk about Medicaid. Let's go back to the House budget cuts because this is very important. Here's Ryan Grimm talking about what the House budget resolution passes mean for Medicaid in its future.
I think they can't do it, and it's because they don't like the program.
Yes, fundamentally, yes.
And in a lot of cases, they don't like the people on the program. And in fact, Steve Bannon on his show had to remind his audience and Republican lawmakers with them that there are MAGAs, as he says. There are MAGAs on Medicaid. Implicit in
He
that.
said a lot.
Yeah.
And that's right.
Implicit in that is it's just not those poor Democrats that you think about, poor black Democrats that you think about. Like in your head, when you think about, when a Republican's thinking about Medicaid, and a lot of people think about Medicaid, that's what they think about. So he's telling them, okay, if that's what you think about, I understand why you want to cut it, but it's not just them. It's also MAGAs that are on it. So you start from that premise that they don't actually like the program and they don't like the people who are on the program. So the way that they want to cut the program is to reduce the number of people that get the program. And the way they do that is they throw up a bunch of paperwork requirements and also this work requirement, which would say you have to work 20 hours in order to get Medicaid. And if you can't find work, you basically have to come to some community center and sit there on a computer or something, and just wasting your time so that they can feel good about making you feel bad about getting the assistance that they're giving you. And so they tried this in Georgia, and they spent like $70 million on this like pilot program, and it ended up just having 6,500 people in it. So it costs an enormous amount of money to set up these projects and programs to monitor all of these people, and then you don't actually you're spending enormous amounts of money per individual when it would be so much easier to just say, hey, if you're under this threshold, you get this money. Now, the other way that you could cut spending on this program is to go after the businesses and the scam artists that are ripping it off. There is an enormous amount of waste in Medicaid and Medicare.
It's one of them in the Senate, isn't it?
On that front.
Every aspect of government expenditures that are far too costly, the point of fraud and waste does not happen at the point of the individual consumer, at the individual civilian that is getting these entitlements. It happens at the point of the provider. It happens at the public partnership, the public-private partnership level. It's private enterprise that causes the wasteful expenditures, okay? But of course, yeah, it's medical device salesmen, okay? It's nursing homes. It's not the recipients that are doing fraud. It's the providers that are doing fraud. The problem is the providers also, with all the fraud that they're doing, have a lot of money to spend in lobbying funds. That's it. So they will never go after the actual costly middlemen. They will only go after random invisible enemies that they have hallucinated.
Yes, one of the guys in the Senate, Rick Scott from Florida, ran the largest Medicare scam in American history. And the way you do a Medicare scam or a Medicaid scam is, like I heard recently about a Medicaid one in New York where people were saying, like dentists will do these, others will do, like say, we'll give you a toaster for free if you will come in and sign a piece of paper that says I pulled your tooth or whatever. And then I submit this. You could invest money in inspectors and probably AI at this point, analyzing the different payment schemes and finding this fraud and targeting it and prosecuting it and going after it. I think the reason that Republicans won't do that is it would make the program work better. And as I said in the beginning, they don't like the program. What that would do.
And they don't like the program because it helps poor people. That's it.
It would solidify it, and it would make people feel better about the program, and so they would support it more. But there is indeed, you could, so it's $880 billion that they're trying to cut over 10 years. I think you could actually do that without hurting individual people, but you would have to stand up a serious program of investigation. Hey, guess what? There's like 150,000 federal workers who are well-trained that were just fired. You could go hire them to do that at pennies. Just continuing to pay their salaries. Actually, a lot of them are on administrative leave now or unemployment, so we're paying them anyway. We're just paying them not to work. So pay them, put them to work, go find the fraud. It was much easier to do Medicare and Medicaid fraud, before we have the technology that we do now. Like if you're some like South Florida like scam operation and you've stolen a bunch of Medicare numbers that you can find online, what they do is they steal these numbers. They pretend that they sold wheelchairs to them. They charge $7,000 for 100,000 wheelchairs. They cash the check, move the money, shut down, and then start up a new thing and do it again. I'm not a technologist, but it's got to be pretty easy to figure out how to make somebody prove that you actually did sell and have something to do with making wheelchairs or selling wheelchairs. Like, did you do it or not? Scooters is the big one.
That's it. But the problem is, those guys are the ones who have the money. Do you understand? So they're not going to go after the people who actually have the money, because they're basically giving, at least a piece of those profits back to the Republican congresspersons that keep them safe.
If it's the employees that are gone, I'm not sure how the park could stay open.
Some travelers and local businesses are bracing for a spring shakeup.
Businesses that are here in Baker certainly rely on tourism and travelers. So we're unsure what that's going to look like this season.
I was on lunch on February 14th and got a call from my supervisor and just had to be out and done by 5 p.m. And so it was a mad dash.
Ben Shreves is one of the park employees who recently lost his job.
People were working overtime to provide the best experience, and they were already struggling to do that. And part of that was just a lack of resources. And so now it's just like they have even less of that.
Experts say if you're planning to traverse the parks this spring, to be patient and over-prepare.
There's going to be a big imbalance between the number of people who are going to the parks and the amount of staff that can help them.
And the Park Service has about 20,000 employees. The Trump administration has rolled back some of those firings and says it will hire 3,000 seasonal workers. In the meantime, if you're planning a vacation to a national park, prepare for a slightly different experience. You want to make sure you have your maps, make sure you have everything you need, because there may not be a park ranger or someone to help you out when you're out there.
Big difference for a lot of people.
Speaking of Elon Musk, he will be at Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting today, even though, of course, Musk is not part of the cabinet. There is new information.
Yeah, we don't need rangers. You could just vibe the bears, problem solved. Exactly. No, we don't need rangers at all, man. Who cares about forest safety, upkeep, making sure that people are safe and secure when they're visiting our national parks? Who cares? Actually, fuck the national parks. Let's just literally melt them so that we can have more lame-ass, fuck-ass AI art. Burn the forest down. A la Bobby. 505s, thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
This morning about Musk's effort to cut back on the federal workforce. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. So, Weijia, what are we learning about this?
Good morning, Vlad. Good morning, everybody. Sources tell CBS News the administration plans to issue a new memo in the coming days directing agencies to prepare for large-scale firings, adding to the existing anxiety over directives from Musk to federal workers that continue to create more questions than answers.
President Trump backed Elon Musk's latest warning to federal workers. While they have more time to submit what they accomplished last week, failing to answer would cost them a job.
Well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also, if you don't answer, I guess you get fired.
But earlier, the White House press secretary said it's up to departments. Many have told staffers not to reply.
For some of the agencies that you've seen who have said, please don't send these emails, it's in their best interest for that specific agency, and the president supports that.
Now, the administration is preparing to direct federal agencies to submit reorganization plans by March 13th as part of sweeping reductions in force. In Musk's own Department of Government Efficiency, 21 staffers resigned, saying in a letter they refuse to compromise core government systems, jeopardize Americans' sensitive data, or dismantle critical public services. Musk called them Dem political holdovers who would have been fired.
Oh, we are absolutely in a crisis mode.
Randy Irwin is the president of NFFE, a union that represents 110,000 federal workers, many of whom he says are terrified about what Musk and his team will do next.
Bro, what's happening in here? There's so many people who keep... Is it one guy who's just spamming this? Or is there a bunch of guys from Canada who keep saying, your fucking national parks are going to be nothing when the Canadians stop visiting them? Is it one guy or is it multiple Canadians who keep saying this? Is that the new thing? Is Canada doing a BDS on American national parks? I keep seeing it in the chat over and over again. Yeah, see? You're going to need those parks when we, Canada, stop sending wood across the border. Okay, this guy is actually tackling it from a different issue. But there's like hella people. There's a bunch of Canadians in the chat who keep saying, we're not visiting your parks no more. You're cooked. Damn, bro. Love the anti-Semitic shirt. the anti-Semitic shirt. Yeah. Also, going back to the Canadians, 100% on board with you. We deserve BDS. Please, if you can do it, okay? I literally cannot comprehend the concept of Canadian nationalism. I can't either, but they deserve it. They deserve to have a little bit of emancipatory nationalism against the America KKK rats, okay? There is no country more deserving of a boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement outside of obviously fucking Israel. But even Israel itself, you could compound into America's crimes, considering that Israel is an extension of the United States of America. So the problem, of course, is we are the big bad. So it's virtually impossible to avoid us. Just like the top of the hour ad break, which you can avoid by subscribing, Canadian or not, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, is what I would say if I kept running 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. I no longer do them, but you can still subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Is 12 in Canada? I don't know how much it is in fake Canadian Monopoly money. All right. But I hit you with that debate. It's kind of funny. I thought this guy was just like memeing, but I think they were being serious when they said, nice anti-Semitic shirt. Never mind. Maybe not. Have the Turks invented anything? I can't tell if he's being serious or memeing. All right, let's keep going.
Created a toxic work environment, and nobody wants to work under those conditions. It's not worth it. They don't pay federal employees enough to put up with this garbage.
Well, after reporters asked repeated questions about who's actually leading the Department of Government Efficiency yesterday, a White House official told CBS News that person is Amy Gleason, a veteran of the first Trump administration, and she is the acting administrator right now. When reached by phone yesterday, Gleason told us she was in Mexico and declined to further comment. Vlad?
Remarkable. Ouija, we also heard there are some changes to how the press is going to cover the White House. Can you explain that a bit for us?
Sure, Vlad. So first, let me explain how coverage of the president works a little bit. So whether he is in the Oval Office or traveling abroad, there is always a group of journalists called the press pool that covers his every move, then shares notes, video, and sound with colleagues who can't be there. You can't have 100 people in the Oval. So since 1914, the White House Correspondents Association has organized that pool, which rotates every day. It is a nonpartisan group that came up with professional standards over decades that everyone has to adhere to. But yesterday, the White House announced that its officials will now decide who gets to be in that pool, which also means it will decide who covers the president up close and holds him accountable. That includes print, television, wire services, and radio journalists. Vlad.
Wow. All right, Ouija, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So President Trump's first cabinet meeting will take place today, and Elon Musk is expected to be there. Joining us right now, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
You've been making a lot of news at these briefings. This is the first cabinet meeting. Elon Musk is going to be there. I know there's been a lot of talk about the emails, asking about the productivity. Is he going to be asking the cabinet members for an update today?
Well, first of all, we're so excited.
Why is their response always wow with no further comments? I mean, Loki, what can you say? Like, I agree. It's annoying. But like, sometimes even I do that because there's just like nothing I can, like, I look at the situation. I'm like, oh, I don't know what to fucking say about this. You know, sometimes all you got is a, wow, that's crazy. You know, how many eggs you eat a day, brother? Unfortunately, currently the number is 0 because of the stupid ass avian flu. The number right now is 0. I'm very frustrated. I try to purchase eggs. I look all around. I've gone to multiple grocery stores. None of them have eggs. Doge quietly deleted 5 of his biggest spending cuts as celebrated last week. An $8 billion cut at ICE was actually for $8 million. 3 $655 million U.S. aid cuts were actually a single cut erroneously counted 3 times. A $232 million cut at the Social Security Administration was actually just for $556,000. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at these dipshits. I'm shocked that these dipshits are not actually cutting anything at
works
all.
for the president that goes against what he says, he has a right to fire them. So thank you.
Absolutely. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar, for 5 minutes.
I'm going to do something that I've never done in a congressional hearing before, and that is plead for help from the American people, plead for help from my Republican colleagues on something that we actually all agree on, because lives are at stake right now. I'm going to start by describing the facts on the ground. Millions of people are at risk of dying of starvation in areas of the world where Democrats and Republicans have already agreed and committed to feeding them with American-grown food for humanitarian reasons and for global stability. But yesterday, I spoke with people in charge of warehouses in Sudan and Ethiopia, warehouses full of food, but because of DOGE, that food is trapped in the warehouse out of reach of starving and dying moms and kids. In those two countries alone, 150,000 children and moms are at risk of dying this month if that food is not delivered from the warehouse to them right up the road. Everyone agrees that's not supposed to happen. Republicans voted for this food and Democrats voted for this food to get out. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the food should go out as part of his life-saving waiver. DOGE Chairwoman Marjorie Taylor Greene started this hearing by saying that life-saving food programs should still be running. We have paid for the food and we have shipped it, and it is sitting trapped in the warehouse because DOGE is blocking the payments needed to get the food out to the people who need it. So here's what that means. It means that kids are dying and more will die tomorrow of severe acute malnutrition. If you want nightmares, just Google severe acute malnutrition and look at the photos. The way that healthcare workers determine if a kid is dying of this is they measure their bicep. And if their bicep is less than 4.5 inches around, then that means you could die of starvation tomorrow. Think of a kid's arm fitting through this hole. Think of your kid's arm fitting through this hole. These kids could die tomorrow. You've heard today about the waiver for life-saving humanitarian assistance. And
bro, I want to... Hola, Bobby! 505, thank you for another 100 gifted subs. I mean this with all sincerity. I think if you were to tell the average Republican all of this, like the average Republican voter, they would say, fuck them. Holy crap. Slate did all thing on E. Take a day off, chatter. Named Hassan's poop sock. You think I don't know where that fucking link goes to? Your name is literally Hassan's poop sock. Average Asmin viewer would too. I mean, the average Asmin viewer is a Trump voter. So yes, they would probably be like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Let the food rot. Kill them.
And all I'm asking is for Rubio's waiver to be made real. People watching at home, you can do something about this. I know many of these hearings are live on Fox News. I'm a Democrat. For many of the people watching, you may not agree with me on many issues, but I think we can all agree that this food needs to get out of the warehouse and to these kids. I've gotten phone calls from conservative friends, people of faith that moved to Africa to live out their faith of I was naked and you clothed me, I was hungry and you fed me, and they agree that this food should be given out. So call your Republican congressperson, call the White House, tell them you know they didn't mean to do this, but that this food needs to go out tomorrow. If you're in the press, cover this story. Ask questions about Ethiopia, ask questions about Sudan, tell the world about this. And to my Republican colleagues, DOGE is not going to listen to me, but you can fix this. Pick up the phone, make a phone call. Y'all could save lives today. Send an email. Please put politics aside, get the food out of the warehouse, save these kids' lives.
The DOGE staff at HUD are all real estate bros. They're looking to sell off public housing. Incredible stuff. There was too much public housing to begin with. That's what I always say. Go to the comments. I'm curious. I love watching him cry. We the people cannot afford to feed ourselves. Thank you, Doge. I'm so happy that Doge is taking back our money. I'm ready for that $5,000 check. Then start a charity and raise your own money and feed them. The government. It's a government, not a charity. Told you. Told you. Dude, conservatism basically revolves around being awful to other people. The ideology is held together by vice signaling. A U.S. initiative to increase electricity supply in Africa has been dismantled by the Trump administration after more than a decade of work. Yeah, well, China rising, baby. They have a term for it called rugged individualism, which is basically a misunderstanding of being a selfish fucking asshole. Okay? This is at the heart of Republican policy. This is at the heart of Republican ideology. Ironically enough, a lot of the collectivist action that these guys yell about with regular frequency is not done out of the kindness of the American heart. We do not feed African nations or build their electricity grid simply because we want them to advance. We do not even do it because we feel embarrassed for the crimes of colonialism that we put African nations through. We do it for soft power in a similar way to why China does it. China also has an additional economic reason for it, but it's mostly for soft power, so that these countries collaborate with us, so that when push comes to shove and we want to invade a foreign nation and violate its sovereignty by lying on the global stage, we can turn around and say, hey, look, all these countries are behind us because we are the world's police. We help out all these other nations. So when America undermines its soft power capabilities, what it's actually doing is undermining global dominance. You know? Good luck. Good luck. The invention of individual responsibility. Then and now. Wait, I've watched this video? I don't think I watched this video. This video radicalized me a bit when you showed it on stream. Did I watch this video? I don't remember it. Then and now fucking cooks. A lot of people are saying yes, but I don't remember it. All right, let's watch what Donald Trump had to say about the EU. It says it was formed to screw the United States.
On the EU tariffs, Mr. President, have you just made a decision on what level you will seek on tariffs in the European Union?
We have made a decision, and we'll be announcing it very soon, and it'll be 25%, generally speaking, and that'll be on cars and all other things. And European Union is a different case than Canada, different kind of case. They've really taken advantage of us in a different way. They don't accept our cars. They don't accept essentially our farm products. They use all sorts of reasons why not, and we accept everything of them.
Okay, hear me out. The European Union despises Chinese cars, and yet they allowed Chinese cars foolishly into their marketplaces until it got to a degree where the Chinese cars were directly outcompeting domestic manufacturing, and they had to put an end to it. Why is it that the EU does not allow American cars into its marketplace in the same way that they allow Chinese cars? You might be wondering this question. You might be wondering why that's the case. Is it because they despise Amerifats and they love the Chinese? No, it's because American cars are heavily deregulated. It is either illegal. Okay, I'll explain it to you this way. Ford F-150. Until this past year, it was the highest selling vehicle in the United States of America. This year, RAV4 by Toyota has actually passed the Ford F-150, but next year it will probably be Ford F-150. In order for someone to be able to purchase a Ford F-150 and drive it on any given average random European street, they would need a commercial driver's license. That is the most popular vehicle in the United States of America. That is before we even factor in all of the other road safety violations the Ford F-150 is in direct violation of. Okay? No shit, Europeans don't buy our fucking cars because our cars are ginormous. If you've ever been to Europe, you would understand that a Ford F-150, for example, the most popular car in the United States of America, would not fit on the average European street. Year over year, Ford F-150 has gotten larger and larger and larger due to CAFE standards. To avoid pre-existing regulations, the Ford Motor Company has made the cars into ginormous trucks. And then we complain about why Europe won't buy our shit. And the same goes for food. Our health and safety standards are not up to par with the European Union. I was listening to NPR this morning where they were talking about how we're going to fix the poultry situation. the avian flu situation, we have to vaccinate the chicken. Okay? Guess what? Ain't nobody wants to buy vaccinated, gay, autistic chicken. Okay? Nobody wants to buy gay-ass chicken. They want straight chickens that are patriotic and unvaccinated. Okay, the second part of what I'm talking about, the gay and autistic stuff, is a joke, obviously. But like that literally is a thing that the American government is currently thinking about in order to combat, the further spread of avian flu, and it's going to remove the actual poultry that was shipped overseas because people are not going to want to buy it. Because you can actually hide illnesses if you sell vaccinated chicken, apparently. Anyway, we also have shittier food safety standards, shittier health standards. And this is a problem. We force our product on the European marketplace, even when the European marketplace says, hey, this is like not something that we want. All of it is born out of deregulation. If we held our regulatory agencies to the same standard as the European marketplace, we could create more competitive products. We could also heavily subsidize certain industries to become the dominant force in the same way that China does. The difference is, however, the Chinese manufacturers care about global safety standards. That's the only difference. That's it. America, on the other hand, is like, no, we're the big guy in the room. Fuck you. Buy my F-150s, even if you can't fucking drive it on your roads. How insane. What an insane prospect. We did this to Japan back in the day. Literally. We were like, I don't give a shit. Your cars are too good. And also, they're too cheap. They're too good. They're too safe. They're too cheap. Fuck you. And because of that, we still can't even get a fucking Toyota Hilux in this goddamn country until it's like 25 years in the future. And in that process, we literally, basically made it illegal for some of these vehicles to enter the American marketplace, and then also sold Japan a bunch of fucking F-150s they can't even use. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy? Doug D is a communist now. Oh, I've seen him talk. I've watched this video.
I'm astonished. They shouldn't have sent them to us. Now we know how good they are. Now we're like, crap, we got to catch up. If we let capitalism sort this out, China wins this game. All these automakers are pulling back on these EVs. If that's the way we want to go, then that's the way we want to go. But the Chinese EVs, I've driven them. They're way ahead. They're way ahead and they're way cheaper. And China's going to walk around and start selling these cars in the other markets and start gobbling up market share in all those places too. And pretty soon our auto industry is going to be Ford selling cars to Americans. When we eventually adopt it, when we have to, will China have already succeeded? Do you know what I'm saying?
And they will have charging stations and better technology.
Right.
And yes, 100%.
And that's the fear. That's the fear with walking this back. That's the fear with the government walking it back. And that's why we can't just necessarily just let capitalism sort it out when we have the conversation. Because capitalism may sort it out in a way that is not favorable for us. And our government this isn't pure capitalism. Our government has the ability to kind of put their finger on the scales of what actually succeeds.
This is not where I thought this conversation would go.
I'm surprised to hear myself saying this too, but I've been thinking about this more and more over the last few weeks. And when you hear about
Ford CEO a few months ago had
Dude, this is the classic Jim Farley equation. Like, Jim Farley was like, yeah, they're cooking. They're cooking us.
An interview where he said that he drove the Xiaomi SU7.
He's been driving it around.
And it was like, this is better than what we're building.
Yeah. That's interesting. I drive these
Living on the border, you sometimes see Mexican people crossing with Chinese EVs and Hiluxes like they're trying to flex. Oh, my God. America failing is good, though. Not necessarily, because it causes a lot of heartache to Americans. It's not like it's failing and taking out the billionaires and millionaires and then fixing inequality in the United States of America or significantly reducing our military presence around the globe. It's not doing any of the good things. America is basically collapsing, and while it's collapsing, it's going to take out the entire world with it. We are we're the spoiled kid on the block who goes, oh, I lost this board game. I'm flipping the fucking table. Empires don't die quietly.
We have about a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. Now, I love the countries of Europe. I guess I'm from there at some point a long time ago, right? But indirectly, pretty directly too, I guess. But I love the countries of Europe. I love all countries, frankly, all different. But European Union's it was formed in order to screw the United States. I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president.
What will happen if these countries or the EU retaliate?
They can't. I mean, they can try, but they can't.
China did. They
They're
imposed
fighting
tariffs
sir.
that went into effect. China's retaliatory
right.
tariffs
That's
on
right.
the 10th of February. Has there been any impact that you've been able to observe?
That's right. No, they can do it, and they can try, but the numbers can never equal what ours, because we could go off. We are the pot of gold. We're the one that everybody wants, and they can retaliate, but it cannot be a successful retaliation, because we just go cold turkey. We don't buy anymore, and if that happens, we win.
Are you talking to Eric Ritz about privatizing deportations?
Concessions would you like to see? What concessions would you like to see?
Oh, I don't want to tell it right now, but I can tell you that
I don't want to talk about that.
NATO you can forget about. I think that's probably the reason the whole thing started. And I think, JD, we can say that. Do you have a statement on that? You've been very much involved. I gave him the beauty.
Great. Maybe the hardest question, sir. I mean, look, as the president said, we're not going to do the negotiation in public with the American media. He's going to do it in private with the president of Russia, with the president of Ukraine, and with other leaders. And I think that's how this has to go. I think I just want to push back against some of the criticism I've seen of the administration on this, because every single time the president engages in diplomacy, you guys preemptively accuse him of conceding to Russia. He hasn't conceded anything to anyone. He's doing the job of a diplomat, and he is, of course, the diplomat in chief as the president of the United States.
I mean, as a long-standing advocate for demanding that the Biden administration come to the table with Russia and implement a ceasefire, conditional ceasefire agreement, I have to admit, Donald Trump is definitely going a little bit above and beyond in terms of concessions. Okay? Come on. Be for fucking real, dude. Donald Trump has all the power to control Israel, and I feel like he's in the beginning, when they were forcing for a ceasefire, he was more critical of Israel than he is with Russia. And we know his ass loves Israel. Like, in terms of the expectations, like him forcing Israel's hand into a conditional ceasefire agreement was unironically a little bit unexpected. And in this situation with Russia, the ways in which he is talking about the situation is certainly going way above and way beyond my expectations. It's a shocking level of glazing. Krasnov proof in the article, by the way, I can't tell if chatters are memeing when they say the Krasnov proof or whatever, or if they're being, I don't know what that's about.
Vetting process.
He'll go through a process. The process is being worked out right now, and we're going to be very careful.
Will there be restrictions on, for instance, can Chinese nationals get
No, we're not going to
Iranian
restrict.
nationals
We're
get-
probably not going to be restricting too much in terms of countries, but maybe in terms of individuals. We want to make sure we have people that love our country and are capable of loving the country.
Mr. President,
Top G popped off in the chat, but I missed it. Wait, I have to find what he said. Hold on. Let's see what Top G had to bring us. I mean, he is truly a poet. The USSR collapsed without firing a single one of its 5,000 nukes or sending a single one of its 30,000 tanks into another country. You will fall the same way, not with a bang, but with a whimper. We will make sure it doesn't hurt too bad, for we are kind. Elon is one of the few Americans allowed to maintain 100% control of business operating in China. Premier Li Qiang saw a potential asset. 6 years later, he is in the Oval Office while Sun picks his nose, and the U.S. government applauds him. My favorite chatter, I think, even though he hurts my feelings a lot whenever he says, like, I will suffer for the crimes such as going to a dojo that was pro Hirohito. I didn't know, you know what I mean? Like when he says, I'm too cowardly to ever visit the beautiful nation state of China. The U.S. isn't ranked as low as Trump claims it is. How could it be? You have Chinese students in that country. The roads have no traffic markings, but there are moving vehicles. This video makes me sick. The West has a fundamental belief that they have the most moral of all cultures, and they are the apex of human progress and development. They believe this is inherent to them alone. In their mind, in order for any nation to modernize, they must first westernize. First thing he says this on this beautiful day, he says, this stream is overrated. Classic fake socialist, posts on social media owned by a fascist, doesn't use Blue Sky or Xiaohongshu, traitorous Turk. And this is how you know this motherfucker's not really Chinese. Okay? He went a little too far. Okay? He went a little too far and said, why don't you post on Blue Sky? That's how you know this motherfucker's not Chinese. And he is just like us, white Chinese. Okay? White guys who are Chinese. It's called RCTA, race change to Asian. Okay? Some might say it's race change to another. I say race change to Asian. Okay? Specifically Chinese. That is what this community is about. And that's precisely what Top G is as well. We pushed out traitorous Turks like you from East Asia before, and we will continue to do so today. You are no different from your colleague NS Contact Freedom, contempt for the Chinese, hated by Erdogan, and no talent for basketball. That's disgusting that you compared me to NS Contact. You fucking piece of shit. I've never... This is what I mean, by the way, when I say he's hurtful, because he says lies. Like, I display contempt for the Chinese. I've never displayed contempt for the Chinese. I am white Chinese. Okay? I am Chinese. How dare you? Only CRT I care about is Chinese racial transition. Yep. Have we been to China? No, not yet. I'm actually holding back on going to China because I'm going to like it too much and want to stay there and become a white monkey. Live out my white monkey dreams. What could have been. Until you get cut off in line waiting for something. What will all of the USA people do that wrote all the anti-China stuff now that they don't have it? If I'm the Chinese Foreign Ministry, I'm immediately going, yeah, no, don't worry, King. I got you. I'll give you some money. Start glazing China. Your mother's maiden name is literally Uyghur. How can they claim you're not Chinese? True. Literally so true. So true. My mother's maiden name is literally Uyghur, okay? That's right. And guess what? I am not an East Turkestan separatist. Xi Jinping, I love you. I am basically white Chinese, low key. All right, news. Major changes coming. I like that right after me making jokes about being white Chinese, someone goes, are you actually joking, or are you this pro-China? Or are you actually pro-China? I don't know, man. Look at what the American government is doing. Let's take a look. Major changes coming to federal government led by Musk's Doge. Most significant move to dismiss federal workers now underway. This is a big one. Agencies must submit plans to significantly reduce staff size by March 13th. Social Security admin under instruction to cut staff in half. Labor Department eyes gutting the EEOC office by 90%. Mass lease cancellations of federal buildings underway. 100 plus IRS leases to be nixed per records. Helps make sense why Musk and Trump wanted unified front today with the cabinet secretaries. Great. What is this? Oh boy. Big story from Jessica Burbank. An apparent Luigi copycat is on the loose in Oregon. Shots fired into the home of insurance CEO. Uh-oh. Lake Oswego police provided drop site news with an image of the suspect who is still at large. Around 4 a.m. on Friday, February 21st, the home of CEO of an Oregon's workers' compensation insurance company was shot multiple times according to a police report with no injuries and the house sustaining minor damage. The Oregonian/Oregon Live reported an internal email. At around 4 a.m., I heard what I thought were rocks thrown at my house, but discovered they were gunshots, he reportedly wrote in the email. An investigation is underway, and we don't know if this was specifically targeted to me. Okay. We don't know if it's a potential Luigi copycat or not. We don't know anything. So, and chat, do not fucking Fed post, you dumbasses. I swear to God, under this new administration, I think a lot of y'all don't understand that your social media footprint will get you imprisoned. Like, there is a likelihood that your social media footprint could get you imprisoned. Okay? Anyway, I'll be in Mexico by then, broski. I'm not American, silly. All right. Let's get to, after this, after Trump talking about Zelensky, I'm going to talk about what the Democratic leadership is doing across the board.
Is loosening of sanctions on Russia a potential option as part of an overall deal?
We have sanctions on Russia. No, I want to see if we make a deal first, but I think we will.
But is it a bargaining chip? I'm asking.
I've had very good conversations with President Putin. I've had very good conversations with President Zelensky. And until 4 weeks ago, nobody had conversations with anybody. It wasn't even a consideration. Nobody thought you could make peace. I think you can.
But if
Mr.
Mr.
President,
Putin gets to
just
keep
to bring this...
the land that was claimed by force, if the Russians get to keep the territory that they claim by force, doesn't that send a dangerous message, let's say, to China about Taiwan?
You try and take it away, right? We're gonna do the best we can. Do the best we can to make the best deal we can for both sides, but for Ukraine, we're gonna try very hard to make a good deal so that they can get as much back as possible. We want to get as much back as possible.
Mr. President, just to bring this full...
We'll cut it out after maybe this question. Go ahead.
To bring this full circle back to a question.
You always like to finish on a good one.
Sir, they want you to negotiate with him instead of with President Putin.
Back to a question about these...
Peacekeepers. You have a lot of confidence in us because you assume there's going to be peace. You know, it's possible it doesn't work out. There is possibility.
I had a
question. I hope it does for the sake of humanity, because if you look at the pictures that I've looked at, you don't want to look at them. Go ahead.
I had a question back on these cuts to the federal workforce. You mentioned you're interested in doing another round of this.
That's a great cut. And then a great next video. Classic Channel 4.
Not a Russian missile attack, but a controlled explosion in a Ukrainian mine for graphite, a mineral used in lithium-ion batteries and nuclear reactors. Ukraine also has titanium used in the aerospace industry. But the draft deal doesn't surrender control over Ukraine's mineral resources to the US, as President Trump initially demanded. Rather, it's an attempt to ensure that both countries benefit. Today, President Zelensky was posing with a map of Ukraine's mineral.
Look how quickly Big Homie played ball, by the way. Am I crazy? I feel like last week he was talking about, Mr. President, you are living in world of lies. Mr. President Donald Trump, you are living in Vladimir Putin's lies. Next week, he's like, look at my mineral map. I love Mr. President. I love these minerals. Please help us extract, Mr. President. Trump is out here being like, dude, you're a fucking dictator. You suck. You're the reason why your country got invaded. You ain't shit. Your comedy's got horrible letterbox reviews. Okay? And when the fuck did Zelensky become French? I mean, he does. He sounds like that. What happened? I thought Ukrainian sovereignty, Ukrainian autonomy. I mean, what is he supposed to do? To be fair, he ain't got nothing. But just saying, Zelensky approval down 20%. Last week, Republicans were about evenly split on Zelensky, unfavorable to 38% favorable. Today, after Trump's attacks, Republicans dislike Zelensky 56% to 20%. Yeah. I think part of it is that Trump let slip yesterday when talking about Zelensky coming to D.C. on Friday that they were going to provide another $350 billion in support. Mentioned Zelensky could fight as long as he wants. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That would be... I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Oh, my God. Are they going to Are they going to lower the draft age? If they actually end up lowering the draft age for Ukraine, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. All right, let's...
Resources. For him, the key is that any deal should include U.S. security guarantees. It's not yet clear whether it does.
This deal could be a great success, or it could quietly pass. The big success depends on our conversation with President Trump.
Here in Washington, President Trump made an announcement at the start of his first cabinet meeting.
President Zelensky is going to be coming on Friday. That's now confirmed, and we're going to be signing an agreement, which will be a very big agreement.
But he didn't make a future commitment to Ukraine's security.
Well, I'm not going to make security guarantees beyond very much. We're going to have Europe do that because it's we're talking about Europe as their next door neighbor.
And he seemed unaware that while Ukraine has many critical minerals, it doesn't have much in the way of rare earths.
We very much need rare...
Did Zell Disney dupe Donald Trump into thinking that Ukraine has rare earth minerals, which Donald Trump mistranslated to raw earth minerals? Raw earth. We're going to fuck the earth raw. Hasan, share your porn. Share my porn. Are you all right?
Rare earth. They have great rare earth. It brings us great wealth. We get back the money that we've spent, and we hope that we're going to be able to settle this up.
In fact, the US extracts rare earths, elements essential for new green technologies such as wind turbines, from a mine at Mountain.
Yeah, bro thought we were on Kig. He's like, bro, porn reacts, please. Porn reacts when? Pago? Porn reacts, please.
Pass in California. The problem is that 90% of rare earths are processed in China, even when mined in the US. The bottleneck isn't finding more rare earth deposits. It's China's domination of processing, and the Ukraine deal isn't going to solve that. President Putin, today meeting the president of Guinea-Bissau, may be less happy. On Monday, coincidentally, he was telling his officials that Russia has far more rare earths than Ukraine, and America would be welcome to exploit them. In Kyiv, a few people were protesting against the deal. They fear that President Trump wants to loot their country's mineral resources. As Ukrainians say, the only free cheese is in the mousetrap.
Well, Lindsay, Keir Starmer is on his way to Washington now. How's all this going to play into his visit?
I think it's going to be quite complicated. President Macron of France was here earlier in the week. He and the Prime Minister have said they'd be willing to provide peacekeeping forces for Ukraine. But Foreign Minister Lavrov of Russia again today said there is absolutely no way that they would accept peacekeeping forces from any NATO country. That is out. And yet here we have President Trump saying, well, you know, the Americans aren't going to provide any security guarantees. That's up to Europe. And yet all of this is putting the cart before the horse. There is no peace deal. There are not even any negotiations yet. Tomorrow in Istanbul, there will be discussions between the Americans and the Russians, but just about re-establishing proper diplomatic relations. They say nothing about Ukraine at all. So all of this stuff about the
This was a deal from day one. They should have known this happens all the time with America. KKA. Then again, it's either be invaded by Russia or be an indentured slave of America. KKA. Pick your poison. I don't know if it would have been an invasion of Russia. I think it would have been an overtaking by Russia. And then Russia would still end up most likely taking advantage of your natural resources. The invasion by Russia only accelerated America's interest in Ukraine, basically using Ukraine as a way to fucking fight back against the Russian military forces, offload a bunch of older weapons, and also force Ukraine to privatize key sectors and then pick it apart for profit with foreign capital. Now we're also taking the minerals too. It was fucked no matter what. Like, Ukraine was screwed no matter what, since they didn't have nukes. Don't give up the nukes. What do I say to people who say they are the same people anyway? What do you mean they are the same people? Like, dude, all jokes aside, okay, it's I'm not going to say this is like anti-Slavic racism or whatever, but like, it's like when Israelis say, oh, well, what's the difference? They're all Arabs. Like, come on. Like, I think people have a right to sovereignty, you know? Like, it's kind of the whole reason why nation states were developed. That's crazy. This is just a joint U.S.-Russia invasion on different fronts. Yeah. People call him Krasnov, not just for his alignment with Russian interests, but because ex-KGB officials alleged he was cultivated as an asset in the 80s. No, I know. I love that one. Also, if Donald Trump is Krasnov, then was Biden also Krasnov? Was he also a Russian asset? Because apparently Biden was also quietly trying to cut the same mineral extraction deal with Ukraine while he was also in charge. This is why I say American foreign policy is uniparty. Do you believe the Russian asset claims? No, I don't believe the Russian asset claims. Anyway, HasanAbi, the double Krasnov theory. Oh my God. Misunderstanding my point that way is really fun. Yeah. Brandonovsky and Krasnov are both KGB assets. Is there anything you like about Trump and or his admin? Yes, I like that he's the real Manchurian candidate and that he actually is not a Russian asset, but a Chinese one. And he is literally undermining American hegemonic superpower status every day of the fucking week, dismantling KKA's U.S. aid soft power capabilities. Wait until he sells the vassal state of Australia to Chinese protectorate. That's right. Donald Trump is not a Russian asset. He is a Chinese asset. Okay? Yeah. Say bye-bye to AUKUS, buddy. He heard he's doing the same thing he did with Barack Obama. You know how like he wanted to undermine everything that Barack Obama had done? He heard Joe Brandon talk about the Finlandization of NATO, but the NATOization of Finland. AUKUS, Jack. One too many times and decided, you know what? I'm going to dismantle AUKUS piece by piece. Five Eyes? More like bye-byes. Agent Orange, dude. Don't lie, Hasan. He's our big, beautiful Russian Ollie baby. Yeah.
Mineral resources and about the peacekeeping forces. It's all way in the future. What Prime Minister Starmer is going to have to do is try and persuade President Trump that there has to be a serious negotiation that doesn't give Russia all that it wants.
Yeah, bro, he's dismantling AFRICOM. He closed up, didn't he? I think he closed a Greek base. Like he closed an American base in Greece. White House officials pushes to axe Canada from the Five Eyes. Oh my God, he literally, the mad lad. Five Eyes, bye-byes. Oh my God. We need to find a Chinese name for Donald Trump. JD Pondon, dude. The absolute mad lad. He said, nah, no more American global dominance. Okay. Yeah, it's Four Eyes now. Five Eyes, bye-byes. It's Four Eyes. Oh my God. I feel dumb as fuck. What even is this and what does it mean? Five Eyes is, as the title suggests, a intelligence group of 5 nations, Canada being one of them. America seemingly is interested in taking Canada out of the equation. A top White House official has proposed expelling Canada from the Five Eyes intelligence sharing network as Donald Trump increases pressure on the country. He talks about turning into the 51st state. Peter Navarro, one of U.S. President's closest advisors. You know what's really funny about Peter Navarro? He is like the OG China hawk. Like, is Peter Navarro the original Chinese asset? He wrote like 1 million books on how we have to fuck over China now, like many years before, when American capital owners were enjoying the bounty of outsourcing manufacturing to China. Peter Navarro was busy writing books about how devastating this is. This motherfucker's been on the anti-China tip far before it was even a consideration, like far before China developed and became a competitive superpower. Okay. And now he's the one who's saying, fuck Canada, take him out of Five Eyes. And Donald Trump loves Peter Navarro. Yes, China was the great sleeping dragon we had to go to economic war with. My dad ate that shit up. Yeah, it turns out he was saying all of that specifically to gain favor and make Americans think that he wasn't a Chinese asset. Trump has said he wants to annex Canada and has vowed the press ahead with 25% tariffs on imports in the country when a 1-month reprieve elapses on March 4th. I truly don't know. I mean, I do think that they're going to increase militancy against China. I think a lot of this stuff that they're doing is because they want to increase militancy against China, including the stuff that they're doing with Russia. Partially because like they do a lot of like aesthetic things. Okay. They do a lot of aesthetic shit that I think basically show their hand. Like they eliminated from the State Department website a statement that has existed in perpetuity that the United States would not defend Taiwan. I think they deleted that because, you know, they're basically gearing up for that. I suspect they increase pressure on the Philippines and use the Philippines to dismantle any sort of security partnership that China tries to create in the South China Sea in an effort to no longer have the, you know, boat ramming operations that happen all the time, or like the fucking water cannons that they spray the Filipino boats with. And then they also increasingly apply pressure through Taiwan. That's what I think. All jokes aside, I don't think that Donald Trump is dismantling America, like America's hegemonic superpower status. I think that this is, I think he's going to increase the pressure and go hard power only. Even though, ironically enough, in the interim, it seems like he's just isolating our allies. Yeah, many Chinese nationalists refer to Trump by a nickname, Chuan Shangao, meaning Trump the nation builder. It is supposed to be ironic. They mean he is making China stronger by undermining America. But also some admire the aspects of the president-elect. What the fuck are these replies, dude? To be honest, I don't think there was ever any question that they would defend Taiwan just for the chip manufacturing alone. Okay, let's say you are going to defend Taiwan because of the chip manufacturing. Why the fuck did Donald Trump float tariffing Taiwan in order to force them to move chip manufacturing to the United States of America? If I'm an administrator in Taiwan and I hear that, I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, no. Chinese unification now. Peaceful reunification tomorrow. Peaceful reunification yesterday. The fuck? America is the least reliable ally of all time, dude. Anyway, it just genuinely, a lot of this stuff genuinely doesn't make sense. Okay? My head hurts.
Lindsay Hilson in Washington. Well, joining me now is the Ukrainian MP and leader of the Holos Party, Kira Rudik. A week ago, Ukrainians were talking about how betrayed they felt by Donald Trump. Is that still how you feel?
Hello, Christian, and thank you so much for having me. Well, we feel actually very, very confused because President Trump is operating under the unconfirmed illusion that Putin wants peace. We did not see any fact that would support that in our last week or any time before. We are attacked every single night in our peaceful cities. The fighting at the front line continues. And for some reason, there are discussions about rare minerals, which is a very far-fetched shot, while Europe holds 300 billion of Russian assets that can be much easily taken and used if there is a need for it.
So what is President Zelensky up to going to Washington on Friday to sign a deal that, as you say, seems not worth the paper it's not written on?
Well, it seems that President Trump is trying to deliver on some of the promises that he made to the American people. And for that, he needs to have a deal that he can announce. But the way that we have seen this deal is just like a framework. It's not clear that is it a deal about the past or is it a deal about the future? And if there is any more details there, it will have to get into the Ukrainian parliament and be ratified by the parliament. So we will have to know all the details. So right now, it is very hard to see how the deal that's being signed is going to lead us into having the ceasefire or peace deal, because it's not linked at all.
So if Zelensky goes ahead and signs something, which you say he can't do because it needs to be ratified by the Ukrainian parliament, I mean, is he risking his own presidency by doing this?
No, he will sign the framework that he is allowed to. But if he would want to go into details, like, again, really deferring some of Ukraine's rare minerals, really changing the budgeting, really changing the taxes codexes in Ukraine and all kinds of bills, because we are not talking about like just one piece of paper. We are talking about like massive collaboration between the countries, the governments with the funds that will require pretty tectonic changes in Ukrainian legislation. So it's not as quick as going on the TV show and announcing it. It's a long-term legislative work that we'll have to do, and we will do if there is a need to. But again, right now, we do not have the details for it. We do not understand how it brings peace to our country. And most of all, we do not understand how is it that we have to give rare minerals to the United States, but Europe is responsible for our security.
Right. Well, what do you make of the other side of this conversation, in which Britain and France are talking about peacekeepers and Russia is saying, forget it. You know, there's no way they will accept that as part of any peace.
I believe that Russia is saying that. And I believe that as of right now, there is not a clear understanding that we have seen from any leader just yet of how to make Russia stop. Again, what we have heard that Russia wants to end the war is something that President Trump said that we were not able to confirm by any facts on the ground. So for us, things don't change. We have to fight at the front line. We have to try to save our lives during attacks, and we have to continue to operate as the country. And everything else right now has no influence on Putin's actions. And we appreciate what Keir Starmer and President Macron are doing. We really appreciate that. But it needs to be a complex solution that is just not there yet.
Who has given what to Ukraine, and what will they get And will they get their cash back? This right here, by the way, explains two different things. Okay. One, that Donald Trump is basically accelerating certain things that were already in motion in terms of like American foreign policy being uniparty and simply saying the quiet part out loud. And two, it proves once again that when Donald Trump says something, okay, people inevitably play catch up after he says it. At first, people resist it. Okay. At first, people turn around and they resist it. They're like, what the fuck do you mean? Zelensky comes out and is like, what do you mean? We're going to give you minerals. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. Why are you promoting Russia? And then lo and behold, a week later, Zelensky is signing the mineral deal. And now you got our European allies and their state broadcasters, their private broadcasters, basically talking about like what this process is going to look like. That's it. Like we just moved away from the ethics of the situation. We just moved away from the ethics of the situation to, okay, well, how will we make this happen?
You've probably heard all of this talk.
My question is, why do they give in like this every time? Because the inception of it was also with American involvement. Because what are you going to do about it? Might is right politics is what dominates the world. Okay? And America is still, at this stage, the #1 global superpower. So whether they play ball and make nice and make you feel like you came to this conclusion on your own in the way that Democratic administrations do, or whether, or even previous Republican administrations used to also at least apply a little bit of manufacturing consent, or you do it in the hardball style that Donald Trump engages with, it still doesn't change the outcome at all because America still holds all the cards.
Talk recently about the amount of aid that's been going to Ukraine, about whether the US is going to be able to get billions of dollars back for that aid. What's really going on? Well, I'm going to give you a little primer here. Quick guide to all of this stuff, starting with how much money has been given in terms of aid. There's various different categories of aid. So military aid, that's Europe, 62 billion euros. The US slightly further ahead, 64 billion euros of military aid from the US. But of course, that's not the only kind of thing and the only kind of support gone out to Ukraine. There's also other aid. There's humanitarian, there's financial aid. That brings up the European total to about 132, and it's higher than the US, okay? And if you include other things, so the aid that's been promised but hasn't yet been delivered, Europe looks even further ahead. And interestingly, if you look back through the kind of history of this conflict and just how much that aid has crept up, that's European aid, and how much it's crept up since 2022, that's Europe. It's gone up relatively steadily. Look at the US. That's gone up. It was steady for a while. Then it was flatlining, and then when it went up again, what was going on there? It was that when Congress was blocking the new support. So you really see it there kind of visually in terms of the aid that was handed over or wasn't handed over to Ukraine. But kind of back to this, the big picture here, okay? So this includes a lot of different countries. So if we want to get a better sense of comparing different countries and how much they've given, you really need to divide it by every single individual nation. And we can do that here, okay? So this is individual countries, not just Europe as a whole, individual countries. And it's clear the US is comfortably the single biggest donor in cash terms. There you've got the UK down there, and Germany are kind of among the biggest donors, but nowhere near where the US is. But that's the key point, cash terms. Okay, now do it as a percentage of the size of the economy, and it's a different picture. Okay, so same data, but as a percentage of GDP. And look, it's different. Okay, so the US and the UK are about 0.5% of their GDP, which is a better way of comparing it, really. Whereas it's countries like Estonia and Denmark, the Baltics, Finland, Sweden, places like that, which are giving much more of their national income to support Ukraine. And then places like Germany, even further down, because it's got a bigger GDP. So quite striking there. Worth saying, though, to get a bit of a historical context here, let's compare how much aid has been given this time around with previous conflicts. So this is specifically US aid to Ukraine this time around. That bar is there. It's 0.3 because it's just that's the annual figure rather than for the entire period. This is World War II. So World War II Lend-Lease, far more. US and Korea, far more. Vietnam, far more. Gulf War, far more. Ukraine is tiny in comparison to all of those things.
Yeah, because this is a proxy war. These are America instances of conquest. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, ultimately, when you compare it to instances where you literally deployed the military, yeah, it's going to be fucking way more expensive.
It's still, sizable in cash terms, but compared with those, really quite small. And it's not just the US. So take the Gulf War.
Yeah, no, World War II is not what I'm talking about. World War II is not, obviously. I didn't even bring up World War II because that's a fucking stupid ass comparison to make in comparison to US and Korea. Okay? Like, that's a totally different thing. Says an actual terrorist. I don't support America. I don't support Israel. It's so funny to be like, says the actual terrorist. Meanwhile, we're literally covering how America is currently fucking over an entire nation with 40 million people and just completely eviscerating their sovereignty and nakedly extracting the remainder of their natural resources. And you're like, pah! You fucking terrorist. Why am I a terrorist? Because I think Israel shouldn't do a genocide, which America also is, funding and facilitating. Like, how can you not respond to anything that you are seeing on screen? How are all these guys who turn around and say, Hasan doesn't have any analysis whatsoever, he just says America bad and moves on, when, in fact, I do actually explain why I say America bad in most circumstances, with notable exceptions. And this is one of the very glaringly obvious instances where America is, as a matter of fact, very bad. Okay? We are doing very bad things to Ukraine. We are doing very, very bad things to Ukraine. And you're still like, nah, you don't understand, dude. America good. Shut up.
And look at how much different countries paid for the Gulf War in terms of support, particularly for Kuwait. US, Germany, UK, Japan. That's Gulf War, those bars. Now compare it to Ukraine.
Look, this guy goes, yeah, you actually support terrorists. It's on video. Yes, dude. Anyone and everyone that engages in any sort of emancipatory act against America and their allies are terrorists. You cannot fight back against being dominated. You will be branded a terrorist. You got me. Okay? The IRA, Nelson Mandela, the Algerian Liberation Movement, all terrorists. I know. Everyone's a terrorist, except for the people who are terrorizing the largest percentages of the population. Okay? Anyway, yeah. The Viet Cong are terrorists.
I'll bring up those bars. So it was smaller, so less money going to support Ukraine this time around than went for the Gulf War from basically all of those major economies. Quite striking, really, isn't it? However, okay, every country can contribute more. Worth just saying, okay? So when
gotta love these downstream effects of your former podcast co-host constantly broadcasting you with a Photoshop Qassam headband and calling you a literal terrorist for the past 6 months to his baby-brained audience that can't put together a single thought without the help of a Slav video. I know. And the thoughts themselves are not particularly interesting, unique, or clever. Okay? Terrorist. You are terrorist. You are terrorist. You want terror. Okay? You like terror. You support terrorists. 100%. Same with the echo chamber chat. You are doing terror. Have you seen the quilts at the United Nations? Have you seen the children and the quilts that they've made? They are doing terror quilts. Stop with the terror. Terror babies. Terror babies. They are doing they are doing terrorism. Look at this baby. This baby that we destroyed with GBU-39 Boeing rockets actually was on his way to reading the copy of Mein Kampf. This baby, as you can see in this pile of blood, was reading this perfectly annotated copy of Mein Kampf that is somehow in English. That's right. It is okay to kill this baby.
When it comes to these bars, there's been so much debate recently, particularly from Donald Trump, a bit of a conversation with Emmanuel Macron about this, about how much of this European money was actually a loan, so it's going to come back. And that's what Donald Trump claimed. It's not entirely true. It's about kind of 1/3 true, because some of this money, particularly the financial aid, was structured as a loan. So some of that money theoretically will come back to Europe after a long period. It's a pretty lax loan, but still, it is a loan, whereas that's a grant. And that is why Donald Trump is saying, look, we take that money, we need to get something back. Okay, and he says he's done a deal, or at least he's in the process of doing a deal, certainly nothing's been signed yet, with the Ukrainian president, where he thinks it could be $500 billion back in return for all of that aid given. You're probably wondering at this stage, how on earth do you get $500 billion out of Ukraine? Well, the answer, he says, is rare earths. What are rare earths? They're a type of critical mineral, mostly used in electronics, in military equipment as well. And there are some rare earths deposits in Ukraine.
I like that the entire piece revolves around, actually, there might not be any rare earth minerals at all. Okay? Raw earth! It's funny because it's like the only mineral maps that exist, I guess, about, from what I understand, okay? I'm not the most knowledgeable about Ukrainian minerals, I will admit. I am not the talented crackhead Hunter Biden who knows all about the energy dominance of Ukraine. That's why he got 80 grand a month or $200,000 a month in pay from Burisma. But from what I understand, the only evidence that there is a lot of minerals in Ukraine also comes from like USSR maps, which could be true. I just don't know when this became like the major thing. They have a lot of stuff that China produces. Heroin made RFK good at school. Crack made Hunter good at energy. Yeah, he knows.
Right, and this is a kind of mineral map of the country. If we zoom into this area here, it's in actually the occupied territory, which is, I think, part of the point here. And the Ukrainians were suggesting this. Old Soviet deposit here supposedly has lots of rare earths. The issue, though, but the reason, of course, obviously, that Donald Trump wants to do this is when you look at total rare earth production around the world, and you need rare earths for like electric cars, for the magnets in those cars, for all of those wind turbines, it's magnets, it's military equipment. China is massively dominant when it comes to mining rare earths. It's massively dominant when it comes to refining rare earths, which is really the hardest thing to do when it comes to rare earths, because it's really expensive, it's really energy intensive. Totally dominant. So you can see, again, the geopolitical reasons why Donald Trump might want to think Ukraine might kill two birds with one stone here. However, look at the actual data, and it's not altogether obvious that there are many rare earths in Ukraine, even if you take account of that mine, which, like I say, it's been around for a long time. No one's entirely sure if you can get those rare earths out of it. It's still China way in the lead. Brazil, India, Russia, Vietnam, the US. Actually, Ukraine doesn't even show up in the most definitive measures of how much rare earths there are around the world. So some people have wondered, was he not really talking about critical minerals in general? Maybe he was talking not about rare earths, but about lithium, which technically speaking is a different part of the periodic table. Well, if that's the case, yes, there's a big lithium deposit in Ukraine, potentially the biggest in Europe. But here's the thing, Europe doesn't have that much lithium. And compare this with other deposits around the world. I've put it over here. And that, by the way, is a best case scenario. And Ukraine is still a minnow. It's smaller than Canada. It's smaller than the US when it comes to lithium, even bearing that in mind. And so perhaps it just might be, there are lots of minerals in Ukraine, but for the most part, it's the old-fashioned stuff. It's coal, it's iron ore. There's lots of iron ore around there. And it's also things like titanium. And so probably the most plausible explanation is that the president maybe thinks he can make some money out of those things, but I would still question.
So we're just like picking apart a carcass. This is fake news. Show the raw earths graph. What? Like, is there a lot? I don't know. Rare earths have usually been found on mountains. No mountains in Ukraine. Ukraine, very flat land. Flattest land. Only a body can stop a bullet. Oh, the chatter was joking about raw earth. Oh, raw earth, which is a new kind of earth that Trump is. I can't look at the situation in any way, shape, or form, but make the assessment that it's just a double fuck situation, an Eiffel Tower, if you will, where America is on the one hand, is on the one side, and Russia is on the other side, and they're basically ripping Ukraine raw of the seemingly minuscule amount of rare earth minerals or critical minerals it has to begin with. That's what it looks like. So I don't know. I just don't understand. I mean, beyond the fact that, like, obviously a ceasefire is an inevitability if the Ukrainian manpower is diminished, which I think is the real reason for why there will ever be a ceasefire. Because if Ukraine still had the standing forces and the capability of continuing to put up a fight against Russia, then yeah, America would keep shipping weapons because who gives a shit? You know what I mean? The bargain was always clear, which is for 0.5% of our GDP, or what is it like for? What is the Lindsey Graham take? Is like for a minuscule percentage of our military budget, we've been able to undermine a foreign adversary's military by 50%, which, disputable numbers, but whatever. For 5% of our military budget, we destroyed 50% of a foreign adversary's military without a single American soldier dying in the process. I'd say that's a pretty good deal.
Even bearing all of that in mind, it's going to be very difficult to get to that $500 billion total.
I'm not going to watch this content moderation, but I do want to watch how terrorism became a dirty word by Bad Empanada. Someone said Bad Empanada also had a really good video about Ukraine as well. The Ukraine war, the only correct opinion. That's what Bad Empanada looks like. Not as ugly as Ethan said. I mean, why would you ever trust Ethan with anything? Can we watch the content czar Bomba, please? No, because it is fucking 4 hours and 30 minutes long, dude. Are you crazy? Instead of watching the content czar Bomba, I would rather just simply make my own. I would rather make my own content nuke response at that point. Another overzealous banger. There was, where is it? Is it Bad Empanada? It's Bad Empanada live, right? That's the other channel that he has. Where is it? Where he did a playlist? The nuke playlist that he has. There was something in there that you guys wanted me to watch yesterday that I was going to watch. There's a big difference. You will E3 to watch BE. What does that mean? Yeah, he has 5-minute shorts. Let's look at this playlist. Ethan Klein spreads Saudi genocide propaganda content nuke destroyed. Oh, this was the one you guys wanted me to watch yesterday.
So I just want to make some shorter clips here, going over some of the most egregious parts of Ethan Klein's supposed content nuke. And I'm going to start out here with Ethan Klein doing Saudi Arabian propaganda. So Ethan Klein, in his video, he was really desperate to sort of paint the Houthis in the worst light.
Bad Empanada would also hate the stealing of labor that you reacting to the czar nuke content. Yeah, I think he's backed away from that position. I don't think he cares as much about me reacting to his videos.
Hello.
I think, ironically enough, when I did react to his videos, he saw an increase of support. And I think initially he was a big, anti-react guy. I think, you know what's really funny about this? Initially, the reason why Bad Empanada and I were not on good terms, regardless of the fact that I had actually enjoyed some of his older videos in the past and thought that he was, brilliant in terms of all the historical analysis that he puts into his long, oftentimes convoluted, history videos that he does. But what's interesting is the major fissure that we had was over ReactGate, because at the time when everyone was yelling at me about reacting to videos and whatnot, at the time when everybody was fucking yelling at me, he was like, yeah, you are stealing the labor of other YouTubers. It's really fucked up. And he was like, I don't want, I think it's disgusting that you're doing this. Not realizing that when a community such as this one does react to his videos, it probably does promote what he said on Do Not Worry Pod, that he doesn't mind you reacting to it because you don't do lazy reacts by letting the video run and not adding into it. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. I think he just didn't know. He just kind of got whipped away by the I think there's two reasons. One, he got whipped away by the frenzy. He got clickbaited a little bit and thought that I don't add anything to the fucking political videos I react to, especially, or even non-political videos in general. And also I think he truly thought that this community and myself reacting to videos such as this one are not actually a mutually beneficial, if not incredibly beneficial story or a situation for the content creator themselves. So those are the two reasons why he initially was like, I don't like it. But now I think he's changed his stance. He's a streamer who hates the streamer class, a true class traitor. Yeah. I thought it was because you went to the DNC. Oh, there was that too. I mean, look, we have our disagreements. We have our disagreements. He is, I believe, Greek after all. So of course, it is always going to be in the heart of a Greek to never give full credit to the Turk. Okay? It makes sense. He might even, is he a Greek Cypriot actually, like Drew Pavlov? It is natural for there to be some fissure. It is natural for there to be, yeah, he's a, oh, he's going to hate you now. Yeah, he's a Greek Australian who is a Greek Australian who now lives in Argentina. It is natural, considering what my people have done both to Australians and also the Greeks. Much worse to the Greeks. The Australian one is, you know, kind of nobody's fault except for the British Empire. But so there is epigenetic trauma there. Okay, bro, you're not Ottoman. How dare you say such lies? I will ban you. He is a supporter of the Janissary program. He has a video on his YouTube channel. Well, considering that he is my Janissary, it makes sense. It makes sense for him to be as my Maoist third world is Janissary, as my strongest soldier. Yikes, bro. Stop. I'm fucking joking, man. God damn. Shut the fuck up. Stop, Hasan. He's going to hate you. I'm not being serious. Is he a Nazi? No. He's going to make a content nuke on you now. I would not be surprised if he did. No. I will maintain the position that Bad Empanada, especially on his main channel, has phenomenal work in general. Like it is very good. He is very well read. He puts a lot of thought and effort into his content. And I think that I think that he might be, I can't speak for his other social media footprint, but he is a very impressive content creator in terms of the work that he puts into his long YouTube videos.
Like possible. And in doing so, he cited outright like Saudi propaganda they created to legitimize them massacring, maiming, and starving the people of Yemen in their decade plus.
He called you unintelligent in the content czar Bomba. Well, he can have his opinions.
Long US-backed assault on the country. So if you don't know, the Saudi Arabians intervened in Yemen.
A lot of the tweets people show are fake. He has a video about it. No, I'm not talking about the very obviously fake tweets, okay? Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking about the very obviously fake tweets, chat. I'm talking about the very obviously real ones, okay? He definitely goes a little too far when it, you know. Anyway, just
against the Houthi-led anti-government rebellion, which started during the Arab Spring, and they have just been like wantonly bombing.
Yet he still has defended you so much. No, one thing that you guys have to understand is if I said something that Bad Empanada truly disagreed with, or if I said something ahistoric, okay, if I said something that was incorrect, okay, in terms of historical analysis, he would fucking rip my asshole apart. The only difference is Bad Empanada does not defend me. He defends the truth. He understands that he understands what the history of Israel looks like. He sometimes even has more aggressive stances than I do, certainly in terms of my commentary around Israel and Palestine. But overall, he would be just as ruthless if I were engaging in some kind of bullshit, if I was saying some kind of fucking bullshit and that was just incorrect. Yeah, he doesn't care about the drama necessarily, but I think he understands that drama causes people to watch stuff, and he cares more so about the history.
In the country the whole time. They have been blockading it, starving it. They have been responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people minimum. And all this time, they have been supported by the US and to a lesser extent by Israel. And Ethan Klein, in all of his wisdom, in his desperation to try and make the Houthis look horrible, he ended up just uncritically citing propaganda as well as misciting 10-year-old articles to claim that they reintroduced slavery. So I want to show you that. There are two articles in particular that he cited that are just directly Saudi state propaganda. It's ironic as well that throughout the supposed content nuke, he claims that Hassan Piker was being paid to make it by like the Houthis, you know, the government of...
Wait, that's pretty funny. Okay, that's insane. I didn't know this. Ain't no fucking way. One of the poorest countries on the planet was funding me. Like USA, they got Houthi aid. Like what Houthi money, man? They got like one F-15, don't they? Or not even. They got like one fucking plane that they bust out for ceremonies. They got fiber, bro. You were poor. No, that's Hezbollah. Houthi does not have. The Houthis do not have fiber. No, not an F-15, an F-5. Sorry. Yeah, they got Yemen aid.
One of the poorest countries in the world are apparently paying like a millionaire in Los Angeles to do propaganda for them, which, you know, doesn't really square when you consider the reason to suspect Ethan Klein of being paid to do that for the Saudi government, given that the Saudis are well known for doing precisely that. You know, things like sports washing, paying celebrities to like go to their country and like talk about how great it is and stuff like that. Like The Rock does that, for example. Cristiano Ronaldo does that. I think even Lionel Messi does it. Plenty of celebrities who do that, who they pay to do that for them. And now we have Ethan Klein suddenly just citing like Saudi government made up propaganda to which they use to like justify them massacring the Yemeni people over the last 10 years. So let me show you what I mean. The first direct Saudi propaganda that he cites, and he might have even cited more. I want to make clear here, I suspect that he cited more. I did not check literally every single headline, because his whole thing is that he flashes a headline on the screen for like a half a second, just like rapid fire 20 in a row, just hoping that no one actually looks them up. So let me show you.
They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have
landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. That's an interesting claim, isn't it? So let's check that out. So the headline here is Yemen Army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas. Now, you can immediately tell that,
like, a lot of this stuff that that Human Rights Watch and many other NGOs talk about in fucking Yemen, and especially the like even stuff like slavery and all these other things that are happening in terms of like Yemeni domestic affairs. If you don't have an understanding of what it looks like to be, Hasan just got caught in 4K. Wait, what? You laughed at dead kids. There's no way Hasan is watching this lunatic, Lamafao. You laughed at dead kids. Yeah. I'm sorry, chatters. I can't keep responding to your hallucinations. Okay. In any case, what I was saying is, when we talk about like what happens in the countries, like Iran is a great example of this, because it's a nation state that has like developed outside of the sphere of Western influence after the Iranian Revolution. And a big part of this, like a big part of the fundamentalist approach that they have, is directly born out of American and Western intervention. You know what I mean? This is one of the major issues when you look at countries that have just been ravaged by war. Okay, when you look at countries that have been absolutely eviscerated, ravaged by war, and the ways in which their governments, are trying to rebuild, and oftentimes are rebuilt directly by some of the more fundamentalist elements, it happens as a direct consequence of their material realities. So we judge it as though, you know, the fucking country that has been under a man-made blockade with Western forces and Western weapons by Saudi Arabia and the UAE is, we judge them on the metrics of America, basically. Like, why won't the average Yemeni have the same exact attitude as like an American living in New York City? Why won't the average why won't the Yemeni government be able to fucking behave in the same way that like my local administrators behave? You know, compared to Hasan, dude is 34 and tries to speak and dress like a Zoomer. What is oh, okay, we got the stands in here. I think I don't think I try to dress like a Zoomer at all. I just dress the way I dress. But like, am I a terrorist who is an Islamist fundamentalist, or am I trying to dress like a Zoomer? Because stands basically hold these two things in the same to the same severity. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of betray like the major points that you're making. It's also funny whenever Ethan Klein fans say, I dress like a Zoomer, like I dress bad. Come on, dude. Like, how are you gonna throw rocks from glass houses like that? That's crazy. They came for your tabbies today? Yes. Ethan spent a good 30 minutes going over your outfit and how a socialist shouldn't dress nice, but then called your style whack. Yeah, it also kind of doesn't make sense. Let's continue.
There's something weird here, because it's like citing the Yemen army saying this, and the Yemen army is the Saudi-backed deeply unpopular Yemeni government that basically the entire country rebelled against. So that's already a bit weird, right? It also doesn't say anything about agricultural areas. So let's check out the actual article. So looking at the article itself, it doesn't actually say anything at all regarding agricultural areas and making the land useless. Ethan literally he made that up completely. It's not even here in this article, which to be clear is Saudi propaganda. So this article does nothing but cite the Yemeni government itself, who obviously are just going to say bad things about the Houthis, who are their opponents. And it's from April 2018, which is at the height of the Saudi genocide in Yemen. Basically, this is genocide-enabling propaganda, particularly when you look up what Arab News is. Let's look up this outlet. Who is Arab News? Arab News is an English-language newspaper published in Saudi Arabia, and it is owned by Turki bin Salman Al Saud, the brother of the ruling crown prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. The newspaper promotes the Saudi government. This is Ethan Klein's source.
I assume Ethan Klein is talking about me because his foot soldier stands are in here going, Empanada isn't reliable. Empanada isn't reliable. Please turn off this video right now. Stop platforming this guy. Stop. Hey, maybe you guys will actually fucking understand a normal, maybe even by pure accident, you might be able to learn a thing or two by watching a fucking YouTuber who unironically knows the fuck they're talking about as opposed to Ethan Klein. Okay? He's threatening to open your stream right now.
Saudi government propaganda outlet just printing anti-Houthi propaganda that based on nothing but the government of the people who the Houthis are fighting against said so. This is one of the greatest minds of our time, clearly. But don't worry, there's more to this, there's worse. Ethan Klein claims that the Houthis brought back slavery. Check this part out.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
The evidence of this is two articles, and one article rather, and one video. A video called
article from the Saudi royal family's own propaganda newspaper, and also article from an actual reliable outlet, Al Jazeera, except the Al Jazeera article is from 2014, which is even before the Ansar Allah movement overtook leadership in Yemen. So one side of the story is literally the genocidaires doing propaganda. The other side of the story is actually the previous leadership that escaped to Saudi Arabia. Also, what's funny about the process in terms of like, I will click on your stream right now and I'll show you the truth to your audience. What's funny about that is like, well, for once they'll actually see the full context, you know? For once they'll actually see the full context. Maybe recognize that seeing me in 2-second to 10-second clips is probably not going to help them arrive at the appropriate conclusion. And also simultaneously, the only way to make sure that there aren't things that are clipped out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream. I assume that he's already clicked away considering that I'm watching Bad Empanada.
Slavery in Yemen from Al Jazeera World, and an article called Exclusive, Houthis Restore Slavery in Yemen, which curiously doesn't actually include who it's from. So let's look first at the Al Jazeera World one. Interestingly enough, if you go to the page where this documentary is from, and you scroll down to the date, which was cut off by Ethan Klein, you see that it's from the 10th of September 2014, and you see that from the text here, despite government denials.
Bro, just watch the actual video and know other people's opinions or takes on it. Interesting. Well, considering that I already literally just said the things that Bad Empanada is saying in this video, perhaps perhaps I've already seen pieces of this video and already correctly addressed it. He's just saying you won't watch the nuke because he would cook you? That's interesting. Why won't he actually talk to me where he can't clip me out of fucking context? Is he too afraid? This is fact checking, by the way. This isn't like someone else's opinions on the nuke. We can talk right now if he wanted to.
Investigation uncovers evidence of slave labor in Yemen. Now, we might ask the question, who was the government of Yemen in 2014? Was it the Houthis?
I even said I would watch the nuke with him, side by side. I already know what clips he used in the nuke. Because, ironically enough, if Ethan Klein's fan base wanted to know a lot of the context behind the clips on the content puke they could simply go to a video on my YouTube page that came out months before the content puke actually came out. Ethan Klein versus Hassan Piker explained 4 months ago. I promise you, if you are in Ethan Klein's fan base and actually went in and watched Ethan Klein versus Hassan Piker explained, you'd be shocked at how much of the content puke was addressed already months prior. So if Ethan wanted to understand the context behind a lot of the clips that he'd used, if he was actually spending months and months and months on end doing research, he could have accidentally arrived at this video where he could have basically figured out what the actual background was. But I don't think he's interested. I don't think he's interested in the context behind the clips that he used. I think he just wanted to do Hasbara. That's it. It's much easier to shelter your audience from the truth. I'm the one who's saying, if you have some brilliant takes, we can have a conversation in person where you can't clip me out of context. I made this video before the content puke. It's out there for everyone. It's out there for everyone to see. And maybe if they watch this video, they'll come to the conclusion, they'll come to an interesting conclusion where they'll go, wait a minute, if there was all of this extra additional context to a lot of the clips that I saw on the content puke, why didn't Ethan do his research? Perhaps he doesn't care about the truth at all. Perhaps he doesn't know about the history of Israel at all. Why not? He's not watching anymore. He pulled up to the stream for a bit and heard the part where he said he's afraid to talk to you, and all he said is going to give me back my hat. So sad, Lamau. What hat? The irony, of course, is that there's also literally conversations that we had face to face that people can go back and watch. Ironically enough, he literally fucking clipped those conversations out of context as well. How do you clip chimp a convo that you were a part of a year later to completely change the actual points that I was making? He said you're a psycho for having this video pinned. He thinks you have it pinned all the time. No, one of the things I learned from the unethical React Gate that I participated in was better standards and practices. One of those better standards and practices was to pin the video that I'm reacting to.
No, it was the.
I don't understand. He wanted my attention for the longest time, and I gave him a crumb of it back. And now he's saying he doesn't want my attention. I'm confused. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It truly does not make any sense.
Saudi-backed government. This article is not about the Houthis. It's about the Saudi-backed government. If anything, this is pro-Houthi propaganda because these are the people who the Houthis fought against. But if you thought that was bad, just wait for this. Exclusive. Houthis restore slavery in Yemen. So this is an article by Arshak Al-Awsat. Exclusive. Houthis restore slavery in Yemen. Modern slavery is prevalent in Yemeni regions under the control of Iran-backed Houthi militias. Sources close to the group told us that civilians have been forced into slavery by the Houthis. The Houthis are working tirelessly to restore slavery in Yemen. Several local reports have confirmed this. Yemeni activists have revealed this. They told us. A civilian who works for a pro-Houthi leader told us that he has been a slave for years without pay. And then experts confirmed that the Houthis have been forcing civilians into slavery. Wow, those are some really great sources. It's someone told us, we swear we didn't make this up. Someone told us, we swear we didn't make this up. Someone told us, we swear we didn't make this up. Like 5 times over. That's interesting sourcing there. Even despite any sort of bias of the newspaper, that's obviously just a complete nothing burger. I can't believe I said that. I wonder why.
Someone is cleaning up his IG comments on his latest post like crazy. Oh yeah. Wait, I saw that. Wasn't that on his own subreddit, H3H3? People were complaining about, please just stop fucking talking about Hassan. Like, we get it, bro. We get it. Like, holy shit. Bro, just dial this grown, sad man up and end this if he doesn't want to answer. He's proven a loser. I'm not going to harass him. On the H3 podcast IG, I wonder if they deleted the comments now. No, I'm not going to harass him. I've already made my stance known. If he wants to talk to me about the content puke, we can talk about the content puke. He can have the clips ready to go.
this newspaper would just say stuff like that so brazenly based on nothing except trust us, bro. I wonder why. I'll tell you why. I don't actually wonder. I know why. Because this newspaper, Arshak al-Awsat, was founded with the approval of the Saudi.
Okay, I covered all this yesterday. I don't know why you guys wanted me to watch this video. Like, I literally covered all of this yesterday. I did this exact same investigation yesterday by basically going through these steps piece by piece. Arshak al-Awsat. I mean, I guess there's more people in here, probably more Ethan Klein fans in here as well. Maybe they'll actually see the truth as well. Even though then I'd have to basically explain to them like that the Saudi coalition forces with American weapons did a man-made blockade after the previous very unpopular Yemeni leadership escaped to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia and the UAE basically created a man-made famine in Yemen and killed a shit ton of people. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, if we were in here. The other one we wanted you to watch was about the Jewish expulsion from Arab countries. It's like number 8 or so. Yeah, that's the other thing that I also talked about extensively as well. The comparison between Plan Dalit and the Nakba to forcible Jewish expulsions from other Arab nations who are not Palestinian, by the way, is ridiculous. The fact that he had the audacity to say that 1 million Jews were forcibly expelled from surrounding Arab regions as though it was the same as the ethnic cleansing that the Palestinians experienced during the Nakba from 1947 all the way to 1949, okay, with untold amounts of planned violence. Like that is truly, he's playing videos of you explaining the context part and just stopped on it. Yeah, I don't think he wants to see the truth. I don't think he wants to understand the truth because once again, those are fucking random. Those are different Arab countries, okay? Even if they all militarily were trying to expel their Jewish populations, okay? And I'm not saying that there wasn't harassment and people escaping these countries, okay, due to pan-Arabic nationalism, but also beyond that, the actions of Israel against the Palestinian population that created unimaginable backlash, as Jews often suffer around the world when Israel does violent actions that they masquerade as doing so for Judaism, okay? But the notion that this is even remotely comparable to the military actions of Zionist brigades, early Zionist brigades, is insane, okay? There is no way to look at that. There is literally no way to look at that other than just pure Hasbara. That's why I pointed out that this is either pure stupidity and Ethan does not know the real history, okay? Like, if he's calling me anti-Semitic for saying that the Israeli government also participated in collaborating and in some instances applying pressure from European countries, or rather directly blowing up synagogues in Iraq, for example, then he's not calling me anti-Semitic. He's calling Avi Shlaim anti-Semitic, for example. Okay? Except for Hasan viewers, every action that Hamas does can be justified because of the apartheid. No, this is completely incorrect. Okay? It's completely incorrect. And the only reason why you're saying that is because you're trying to cope, but you unfortunately are not clever enough to come up with a better Hasbara talking point. You're attacking a straw man that you made up in your mind. My argument is never that everything that Hamas is infallible and everything that Hamas does is good. That has never been my argument at all. My argument is that the standard of violence is set by the colonial entity, okay? He is too afraid of addressing the truth. He is too afraid of educating his chat on the truth. I think it's an incredibly irresponsible thing to do as a massive content creator who has, you know, now a smaller audience, but still a relatively sizable progressive audience, okay? Ethan showed the context, but said it changes nothing about his point. If I can't call Klansmen inbred, what the fuck can I do? Where is the oh, here, Ethan
Hello,
Klein
everyone.
denies
Welcome
the
to another
Nakba.
debunking of Ethan Klein's supposed content nuke. So at one point in his supposed content nuke, Ethan Klein attempts to justify the Israeli settler colonial state and its expulsion of Palestinians by glossing over the Nakba, and that basically the Arab world just randomly, crazily became full anti-Semitic, not reacting to anything in particular at all, and expelled and forced out and pogromed all the Jews. And we're going to go over all of the examples that he uses here to justify this claim. So, firstly, let's watch him gloss over the Nakba here.
To think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a...
You're getting his arguments wrong. Watch the video. I mean, I watched bits and pieces of the video at this point. Like, the inbred argument is completely wrong. One must ask the question, how did Ethan Klein do so much research and get this so unimaginably wrong? One must also doubly ask this question to Ethan Klein himself directly. Why did he, after getting it wrong, refuse to learn the true context of the situation? I've tweeted about this. I've used this as an obvious example of Ethan clipping me out of context. Why did it take 4 attempts for Ethan to even see the rest of the context and then still continue saying, no, it doesn't matter. I think you're still anti-Semitic. And not only that, but also, why is it appropriate for Ethan to fucking clip me out of context all the goddamn time, but then you're like, you're taking him out of context. You're taking him out of context over and over again. Okay? If I am losing some of this context and nuance because I'm looking at clips, I think the best solution here would be to have a direct face-to-face conversation instead of him clicking on my stream and trying to find clippable moments from my stream. That's all I'm stating.
A country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from...
It's so funny. Does he think he's a refugee or Ethan Klein are a refugee? You guys aren't refugees. You make refugees. Palestinians are refugees because of you. Get it.
I think another gross part of this was him saying that me saying that rapes happening on October 7 does not change the dynamic for me one bit, and that this does not justify genocide. Him consistently using that over and over again in a malicious way, I think is completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. You can say, bro, watch the video all day. I said I would watch the video with him. Okay? I said I would watch the video with him.
It's straight, okay?
From Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding...
Guys, listen. You can come in here and say, oh, you're crashing out or whatever all day, every day. Okay? The reality of the matter is, I think most people, reasonable people, can understand who has been on an extended crash out for the past 6 months, perhaps even longer. I'm not the one trying to fucking dox Reddit mods. I'm not the one going after random Redditors and declaring war on random Reddits, random subreddits, okay? I'm not the one posting at fucking 3 a.m. Instagram stories every single fucking day. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know that he was doing half of this shit for the longest time because I deliberately avoided looking into it, okay? I'm not the one trying to send my audience after journalists that have written articles about me far before he even chose to do this weird Hasbara thing where he's like, I'm pro-Palestinian, but no one is defending Palestine in the way that I want to, you know? There's a clip of him saying how he fully understands what you meant by rapes not changing the dynamic months before the content nuke, but he's so disingenuous that he shifted his stance to support his narrative. I have not seen it, but that would not be surprising. He literally said he's considering getting journalists on Slate to do a retraction, calling them names live. That's so insane. I'm not the one who joined forces with the ADL to get people deplatformed and celebrated that over and over again. Okay? And I'm certainly not the one who's saying that they want to go to Israel and show how multifaceted and multicultural and how free of a society it is. You know? That's it. There's a reason why everyone that is not completely trapped in the fuck Hasan, trapped in the fuck Hasan brigades is looking at this from the outside going, I don't even fucking like Hasan. And I thought he was a real piece of shit, but Ethan has made me reconsider him in a totally different light. That's it. I think being pro-genocide kind of hurts your soul a little bit. What was the final straw that made you respond to this stuff? When I saw wait, what? Ethan Klein?
Get the injury special at McDonald's now. Let's break it down.
Ethan, wait. Slate did a podcast on Ethan Klein attacking FOMO After posting an Instagram story that claimed potential collaboration fell apart due to anti-Semitism, posts of problematic behavior and language the clients have exhibited on camera soon flooded the subreddit, calling out the podcaster for their past controversies. Since then, Ethan has used this platform to threaten multiple subreddits, seemingly gearing up to come after FOMO. I still don't know how to say the fucking subreddit. What's actually crazy about this is that Asmongold exists, yet he chooses to focus his small d energy towards you. Yes, because it's literally purely about personal vendetta. That's it. FOMO. The client's battle against FOMO begs the question, can you sue a subreddit for defamation? And should snark pages prepare public figures to fight back? Wait, was Hasan's poop sock actually linking this? Oh my God, and I banned him for the day? Shut the fuck up. I'm going to click on this link now. Hold on. I'm going to click on his link. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm issuing a retraction. I'm unbanning Hasan's poop sock. I'm issuing a fucking retraction and unbanning Hasan's poop sock. I apologize. Justice served. Justice delayed is justice denied. But yet, justice is still served on this day, okay? Wow. Vindicated. Hasan is a woman. I am freeing him. I thought he was doing a poop sock. His name is Hasan's poop sock. Give me a break. Okay? You know what? Hasan's poop sock, if you're still in here after you got a one-day ban, and I don't know if you are, but if you're still in here, you have one poop sock, like an actual poop sock that you can send me at any given moment. It doesn't matter. I could be interviewing Bernie Sanders, okay? And you can send me a fucking poop sock and I will click on it in front of Bernard Sanders, okay? You have a lifetime, one usage poop sock, okay? I think that is a appropriate IOU for the one-day ban that I very quickly resolved after finding the truth. After 2 hours, his one-day timeout turned into a 2-hour timeout, and I'm giving him reparations, okay? And I'm telling him he has a one-time poop sock opportunity. He's currently watching an out-of-context clip of you yesterday, explaining the context of a clip he watched out of context. I can't make shit up. It's ironic because I also called this ahead of time that he was going to do that. Bro, why is this subreddit claiming you're behind the Slate video, Lamau? I didn't even know it fucking existed. I literally banned a chatter for linking it, thinking that it wasn't a real thing. You were all here when the lifetime poop sock allowance was given. I wonder why there's a major difference in the Creator Clash 3 needs a headline fight. Here are the options. Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker, HasanAbi versus H3H2 Productions, Vape Nage versus Hank Pecker. Ethan's going to get mad at him. Ethan's going to get mad at iDubbbz for even saying this. I genuinely don't get it. Why is he so scared to talk to you? Because he knows I know more than him. That's why. What do you mean? This way he can shelter his audience from the fucking truth about all the lies he spread, not only about me, but also, more importantly, because I don't give a fuck if he lies about me. Who gives a shit, okay? I'm just one person. But I think what is abhorrent is to literally misinform your audience, either deliberately or because you simply have not fucking done enough research on Israel and the history of Israel. Ethan plays devil's advocate, agreeing with Hasan. Hila doesn't like it and puts words in Hasan's mouth. What is this?
Just for sexual violence and savage R words on October 7th. Doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said worse stuff than that. Because he's saying, even if the R words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is, even if it didn't happen, is fucked up.
Yeah, because I was debating a person who was saying, why do you not deny that sexual assaults have happened? That's interesting. Hasan's poop sock, not only did you get untimed out because you were correct, but you also got a lifetime poop sock opportunity. Stop pretending there's even an iota of chance it's not deliberate. His rhetoric is extremely careful and shut up out of the Ruth Wise playbook on how to do Hasbara. Yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, he knows what's up. Like he has to.
Yeah, I would not argue that.
I'm just trying to play out.
Oh, so they agree with me. Wait, do they both agree with me that like genocide is completely unjustifiable, even if sexual assaults happen on October 7th? Because I think that's a pretty normal position to have.
Devil's advocate here.
It's just a devil take, not devil advocate.
I don't even think this, but just to play devil's advocate for a second.
I mean, just imagine to the girls that did survive, somebody's saying,
That's a very
I don't care if it happened. You know,
well, so like, the ones that
the
I guess
last thing that I would want to hear.
the ones that jumped out to me as more offensive when he's just like, basically, he was like, "What rapes?" Like,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
just straight up saying like, "It
So
no."
like all of it combined, it's problematic.
Yeah, all of it combined, definitely.
That's not what I said. For the record, I think I was probably responding to a chatter when I was talking about the rapes that were committed by Israeli concentration camp guards at Sde Teiman when there was a pro-rape riot that took place in Israel that successfully took out the concentration guards from the grips of prosecution. And then the main rapist became a fucking television personality.
It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Mr. Specker declares before finally admitting that Palestinian resistance is not perfect, a euphemism for terrorism. Okay.
I get the I get the context of one of the clips, but all the out of context combined is bad. Also, for literally this entire process, like we're now going back and forth about like an out of, I think he is slipping up in this clip by giving you the benefit of the doubt, and Gila is correcting him to make sure they stay on message. Yeah. What's really fucked up about this process, by the way, is that one, I don't even know if they've like talked about the rape riots in Israel. I doubt it. Okay. But two, there literally is not even any fucking personal evidence so far, with one exception from the UN report. Israel literally denied independent investigators to actually investigate the sexual violence that happened on October 7. And also, Israeli newspapers literally revealed a couple months after the fact, or not even a couple months, like literally a month after the fact, that one of the organizations that was handling the bodies ruined the fucking forensic investigations that could have taken place. Okay? That is completely ridiculous. Why the fuck would I be, why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever assume that I would not want justice for victims, regardless of what nation of origin they're from, even if they're from an apartheid state that's conducting a genocide? Okay? It doesn't fucking matter. I want justice. I want the truth. The Israeli government has denied the opportunity for the truth time and time again. Take it up with them and not me. That is fucking insane. This tactic was so commonly applied in the immediate aftermath of October 7, where people in America, prominent Zionists in America, would get mad at college students for basically saying the exact same thing that Haaretz's editorial board was writing and reporting on. Like, they would say, this is the most anti-Semitic thing that has ever happened in the history of mankind, is what the attitude was for college students that were basically saying verbatim the exact same thing that the fucking Haaretz editorial board was saying. Yeah, here it is. Israel blocks UN probe into Hamas sexual crimes from October 7 to avoid inquiry into abuse of Palestinians. The UN Special Representative on Conflict-Related Sexual Violence asked to investigate Hamas's alleged crimes on October 7 and towards the hostages, but Israel refused their request to access Israeli detention facilities to examine the claims of IDF abuse. Israeli women's rights groups warned this could lead to Israel, instead of Hamas, being added to the UN sexual violence blacklist. No, he won't call Haaretz anti-Semitic. He's hitting a liberal Zionist position, which implies that every pro-Palestinian is actually doing it wrong. And they're not actually pro-Palestine in the right way. Okay? That's it. It's a very specific type of defending Israel for a very specific audience. That's how you try to capture the attention of progressives, because you can't just outright fucking pull a Michael Rappaport and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna, fuck every Palestinian, they should all die. If you say that, your audience is gonna be like, what the fuck are you saying? You're a monster. Okay? So you hit a very different line where you're like, I'm pro-Palestine, but
I want to talk about Ukraine, so I'm going to.
Oh, not this one. Hold on. This is what
Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews
wasn't his original argument that you yourself weren't anti-Semitic, but your audience was anti-Semitic and you were harboring anti-Semites? What happened to that? Yeah. What happened to that is he just fucking went balls to the wall and started being like, no, I'm pro-Palestine, but Hassan is really anti-Semitic, because who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Who gives a fuck? His audience is not going to double check it. His audience is not going to be like, wait a minute, this guy that you had a fucking podcast with, who literally has spent the past 10 years fighting anti-Semitism online to such a degree that you and him had the exact same neo-Nazi enemies who, you know, still hate me seemingly more than they hate Ethan, which is what's so crazy. Like, I think what ended up happening here is like I'm not saying he's pivoting to the right, okay? Because that's what a lot of people's suspicions were, that Ethan is like pivoting to the right. But I think he got back into good graces of a lot of fucking bottom-feeding drama slop tubers by attacking someone that they hate more than even Ethan Klein. You know? Again, goes into what I was saying with clip farming. Everyone desensitizes each other, so when you hear heinous shit, you don't feel bad for it. That's what it is.
Displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
So the Nakba for him was just a war, like this long-planned expulsion of Palestinians, which the Arab intervention was explicitly a reaction to. So how is it a nation of refugees when it declared its independence and its own like dominion over land that it had taken from Palestinians, when these people weren't even there yet, obviously? And then watch this.
1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries. Just to give you
Now let's go over his examples of this, okay? Let's go over his justifications for this, and let's see how much this lines up with his narrative of expulsion.
Idea. Here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000.
Okay, so Morocco at this time was not self-ruling. It was still a French colonial possession. What happened in Morocco is that the Jewish Agency, which was one of the leading organizations advocating for forming a colonial state in Palestine and trying to further such ends, struck an agreement with the French governor of Morocco to force Moroccan Jews to immigrate. So what this was Israelis working in tandem with the French colonial power to force the Jews out of Morocco. Morocco did not expel them. Israel sent ships there specifically to pick these people up. Israel was an active participant in this expulsion. And the reason why they did this is obviously because it's to Israel's advantage. If Jews are forced out of other places, they want it to happen.
Yep.
That's why they actively participated in doing it here. Because a Jew elsewhere is not useful to Israel, but a Jew who moves to Israel is. His next example.
Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50.
Algeria. What happened in Algeria?
One.
Well, Algeria was also a French colony. And when the French colonized Algeria, they murdered about 3 to 4 million.
By the way, literally said almost verbatim the exact same things that Bad Empanada's talking about right here yesterday when I heard Ethan for the first time on pieces of his content puke talk about how like 1 million Jews were ethnically deported from their ancestral homelands in surrounding Arab nations. You know?
Algerian Muslims who were the majority population. And in an effort to divide and conquer, they attempted to divide the Jewish population of Algeria from the Muslim population of Algeria when they colonized it by passing something called the Crémeau Decree, which afforded French citizenship to all Jews in Algeria. This turned Algerian Jews into French citizens, and soon after this, they integrated into the French settler society, which was oppressing the Algerian Muslims and Christians. Thus, the French Jews became French, both culturally and by citizenship. And unfortunately, most of them decided to collaborate with the colonial power. Effectively, they were French at this point. Then, once Algeria won its independence from France, the French settlers and the French Jews were given an ultimatum: either renounce their French citizenship or leave the country. This was not specifically aimed at Jews, it was for everyone. This was not specifically aimed at Jews, it was for all French. And almost all of the Jews chose to go to France. So this was not an expulsion. Nor did these people even go to Israel, they went to France. Again, French colonialism's fault, not the Algerians' fault.
Also, not the Palestinians' fault. Once again, like even if every single surrounding MENA country, all the way to the fucking Levant, decided independently to forcibly expel their Jewish populations, that still would not be the fault of the fucking Palestinians. Because guess what? Arabs are not a fucking monolith, okay? They're not one blob of inferior peoples. That's what's so frustrating about this. That's why it's such a fucking classic Hasbara line, okay? To just turn around and attribute the suspected crimes of all Arab nations, like different Arab nations with different cultures, different languages that they speak, to the fucking Palestinians that were ethnically displaced from their indigenous homelands. How insane is that? If you scratch the surface of that commentary, you immediately fucking recognize how unimaginably racist that is. So why is it that a supposedly progressive person who has the audacity to claim that they're pro-Palestine engaging in this kind of sentiment, engaging in this kind of monolithizing that you hear from fucking Trump supporters when they talk about all undocumented immigrants? Why? It's because that's how Zionism works. That's why even if you're a liberal Zionist, you still are lapping up a metric ton of fascist, ethno-religious supremacist propaganda. That's it. It's fucking racism through and through.
Same as in Morocco. His next example is Iraq. Iraq is actually a country that very desperately tried to keep its Jews. Iraq even passed laws which forbid Jews from leaving for Israel, as you can see listed here in this article. But what happened? Well, Iraq was the target of pervasive terrorist attack by Zionist/Israeli agents in order to create a narrative there of Iraq being untenable for the continued presence of Jews. After a number of terrorist attacks, and the Israeli government lobbying the Iraqi government to allow Jews to leave, they rescinded the law that prevented Jews from leaving for Israel, which then resulted in mass migration of Iraqi Jews. So as you can clearly see, this is...
By the way, this was also reported by Israeli academic Avi Shlaim, okay? He's British-Israeli of Iraqi descent. Avi Shlaim extensively wrote about this, okay? Once again, if you are a responsible, supposedly progressive, supposedly pro-Palestinian content creator in the way that Ethan Klein claims he is, he should have done at least a little bit of fucking reading on the matter instead of going to a person who has done the reading on this matter and falsely smearing him with accusations of anti-Semitism at a time when anti-Semitism is fucking exploding. That's what's so crazy about this. Like, you're attacking the wrong person, okay? And you're also fucking lying. You're lying about the history of the genocidal apartheid state that you're trying to desperately fucking defend.
This is nowhere near as black and white as just people being expelled to Israel. The Zionists wanted the Jews to leave. They wanted them to leave by any means necessary, to the point they started bombing synagogues in order to create this sort of fear among the Jews there so that they would want to leave. And then they exerted government pressure, and then they exerted diplomatic pressure on the Iraqi government to that end as well.
Iraq had 150,000 Jews, now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him, we love him.
So now he brings up Afghanistan. I think it's pretty clear that Ethan Klein doesn't actually know what the fuck is even going on here, because Afghanistan is not Arab. Afghanistan is in Central Asia.
Yeah.
So it's like Afghanistan is not Middle Eastern, it's not Arab, it's in Central Asia. They don't speak Arabic there.
That's also, ironically, Amera brain rot right there. That is like perfect Amerifat. That's like perfect Amerifat sentiment. You know what I mean? They're all fucking, what are they, like Muslim or Pashtun, but that's like a different kind, you know what I mean? They're all the same.
They're not Arab at all. Just because they're Muslim, he thinks they're Arab. Afghanistan did not expel anyone in reaction to the creation of Israel. Nothing like that happened. It was essentially neutral during the whole thing. No one there.
I just tuned in and he said, you didn't think the Holocaust, you think the Holocaust didn't happen? Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, good luck. I don't even believe that. I think this person is just fucking drama baiting. I don't think Ethan is that brain broken to lie about such a severe thing. Yeah, I think this person is baiting to try to like extend the back and forth. Nah, he literally just did. If you clip it, I will only believe you if you clip exactly what he said. There is 0% chance that Ethan fucking Klein is saying that I am a Holocaust denier. There is 0% chance.
They really cared about it. It was not a part of the coalition that responded to the Nakba by attacking Israel or anything like that. So this simply does not fit into your narrative here. It's outside of it. You citing it is incredibly stupid.
He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation.
He said that's like Holocaust denial. The process in which Jewish people voluntarily migrated to Israel, okay, or migrated to Israel in the ways that Bad Empanada also here correctly explained, including Mossad operations to create a sense of panic and uncertainty and instability in the Iraqi Jewish population. To compare that to the fucking Holocaust is literally Holocaust revisionism, okay? That is unironically akin to Holocaust denial, okay? That is shockingly anti-Semitic.
Is that after the 1948 war, when Israel
He keeps calling Israel.
Yeah, the Nakba, the 1948 war. That's another telltale sign that you're just also doing pro-Israeli propaganda. Like, you can't just call the Nakba as a pro-Palestine person, okay? As a pro-Palestine person, calling the Nakba, which was the ethnic displacement of 750,000 Palestinians from their indigenous land after untold amounts of violence and atrocities, including the ones in Deir Yassin, okay, very famously horrifying shit that the Zionist brigades did initially, okay? Calling that the 1948 war is straight up a fucking dog whistle, okay? It's also interesting because if it was a war, why the fuck did the Israeli Zionist brigades, after the Israeli state was developed, why the fuck did they not let the Palestinian civilians back to their villages? Why did they famously fucking shoot and kill Palestinians that tried to go back to their villages? Why can Ethan Klein, an American man born in, I think, California, if I'm not mistaken, go and visit Israel, but the people that were fucking displaced from their ancestral homelands cannot visit Israel and don't have that freedom? We have American congresspersons that are Palestinian that don't have the same freedom of fucking travel that Ethan Klein has in Israel, let alone the fucking West Bank. How do people not understand that this is a fucking completely unacceptable situation?
Lena's birthday. By the way, let's not forget that Hasan just straight up lied about Jews not being massively fucking expelled from Arab countries. Like, what? What? That's like Holocaust denial. I don't deny the Nakba. I fucking fully acknowledge the realness and the fucked upness and the terribleness of it, you know? And that.
Why'd you keep calling it 1948 war then in your content puke? He just goes back and forth on his position. Sometimes he calls it a genocide. Other times he calls it not a genocide. Sometimes he calls it an apartheid. Other times he doesn't know. Sometimes he understands what I mean when I say that sexual assaults happening, the likelihood of sexual assaults happening does not change the dynamic of doing a genocide upon the entire Palestinian population. Then months later, he forgets that he understood the context and then puts that in his video over and over again, saying, oh, he's a rape denier. He's a rape denier. You know, Me Too means Jews too. That kind of fucking Hasbara bullshit. Okay.
Just the trauma of that incident. But Hasan is basically like the Holocaust didn't happen. I mean, it's a million Jews being expelled from.
Please tell me someone in this, please tell me a singular person in the background, in the production side was like, hey, Ethan, I think you're engaging in Holocaust revisionism by comparing what you are claiming is the forcible expulsion of 1 million Jews from surrounding territories into Israel to the fucking literal Holocaust.
Expelling and genociding Palestinians to steal its country from them, just a war that they won.
Won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And
that had nothing to do with Israel. I very much just showed you that a lot of it had a whole lot to do with Israel, obviously. Obviously, if you genocide an entire Arab population and do so while screaming, we're doing this for Jews, we're doing this for Jews, we're doing this for Jews, some people are going to take you at their word. But still, that's not even what happened in the majority of these cases, as I just went over. His Algeria example was just completely misconstrued. The Jews of Algeria, in their majority, went to France, and it had nothing to do with anti-Semitism, everything to do with, them not wanting to let the French colonizers keep living in their country after they kicked them out. Morocco, again, carried out by the French colonial occupiers with the enthusiastic collaboration and lobbying and pushing of the Israelis. Iraq,
correct the record of what he said originally. He said 1 million Jews were expelled during the Nakba, and he specifically made that comparison that it was more than the Palestinians expelled during the Nakba. Exactly. That's the other side of this. He literally said a more devastating thing happened to Jews in the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, than the fucking Palestinians being forcibly displaced from their ancestral homes in a planned expulsion following massacres, deliberate massacres and planned ethnic expulsion of Palestinians. Okay? This was not Hamas. This was not Hezbollah. These were Palestinian villagers. Like in the case of Deir Yassin, the Palestinian village of Deir Yassin had actually a cooperation and friendship agreement with the surrounding Israeli villages. Not Israeli, surrounding Zionist or Jewish villages that had Zionist brigades working alongside the Jewish villages in the area. This was before Israel even existed. Okay?
Zionist terrorists helped that process quite a bit, didn't they? And the Israeli government literally lobbied them for it to happen. Afghanistan, nothing to do with any of this. So he erases the Nakba and slyly tries to justify the Israeli settler colonization of Palestine by just calling a complete ethnic cleansing of as many Palestinians as they could get their hands on in order to steal their land. Nothing more than a war which Israel rightfully won. And then he tries to justify this land being colonized by saying that, well, the people who came were refugees, all of them were just randomly expelled, when in literally all of the examples that he chose, in only one of them was anyone actually even remotely expelled as a result of that, which was Iraq. And that was only after massive Zionist pressure, both diplomatic and literal terrorist attacks being carried out in synagogues. Ethan Klein is basically attempting to justify settler colonialism by reframing the colonizers who came there and stole Palestinian land and homes as victims themselves, which, I don't know, in his logic seems to justify it, which not only wouldn't justify it in the first place, but which also just isn't true. So yeah, just another one of Ethan Klein's many ridiculous lies. Oh, and apart from all of that, I'd just like to note as well, this is something very important that most people don't know. But in 1975, there was a joint declaration from the governments of Morocco, Yemen, Libya, Sudan, Iraq, and Egypt that any Jew who had left post-Israeli independence...
the PLO demanded there be reparations for any Jewish person from any of these surrounding countries that was harmed. Okay? These countries would pay reparations to Jewish people that left these surrounding Arab nations. You know who didn't like that at all? Fucking Israel, obviously. And once again, it's not like this is the fault of the PLO or the Palestinians anyway. They were the victims in this situation. Okay?
Independence could return and have their property returned. So whatever...
Yeah, he needs to read one book. Just read 10 myths. Read one Elon Pape book, okay? Read 10 myths. That's all you need to do. It's probably the easiest one to just dissolve all this nonsensical, ahistorical, Hasbara pro-Israel propaganda. Listen to the fucking audiobook. Watch one Elon Pape video discussing the history of Israel.
Wrong happened to them here. The countries in question were willing to right this wrong. But Israel wouldn't even let them take them up on this offer if they wanted, because the whole reason why Ethan Klein and other Zionists mention this talking point is not honestly. It's because they just use it to weaponize against the Palestinian right of return, because the Palestinians actually want to return to their homes. The Israelis don't. The Israelis live great. They don't need some grandpa's home in Iraq or whatever. They stole a Palestinian's house and land a long time ago. They're living large at the expense of the Palestinians. So them even bringing this up is total bullshit because, one, it was not simple expulsions, as Ethan Klein likes to claim.
The other stuff that was really funny and really stupid and immediately dismissible was shit like claiming that I was denying the genocide that took place upon the Uyghur population in China. And it's literally clips that are directly from our conversations with one another where he's like, that's when I started realizing he was a radical, scary man. Okay? And then he fucking falsely claims that there is no article that I was talking about literally in that conversation. Of course that article fucking exists. He just didn't put it in the fucking video. So either he is stupid and didn't even fucking realize that this article doesn't exist, or he knew that the article existed and deliberately removed it from his video, omitted that key detail to make it seem like I was fucking lying to him. Every part of this video, and I cannot stress this enough, literally every single minutia in this video is false. I've never seen anything like this before. It's somehow worse than fucking Willie Slop Show. It's shocking how bad it is. Like, you can misunderstand my positions, okay? But how the fuck do you do it this bad? Also, you didn't even say death camps during that. You just put that word in your mouth. Yeah, no, I very specifically said it's not death camps. It's concentration camps. It's re-education camps. That's what I said, because that is the truth, okay? It was so bad, I think Willie Slop Show was fucking fact-checking Ethan. That's so funny.
And obviously all other Zionists like to claim. 2, the countries in question have offered. They have invited these people back, while Israel has never done that for their Palestinian victims, has it? And they invited them back literally 50 years ago. 50 years ago. In many of these cases, that was like only a few years after they left. Like 5-10 years after they left. The Palestinians have been exiled for 80 years by Israel. There's no comparison here. Israel has never made any such offer like this. In fact, Israel has never even acknowledged Palestinian ownership of a single stolen plot of land or a house or anything like that. So yeah, there's no equivalence here regardless of how much Ethan Klein and other dishonest Zionists like himself want them to be. Just another one of Ethan Klein's disgusting lies in his pathetic content puke.
What else does he have in here? Ethan Klein paid off by Zionist billionaire? I don't know about that. Watch 5? Ethan Klein's insane Islamophobic
Hello,
conspiracy
everyone. Welcome
theory.
back to another episode of Ethan Klein's Content Nuke being destroyed. In this one, I want to cover really quickly Ethan Klein spreading a far-right Islamophobic conspiracy.
Which Elon Pape book would you recommend first? 10 Myths. 10 Myths is it's the easiest to read.
Theory regarding a made-up holiday, which they call International Jihad Day or International Day of Jihad. No. And Ethan Klein saw someone else, an Israeli Zionist, say that this day existed, and he just took this guy at his word at face value and included that in his video in like this conspiracy theory regarding Twitch like anti-Semitically blocking Israelis because they're Jewish, which was his claim. So the context of this is that Ethan Klein claimed in this segment that Twitch blocked new signups from Israel on the 13th of October 2023, which is not true because they actually blocked signups from Israel and Palestine, and mentioning the Palestine part destroys his entire argument. So as you can very clearly see in this article right here, Israel and Palestine, something that he leaves out of his article to try and frame it as like an anti-Semitic ban of Jews. And the reason for this, according to Twitch, was that they temporarily disabled signups with email verifications because they were getting a lot of new accounts that were posting like combat footage and like Gaza atrocities and stuff, which they didn't know how to deal with. So they just temporarily assigned signups of new accounts from both Israel and Palestine, not just Israel. So his whole anti-Semitism narrative ruined there, obviously. Not that it would be bad for a website to boycott Israel. It would be good. Israel should be boycotted by everyone all over the world. But in this case, unfortunately, that wasn't the case. It was just a strategic moderation decision to try and control the amount of like obviously not allowed on the platform like material showing violence and stuff that was being uploaded from these two places. And Ethan Klein lied about that being an anti-Semitic ban on Israel. But aside from that, he literally claimed that this ban happened because, I shit you not, according to him.
Yeah, this part is also crazy because straight up, okay, all of the stuff that he did that I didn't even fucking address in terms of like coming after every pro-Palestinian person, linking alongside, linking up with linking up with like the ADL and also Sex Pestiny and his Brigadier General Dan Diddy G Saltman, okay, to say that like, to literally go along with his lies, by the way. Like Dan Saltman straight up fucking lied to every news outlet and the thousands of emails that he sent saying that Twitch had fucking banned every Israeli account or some shit. Then they realized that they fucking lied to every goddamn person and they tried to be like, oh, all right, well, you know, oopsie, I guess it's fine. 60-year-old fucking weirdo too. Daniel Blake Saltman, who got millions from Sean Diddy Combs to make, what was it, Tiny Chat or whatever? Right, he was like, delete this part of the VOD. Yeah, Dan Saltman was trying to get Tom Cotton to pull me in front of Congress. Tom Cotton, these guys are liberals, by the way. Remember, they're liberals. He tried to get Tom Cotton to call me in front of fucking Congress to investigate the anti-Semitism of my chat. That's what he was trying to do. Can you imagine how fucking insane you have to be to on the one hand, claim that you're a fucking liberal, and then on the other hand, using a fucking fascist like Tom Cotton to investigate a petty beef that not you, but your sex pest daddy had with another content creator. That's what's so shocking. The well of depravity, dude. It is psychotic. Wonderful people Ethan aligned with here. Wonderful people Ethan Klein aligned with. Such a fantastic time. What a fucking, this is what I was talking about when I said like there's a literal fucking genocide going on, and that's what Ethan Klein was spending all of his time on whenever he addressed Israel or Palestine. He can cry behind his Instagram stories all day, every day. I'm here, I can talk to him in person. Like, this is why it's so funny. Look, you think about leaving your echo chamber anytime soon. You wrote that while I was in the process of saying, I'm willing to talk to Ethan Klein in person. He's the one who's avoiding me. Like, how funny. I don't think you know how words work. You know what I mean? I don't think you understand the language that I'm speaking. I don't have a sub-only chat. I don't have a members-only chat. I don't fucking ban paid members for having disagreements with me to this degree. The disagreements do exist, and I have banned paid members in the past. Some of those instances, ironically and very famously, have been plastered all over the internet to declare me the top transphobe. Okay, if you guys remember, those paid members are still here. I don't fucking remove comments meticulously from every single one of my videos because they are showcasing my depravity for all to see. You won't talk to you on stream because you can't erase the last 30 seconds of your stream like he can with his. I did bring back Hassan's poop sock. I brought his ass back.
Twitch observes a holiday which according to him and this guy who is uncritically citing is called the International Global Day of Jihad or something. Just watch.
Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he...
Bro, you can't be serious. Ethan Klein fans cannot be serious. And they were like, you have to watch this video. My favorite content creator happens to be the dumbest person alive. My favorite content creator happens to be the biggest moron of all time. And you have to sit there and watch his 1 hour and 43-minute hit piece that flopped because it was filled to the fucking brim with idiocy. Is this going to be fucking poop sock? Twitch never banned Israel. Oh yeah, here. This is the famous incident. Here, let's take a look.
And either be suspended for a year or never be hired again. I just saw something.
Okay.
I understand what happened here.
The emails accused Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year. A claim the company debunked.
Yeah, go back. Do you see what she did?
Well, like
that would be an egregious. That's like journalistic malpractice. That's a fabricated quote.
I don't understand how this happens though. Like how does someone keep their job after doing this type of shit? Because like the thing is, I sent this to the editor and I said this was incorrect and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the?
Yeah.
Again, tens of thousands, almost 100,000 emails were sent. Okay, to every single fucking marketing company that was working with Twitch to every single brand that was buying ads on Twitch. Why do they do this? Because I don't have fucking individual sponsors that they could go after. So they were like, fuck it. We'll just take down Twitch. That weirdo right here openly said, I'm doing this because this fucking sex pest and serial harasser and doxer, okay, and his fucking rabid community of sycophants are not getting unbanned on Twitch while Hasan is still dominating the airwaves on Twitch. They openly admitted it. He said he didn't give a fuck about any of this shit. He has said anti-Semitic shit. They both have said unimaginably anti-Semitic shit. They were just simply trying to apply pressure to Twitch so that Twitch would ban me before the election. That's it. And in the process, they literally doxed random people that work at Twitch, okay, and aggressively pursued them. Just like this fan base goes after every fucking journalist that dares to write a positive article about me, not realizing that this kind of behavior is abnormal and under normal circumstances would probably be illegal. All they got in this process was for me to be shadow banned by Twitch. Okay? All they got in this process was for me to get shadow banned on Twitch. So on the day of the election, the only account that fucking popped up was Asmongold's account. And even then, I still had 314,000 people watching live on the day of the election. As in 300,000 plus people either were already subscribed or were already watching and were already following. So I showed up on their fucking list, their follower list, or they directly put in twitch.tv/HasanAbi to arrive at my page. So they fucking failed even in that regard. And Ethan Klein was pursuing this. And he was pursuing this with all of the fucking lies that these two morons were spreading.
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. You can go to the site and click the button. It's been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that.
That's false. I found you. I wasn't following you. No, I was literally not on the algorithm.
I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. I did. Listen, I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't, fuck it. I will sue them.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Forget it. Delete this part of the VOD.
Okay.
Your fucking dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
All right, well, never mind then. All right, we'll just trim that part out of the VOD. Well, there it is. Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all his...
They sent these out to every fucking advertiser. Twitch has every right, if they chose to do so, to sue the fuck out of these people. They actively brigaded using their Discord server, which the Bloomberg article that they're reading actually notes. Okay? They had to delete all of the Hasan posts from their subreddit for the time period because they were worried that their subreddit was going to get banned for also actively brigading and literally sending out botted fucking emails to every advertiser saying that I was the arch anti-Semite. They're already posting the socials of the Slate hosts on Reddit. Yeah, I don't think these guys understand. You cannot behave like a cyber terrorist like this, okay? Inevitably, you're going to piss off the wrong people. Why don't you sue? I'm a public person, okay? You guys are delusional. You don't understand how litigation in America, especially for slander and things like this, work. The standard is incredibly, unimaginably high for someone who is a public personality, okay? Especially in America, because you also have to prove malicious, you have to prove malice as well. Which, ironically enough, these guys are so stupid because they were doing it in fucking broad daylight that they actually do have a case for defamation. They do have a case for defamation because they have actually openly admitted to malice on camera like 1 million fucking times. What is this? You spooked Ethan live?
Let me just
out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
You as a non-lawyer probably don't know enough to say that. No, man. You have to prove intent. Like you have to prove that this person is willingly and knowingly misrepresenting the truth. And then also on top of that, you have to show damages. It's a very complicated process. And the standards are unimaginably high for a public person. Okay? I'm not interested in engaging in litigation anyway. Like, I'm not going to fucking sit here and show like a direct, try to compile exactly how I have been wronged and harmed. I don't give a fuck. Especially because I just explained to you that, especially because I literally explained to you. Yeah, I know. Ethan literally said, I want Hasan to lose everything. That's malice. He went on to describe, he wants you to lose, which is your career, money, and livelihood. Yeah. Also, I do think it's kind of loser shit. I mean, I haven't done it to fucking Sex Pestiny. Once again, two things I always say: judge me by my enemies, and history will vindicate me. Okay. I think a lot of these people end up fucking themselves over because all of that bad, toxic vibes, all of those awful fucking vibes inevitably end up crumbling the empire you've built for yourself. That's not what malice means in the law. It's an intentional wrongful act, not just I hate the guy. Hasan, why would someone want to hate someone this much? Is he mentally ill? I mean, I don't know what it is, but I do think that I genuinely have a way. I think I genuinely do have a way of making people fucking terrified, or I mean, making people completely unhinged. What is this? Ethan opens Hasan's stream, finds out he's fact checking, closes the stream. He actually talked to me where he can't clip me out of fucking context.
Bro, you are so pathetic.
Is he too afraid?
It's actually...
This is fact checking, by the way. This isn't like someone else's opinions on the nuke.
Whatever. So stupid.
Oh, so stupid. Let's just move away. Oh, so stupid. I don't fact check, please. Yeah. God forbid you show in real time any number of different lies that you told to your audience about Israel's history. Okay. Not even just like me out of context or anything like that, but just lies you've told about Israel, Israeli history in general. Oh no. They might accidentally fucking learn something. They might accidentally learn the truth. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen from doing this to fucking Steven Crowder to basically becoming the Steven Crowder.
Thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never...
Global Jihad Day! Twitch banned all Jews in the world on Global Jihad Day! It's everyone's favorite holiday, you know, Global Jihad Day. So, what actually happened? According to this article, what happened is Khaled Mashal, the former political bureau chairman of Hamas, called for what he called a day of jihad, which was not a day of calling for terrorism or something. He said a day of general mobilization in the Arab and Islamic world. And
I used to be a fan of both of you, and the longer it's been, the more I'm realizing that you're right and Ethan is just lying. I felt very gaslit at first. Yeah, so the problem here is there are still plenty of people in Ethan's camp that are literally progressive people, wonderful people. They're just completely duped by the very carefully crafted echo chamber that Ethan has cultivated in a way where he is basically presenting complete falsehoods, not only about myself, but more importantly about Israeli history. Okay? And I think the second part of that is significantly more important than just him being like, you're a fucking anti-Semite, blah, blah, blah. I've heard that a million times over. There are thousands of people out there who legitimately think I am the arch terrorist. Okay? There are thousands of people who, I mean, I've gotten fucking targeted by the ADL. They still target me. I've gotten targeted by Apex attack dog Richie Torres. Okay? That's not an issue. You're not that smart. HasanAbi, you're not that smart, to be honest. Who? Name one. I like that you said you're not that smart, to be honest, and then immediately went, who? Name one, while I was in the process of telling you one institution that has, you know, some institutional legitimacy, the Apartheid Defense League, ADL, and also Richie Torres, who is an American Democratic Party congressperson. So I don't know if I'm the stupid one, because I call myself stupid all the time, but I feel like you might be a little bit stupider than me. Okay? Oh, who could forget that random fucking psycho living in Long Island My brother's an H3 fan and he doesn't like you. I don't think his politics are bad. I just think he's annoying. And even he knows something is up. Every time he talks about you, he knows something is missing in this conversation. At least a small part of it is that me, his sister, wouldn't be watching you if what Ethan said was true. Yeah. Chat, please report one hawk using dirty words. This channel should be called Legion of F Words. Another 2013 account using a slur. This is, of course, a massive terms of service violation, which is weird because you're going to lose your fucking 2013 account by doing this. I unbanned you because I want you to explain yourself. Here, let me ban and unban again. Oh shit, hold on.
And among the free people of the world, a day to rally support, off-raid, and participate actively. It is a day to demonstrate our love for Palestine, Jerusalem, and Al-Aqsa. He also appealed for donations to assist Gaza, which was currently experiencing an Israeli military incursion. Now, this was spun by far-right Zionist genocidal conspiracy theorists into being like a yearly holiday in which Global Jihad Day is celebrated and which like everyone does terrorist attacks to celebrate it or something. And this conspiracy theory took the words of someone calling for protests, pro-Palestine protests, and they spun that into being like a global day.
Kaya was crying and clawing at the door because I think she needed to go out and poop.
Day of Jihad, a phrase that he did not use, and then this led to real life attacks and threats against Muslims, and then this led to this Zionist idiot who Ethan Klein just uncritically cites, claiming that there exists the Global Day of Jihad that Twitch apparently.
I can't believe he put Global Day of Jihad on there. That's crazy. Like that I didn't even know he did that.
Observes, like a yearly holiday that Twitch apparently observes. He just repeats that uncritically. Like he just straight up repeats a far-right, made-up Islamophobic conspiracy theory totally uncritically. So, yeah, folks, Ethan Klein, everyone, he legitimately put forth the notion that the Twitch corporation, owned by the Amazon corporation, celebrates a global holiday called the Global Day of Jihad, and that them banning IPs from Israel and Palestine on this day was like their way of celebrating and participating in the Global Day of Jihad. This guy legitimately believes that no one can respond to him. He legitimately believes that he's like the smartest guy in the world, and like his opponents just can't possibly deal with his incredible arguments.
Oh no, the F slur guy got his shit pushed.
And that's the sort of thing that he says.
Yeah, he got the wrong day of Global Jihad, dude. That's his problem. They didn't realize it was a blessing. It was you. It was that you were ignoring this clown. Ethan is fucking exhausting. I mean, the reason why I ignored it is not because he had anything fucking brilliant to say. The reason why I fucking ignored it is because I know how he operates. He's just gonna, if I reacted to it on stream, he was literally gonna clip shit out of context as he's done to the minimal amount of things that I've responded to already, where he will just cut it out of context and then be like, what's he even saying? What's he even saying? He's done that like 3 fucking times now. Why the fuck would I ever not directly talk to you if you're just going to keep cycling clips out of the sex pestiny fucking subreddit over and over and over again to make it seem like I'm just being crazy? You know? You seem most pissed the general public doesn't agree with him at all. Yeah, he literally reacted to a clip that was cut maliciously and went, I don't understand. What is he even saying? This doesn't make sense. Anyway, ultimately, I think his audience is fucking getting annoyed with this shit anyway. Like, that's why they're leaving in droves. So all you can do is resort to Instagram stories over and over again, ridiculous petty shit. I just don't think that, I wonder why he's so afraid. When the title changed from Justin Bieber to a Hasan thumbnail, yeah. His audience doesn't like this shit either. They probably think it's fucking annoying. Please watch his Anne Frank one, because that's the grossest one that he did. Okay, you guys are literally making me slowly but surely watch every piece of this fucking content puke by making me watch different bad empanada videos of him covering it.
And I'd just like to go over another ridiculous talking point from Ethan Klein's content puke. Haha, I'm very funny, aren't I? Oh.
What started the hate with you and him? I don't hate Ethan, even after all this shit. I don't. I mean this sincerely. I hope he gets help. I'm not joking when I say this. I want him to get better. Why doesn't he just leave you alone? Hurt ego paired up with hurt ego paired up with an inability to recognize that like his own community turned on him because of his positions on Israel, and also because I think drama is how he makes his money. I'm not the first fucking co-host that he is like literally pursued in this insane way for years and years. Ethan doesn't have any content if he doesn't have any fucking enemies, okay? And for the most part, I think it was like usually a lot of his villains in his universe were objectively bad people. You're also discrediting that his wife probably dislikes you more and is pushing him to do this. Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why people weren't like looking at this stuff in the same way. I don't think he's ever vilified a person that wasn't like a fucking Keemstar. You know what I mean? But it is kind of weird that this is not the first time this has happened. This is the second time this has happened where he's just like makes content out of just like people he's shitting on or people that he previously collaborated with. Thanks for warning us of a waste of an episode today will be. The show is not turning to shit despite these comments. Ethan has always stood up for what he believed on multiple accounts. Enough with the Hasan stuff, please. Completely unwatchable these days. Y'all, this shit is so boring. Please stop. I haven't watched in months because of this stuff. Jesus, man, move the fuck on. Like, live your life. Just do the podcast normally. Get better soon, Ethan. We are praying for you. As a former fan, I don't know. The podcast feels sad vibes lately. Man, I love the show. I haven't complained about the content since I watched, but I skipped out on so many episodes lately because it's all Hasan. I missed the fun goofs and gaffs of the crew. Yeah, when I said he should go back to doing fucking goofs and gaffs, when I said he should go back to doing goofs and gaffs, I wasn't actually talking to diminish him. I wasn't talking to shit on him. I was saying that because I legitimately think if he just stopped doing this shit and went back to goofs and gaffs, he would inevitably rebuild his audience, you know? And it's funny because like all the stuff that he did to Ryan Kavanaugh, he has basically become Ryan Kavanaugh. That's what's so wild about it. And what's extra wild is that his audience doesn't realize that he has literally become the Ryan Kavanaugh of this equation. And I didn't even do anything for him to get to this point. Who's Ryan Kavanaugh? He's like, also, what is this fucking photoshopping, dude? I know Cam would have never done some shit like this. That is crazy. Ryan Kavanaugh's some fucking super wealthy guy that Ethan hated. They were deleting messages that told him to stop live. Guys, I love you all. Watch every episode, but please, I'm begging no more Hasan content. I've been watching you since Vape Nation, but Ethan, please just ignore him. Y'all will never agree on anything. What's the point of dragging this fight for months? Go back to the goofs and gaffs, brother. This show's turning into shit, dog. Oh, brother, not this again. Enough with the Hasan stuff. We're so over it, bro. This shit is so embarrassing. At some point, production has to see that this is going to hurt their livelihoods down the line if Ethan keeps rehashing this shit. I think he's in a weird predicament where if he stops this, he's going to lose out on all the Keemstar and like Sex Pestiny fans that come in for the fuck Hasan content. Okay? If he does anything else, because he's like already hemorrhaged a lot of his base of support, he's gonna experience even more loss. But ironically, the remaining like foot soldier fan base that's like somewhat progressive and still believes that Ethan is actually doing this because it's valid, because like I'm the number one anti-Semite on the planet or something. Those people are slowly but surely going, okay, dude, like sure, we get it. Hasan is the most evil person on the planet, but Jesus Christ. And it's a predictable situation. If I were to unironically spend this much time on Ethan, if I were to spend this much time, as much time as Ethan has spent on me, if I were to fuck my life up and spend every waking moment watching, the million different fucking Ethan Klein videos that exist out there, rehashing all the shit that he's done throughout many, many years in the least charitable way possible. Yeah, initially, I think I would probably get a bunch of people who fucking despise him. There are a lot of them online. There are a lot of people who despise me online as well. They would come in to the audience. But if I were to repeat that over and over again for a fucking year, okay? If I were to repeat that over and over again for a fucking year, the adults in my community would probably be like, what the fuck? Dude, shut the fuck up about Ethan. Who gives a shit, dude? You're a goddamn political commentator. And for Ethan, it's like, he's supposed to be a comedian, no? Am I crazy? I thought that's what he was. Anyway, man, people would unironically leave after like the 8th time I did it. Because like, where did the fucking goofs and gaffs go? Are you an activist? If you're an activist, what's your activism? What? Attacking a fucking progressive content creator? when there's a sea of fascists out there hyper focusing every waking moment on this dude because he correctly pointed out that Israel's an apartheid state and currently doing a fucking genocide. What an insane thing to try to maintain your position as a progressive, or even more laughably as a as a pro-Palestinian content creator, and doing that this whole time. Goofs and gaffs. Chad is brigading Ethan posts now. I thought you were above that. What do you mean brigading Ethan posts? These are from 4 fucking hours ago, dumbass. Like, this person doesn't even follow me. None of these people follow me. This person might. Nope, doesn't follow me either. Ethan needs to let things go and just move on. Hasan, he wrote the double S, supported Ethan enough to co-host an entire show on Ethan's YouTube channel. Now they have a disagreement and Ethan is treating him like Keemstar. It just seems very disingenuous. Those are just his fans. Just like initially, I think Ethan pushed a lot of his fans into this community because they were like, what the fuck are you doing with this Israel shit? Like, the way that he was talking about Israel, was not meeting the standards that his progressive audience had. I've never watched Leftovers. I deadass thought Ethan did like celebrity content and stuff like that. Yeah, he did. He used to. And then he did politics for a little bit. And then he was like, I'm not going to do this. I'm not cut out for this. And then he thought, no, actually, I am cut out for this, but only from the perspective of saying Hasan sucks. That's his only politics, is just like actively spitting out whatever the fuck he gets from the Sex Pestiny subreddit.
In my defense, that is at least a bit better joke than any joke Ethan Klein has ever made. So in this video, Ethan Klein claims that the reason why Anne Frank is admired and like thought of and like mourned so much is because she didn't do violence in response to being genocided. Let's watch.
Withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank...
I'd just like to be clear, Anne Frank is wrong there. The Nazis who massacred her and her family were not good at heart.
continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her...
That's crazy, dude. What do you mean? You like, he was making fun of your hoof shoes? That was the most valid shit I've heard only? Okay. First of all, Margiela tabbies, that's wearable art, okay?
And her entire family's life, except for her dad. She refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy.
So I want to be very clear here that what Ethan Klein is implying there is that what is like important about Anne Frank's story is not that she was like this little...
We didn't leave on a bad note. I was actually a fan of Leftovers, and as someone who stopped watching Ethan's content after it ended, I didn't even think you guys had left on that bad of a note. No, we didn't. This shit popped off like a year later because I think he never gave up on basically talking about Israel every now and then whenever like shit was popping off. And his audience, every time he talked about it, would understandably push back and be like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? So I even defended him for the fucking next like couple of months where I was like, guys, I don't care about what Ethan is saying. People would bring up some insane shit that he was saying all the time. And I was like, I don't care. I don't give a fuck about what he has to say. There's, you know, more important things to cover. And also that like, I kept saying, and now I know, boy, was I wrong. I kept saying that Ethan is pro-Palestine. He's pro-Palestine. He's pro-Palestine. He's not your enemy. He's not your enemy. He's not your enemy. He's not your enemy. Okay? And I was fucking wrong. Okay? I'm willing to admit that. I didn't know how much his opinion had changed, or rather, maybe he always had this opinion and maybe I didn't understand it or didn't want to see it. Okay? Ironically enough, that's what Ethan says about my socialism, which was never fucking sheltered. Okay? And yeah, the 13-year-old Anne Frank should have taken up arms and gone and fought the entire Nazi army. Reasonable take. No, that's not the take here at all. Also, you changed the age. No, the take here is that saying that a Yemeni teenager that experienced genocide is very different than Anne Frank, because Anne Frank was a humanitarian, even though she was experiencing a genocide, is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? It's like saying the people that did the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising were in the wrong. Do you see what I mean? Like, can you imagine Ethan being like, the people that the people that are in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising were in the wrong for fighting against the Nazi occupation, fighting against their Nazi concentration camp guards. Like, that's insane.
Little child who tried to hide from a genocide and was eventually found and tragically massacred by genocidal Nazis for nothing more than her race. But it seems that Ethan Klein legitimately is implying here that if Anne Frank had actually fought back, if she had hated the people who were trying to massacre her and everyone who happened to share an ethnicity with her, that would have delegitimized her, that she would not be famous or anything, that would have delegitimized her, that she would not have merited being famous or anything, and that it's delegitimizing for people who are victims but who do hate their oppressors and who do want to fight back against them to do so. So basically the implication is that if Anne Frank had fought back, then she would have deserved it.
Do you not watch the original video because you don't know how to refute the misinfo presented in it? Do you, as a 7-month subscriber who's given me a total of $35, genuinely think that I am incapable of refuting the misinformation created by Ethan fucking Klein? You've been following me since 2020. How many times have I talked about Israeli history? How many times have I talked about Palestinian history? How many times have I actually pulled in academics to directly refute all of these fucking things that Ethan Klein is bringing up in his goddamn content puke? No, I think you can. That's why I want you to. Yeah, well, the reason why I didn't do it deliberately is because, do you not watch the original video? Because you can, what? Good Epstein video by Willie Mack. Ew, dude. It's not like while I'm watching Bad Empanada and giving him a shout out because I think he did great work on this. I'm not refuting in real time what the many different instances of misinformation Ethan has presented. You know, yeah, Willie Sloptube voluntarily posting a Willie Sloptube fucking video in the chat. Jesus Christ.
That resistance to racial genocide is bad, and the only virtuous thing to do in the face of it is to not fight back and just sort of hide or kind of lie down and just hope they don't come for you. I guess he really hated resistance groups who fought back against the Nazis who didn't lie down. That seems to be his mentality anyway. And that really sums it up, and I think it explains really well why he hates people who fight back against Israel in any way, whether it's protest, donations, blockades, or actual resistance, so much. That's his mentality. Summarized perfectly.
All right. I think that's good enough. I don't know. I don't know what else he's refuted in his video. And I also don't know what else Ethan has said in his video, with the exception of these clips that I have seen. But I will consistently repeat my position that I'm not watching it, but I will watch it with Ethan, alongside Ethan, if he would like me to do so. Okay. Watch the bombing. Why not just use your own brain to comment on the video? I did. And not only did I... Wait. He didn't defend Israel at every turn. He just wanted a shred of empathy from Hasan to understand why people in Israel will feel the way they do. I know why people in Israel feel the way that they do. I've also had Israelis on this broadcast numerous times. I'm about to have... I don't want to leak it, okay? So I'm not going to say anything. But I'm going to have someone on the broadcast very soon, also from Israel, and perhaps one person from Palestine as well. Now, having said that, that's great. Yeah, dude, the fuck? You know, I had people from Israel on this fucking broadcast in the month of October in 2023. So why the fuck is Ethan Klein on an extended crash out like this? Think, chatter, think. It's because it's too embarrassing for him to actively be like, oh my God, I fucking love Israel and all the death and destruction. So he just has to resort to being like, oh no, it's my feelings that are hurt in this process. And it's my feelings that no one is entertaining. And it's like, yeah, of course nobody gives a fuck about your feelings, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? If Ethan has a Palestinian on, does that make him pro-Palestine? Has Ethan had a Palestinian person on his broadcast? Because I would love to watch that, okay? And no, the Israeli citizens that I had on were not fucking pro-Israel. What are you, dense? They were anti-Zionist themselves. I'm not pro-Israel. I'm anti-Israel. Hello? Israel is a fucking apartheid state. I'm not saying I'm pro-Israel. I am, however, saying that obviously people who are... What about sex pestiny? You can't be fucking serious, dude. Yeah, Ethan's gonna have son of Hamas on. He has talked to both sides. Yeah, you all. I like that you already know he's done sex crimes, okay? And you're still using him as a talking point here. You're like, what about my favorite content creator who is a fucking sex pest? Like, you should be a little bit more embarrassed than to bring this up. Yeah. Anyway, in terms of the refutation, yes, there are plenty of people. There are plenty of people you can talk to make it seem as though you're approaching this. Why dodge it then? Dodge what? What are you talking about? What am I dodging? I'm the one who says I want to literally talk to. I am the one who is saying I want to talk to Ethan. He's the one who is running away because he cannot fucking take any pushback whatsoever because Ethan is a fucking coward. The only people that he can get highs off of is dunking on random TikTok kids that are super fucking dumb, okay, or just pearly things. And when he actually talks to a person who is knowledgeable on the issues that he wants to debate on, he looks like a fucking fool. Even when that person was his friend and tried to very gently explain to him what was up. That led to an extended crash out over the course of an entire fucking year. Just say he's pro-Palestine? No, I'm not going to say he's pro-Palestine. Okay? You in like 30 seconds went to a TikTok stream to brainwash them? Yes, dude. Yes. Dean and Parker and all of these fucking people are actually just dumbasses, right? They're so easily brainwashed. Come on, dog. You really think so? I'm not talking about people like Dean, dumbass. I'm talking about that one random fucking TikToker that he had on that he was shitting on. Or the Nexium sex cult guy. Or just pearly things. Okay? If you want me to watch the H3 nuke, I said I would do it alongside Ethan. By the way, HasanAbi, the one Palestinian he had on was that insane Sneeko fan you met at the encampments. Oh, that fucking freak. Ugh. Yeah. That he also literally said was a fan of mine when the dude himself didn't know who the fuck I was and realized I had clout. So he acted like he was a fan and then called me the F slur like literally a month ago. Yeah, real fan that guy was. Don't even bother talking with Ethan. He could never talk in good faith. It doesn't matter. There's a difference between me reacting to his video and then him like very carefully and very deliberately clipping stuff to make it seem like I am not refuting his positions or some shit. Okay? Which he has done 3 times now. And if you want to count today, 4 times as a matter of fact. He has shown that he is not operating in good faith. So I'm saying I will talk to him in person because there's no way that he can clip me out of context in real life. He can do it after the fact, which I'm certain he will do if he ever actually, nuts up and talks to me directly. Yeah. He just wants to make more money. I didn't hear that, but that sounds good. Yeah, you don't hear a lot of anything because you fucking watch clips, you dumb fuck. Yeah, of course you didn't hear that because you might not think you're that way, but you're fucking echo chambered. You came in here and dropped like 8 different talking points from the subreddit. He said maybe at this point I'll talk to him just to debate why he isn't watching the video. That'd be funny. Ethan said today he shouldn't have to defend his argument. That's why you have to watch it. What? That's an insane statement. It's got to be real sad because he can't even fucking, oh my God, what a nightmare, Sam Cedar me with sex pestiny because he was outed as a fucking sex criminal. Lo and behold, oh my God, the chatter in my chat is a frequent user of the r/Destiny subreddit and also the H3H3 production subreddit. And lo and behold, also the Asmongold subreddit. The 3 heads on Mount Rushmore, dude. The trifecta, the triple Monty. It's weird because it's like, for a lot of these people, they're on paper not aligned on politics at all. So how the fuck are they so aligned on one thing? And that is hating my ass, okay? Perhaps it has nothing to do with politics at all and everything to do with you advancing the cause of your own favorite parasocial daddy. What is this? Oh, this is from DGG. They're also in DGG watching right now as well, which makes it even funnier. I watch most of Asman's perspective. I would generally agree with it. It doesn't seem like Asman's audience does. I feel like rather than commenting on Pierce's version of the debate, Asman's react video of it is up. If D-Man could get good favor with Asman, could be a lot of good crossover there. Anyway, I reckon E would still bring Destiny on despite allegations. Honestly, don't ever rule that out. I think it's fine, even if he does that. That's just I think that's the one group of people that his fan base still understandably despises, despite his attempts to make it seem as though I've poisoned the well against Destiny. What? Please watch the 4th video on the playlist.
Hello, it's me, Minecraft Steve, and welcome to another episode of Ethan Klein's Content Nuke being dissected, quickly and succinctly, on specific points that he tried to make within it. So this time we're going to be going over Ethan Klein's incredibly compelling evidence that he was pro-Palestine, which he mentioned in the video. As you saw in the previous video, Ethan Klein was very much against a blockade against Israel and its allies in order to stop shipping that was associated with them and put pressure on them to force them to stop doing genocide. In the rest of his video, he also revealed that he is vehemently against pretty much every single resistance action against Israel. He very clearly believes that it's wrong for anyone to militarily fight back against Israel in any context, whether they are Palestinian or some other country standing up for Palestinians. But there was one thing that he seemed to endorse, and that was charity, because he brought up the fact that he had made a donation to a Palestinian charity as pretty much the only evidence that he had of him supposedly being pro-Palestine.
This is the last video I'm going to watch on this. Ironically, I clicked on this because I wanted to hear what his opinion on the war on Ukraine was. And then we sidestepped into this fucking massive black hole of
whereas everything
Ethan
else
content.
seems to point to the opposite. He was very proud of this, and he genuinely seemed to believe that mentioning this was evidence of him being pro-Palestinian. You know, a millionaire like him throwing $6,500 at something, which for him is nothing at all. We're supposed to just believe that's a huge deal that proves his goodness in spite of all of the Zionist propaganda that he's doing. And I think probably the best part about this is that he says it immediately after he frames like Zionist fears and painting of Palestinians as a like evil demographic threat in their own homeland. He does that, and then he immediately moves on to talking about how pro-Palestinian he is. It's absolutely crazy.
Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority?
Is it really crazy for us to keep out our genocided colonized victims? And then he moves so fluidly from this into just framing himself as a Palestinian ally because he made a donation.
A little bit. And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter,
our disagreement was just this. He's pro-Palestine, but he also understands why Israel has reasonable demographic concerns. Israel has reasonable fears of the scary Arabs that have wronged them consistently. Okay? Consistently. Please don't look into the history. Please. Please don't look into the fact that I personally said 1 million Jews were forcibly expelled from other Arab nations, not Palestinian. Other Arab nations, okay? Even though that part of the story is also not completely correct, and made it seem as though that was worse than the fucking Nakba. That is psychotic.
Donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Okay, he donated $6,500. So let's see what Ethan actually thinks about donations. Much bigger donations, in fact.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of fucking dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely fucking not. Has it helped people? Sure. Has it helped fucking the actual, like, movement? No. Like,
what the fuck? Wait, what an insane director of Creators Palestine said this a few weeks ago to Ethan Klein. You are misguided in every conceivable way. Get offline and seek help. You guys didn't do shit for Palestine. Me, on the other hand, I give $6,500. That's so funny, yeah. Where are all the chatters now who are like, why won't you say Ethan is pro-Palestinian? I don't know, because I don't want to fucking lie to my audience, dude. What the fuck?
Raise money. That's good. That's the easiest fucking thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. total fucking failures. And to address your point.
So $6,500 proves that he is a virtuous pro-Palestinian saint. $1.6 million, negligible, nothing, does nothing at all, totally useless to the movement.
Don't forget he tweeted once too, very important. Yeah, also, he tweeted a lot more before he had to fucking shut off his Twitter account because he was tweeting about how, gay Iranian sex workers who are pro-Palestinian would be fucking murdered by Hamas. They would throw you off of a roof. Hamas would throw you off of a roof. I'm pro-Palestine.
If you're asking, well, what is it that Ethan Klein thinks is actually useful to the movement?
Yeah. Monetary support for Palestinian aid groups that are working on the ground, not real pro-Palestinian activism. Okay? Protesting on college campuses to divest from the apartheid state of Israel, not real pro-Palestinian activism. What is real pro-Palestinian activism? Saying Joe Biden is actually a great president after he was directly responsible for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and then also using all of your time shitting on people who are pro-Palestinian and then actively trying to get them fucking deplatformed. This is how you do pro-Palestine.
Well, he's against everything else as well. He's against literally everything. He thinks actual meaningful action, such as blockading Israeli and allied ships in order to put actual material pressure on them.
Oh yeah,
is
I
wrong.
forgot. That's terrorism. Yeah, that's right. Doing a blockade on the Red Sea in order to cripple Israel economically as it continues doing its genocide is terrorism and completely unacceptable.
He thinks fighting back against Israel, whether you are Palestinian, Iranian, Lebanese, literally anyone, he thinks that's wrong as well. In fact, he even argued in this video that wanting to blockade Israel, to put pressure on Israel and its population, to force the government to stop doing genocide in Gaza, he argued that's the same as supporting the Holocaust. Look, I'm not kidding. I know it sounds unbelievable. I know it sounds like I'm making it up. But he literally goes from Hassan Piker, talking about how the intention of the blockade is to put pressure on Israel to cause discontent among the population, so they stop doing genocide, they leave Israel, or some stuff like that, because they can't get their frivolous little treats anymore, like their Amazon Prime deliveries. And Ethan Klein's reaction is to straight up say, oh, you want them to be in death camps, don't you? That's what you're saying.
It's like a hostile... They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel.
He says Jews. He's so excited to say the word Jews every time.
80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hassan? Back to Poland or back?
By the way, unironically, a thing that I've never said, a thing that I've never advocated for, and something that Bad Empanada probably disagrees with me on. That is the entire point of why I'm an advocate for the one-state solution. So he's just making shit up. And he knows that that's not my position, okay? He knows that that is not my position at all because I've had this conversation with him. I've directly had this conversation with him about why I believe a one-state solution, okay? Flexing.
You're saying Greece or some pressure like that because they can't get their frivolous little treats anymore, like their Amazon Prime deliveries. And Ethan Klein's reaction is to straight up say, oh, you want them to be in death camps, don't you? That's what you're saying.
It's like a hostile... They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel.
He says Jews.
Wait, first of all, that did happen. That literally did happen. That straight up happened. Yes, when you are adjusted to a life of privilege and those treats are taken away from you, that has an economic impact, okay? And when that has an economic impact born out of this blockade and the economic pressure created by this blockade, which is, by the way,
infinitely painless in comparison to a fucking literal genocide, okay? Remember that. Then yeah, you actually cause pressure on the country to change trajectory.
It's like he's so excited to say the word Jews every time.
Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I said. Shut up. That's so fucking stupid. Bro, oh my God. I forget how stupid the average American is. I feel like the dumbest motherfucker you know, is watching this and going, yeah, this guy is a bad guy. This is a song guy.
He flashed the picture of the fucking Auschwitz death camp. Like, so donations don't count. Donations aren't real activism. That's not effective. That doesn't help the movement. Also, you can't do a blockade against a country actively doing genocide because that might cause some of the people there to want to immigrate when they can't get their treats anymore, and that's tantamount to the Holocaust. Also, he's against literally any military action or resistance against Israel, no matter what, no matter who. He's just against all of it. Let's take a look at what Ethan and Hila Klein, his terrorist wife, think about protests for Palestine, like just normal protests, nothing else. Like,
don't forget that he says BDS is also anti-Semitic, so that's not appropriate activism either. Yeah, we should get our notes from Ethan Klein on what the appropriate way to protest Israel's apartheid and genocide should be. Can't do BDS, can't do college campus protests, can't actually implement a blockade, okay? What else? Can't even explain the context behind how militancy in the form of resistance exists, like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the like, because then that's, oh, God forbid, oh, you're scary, you're terrorist. Okay? Write it down quick. You can give $6,500 to a charity so that you can fucking say that you're pro-Palestine in perpetuity, but you can't raise more than $6,500 because if you raise $1.6 million and you're pro-Palestine, then at that point it's actually bad. Let me think. It doesn't seem like there's any option. Can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free as well, by the way. What's on my shirt? That's anti-Semitic. Remember how Ethan and I had this argument? I forgot. He actually said that. He said that that was, you have to understand why Israelis think this is a scary slogan. Yeah. I guess the only way to protest Israel is to just be silent and talk about how wonderful and multicultural Israel is. Is that? He also made sure to mention on the pod where he bragged about donating that he's scared about donating because the money could go to Hamas. I guess there's not really anything you can do. You just got to send thoughts and prayers to the Palestinians. But hey, what if the thoughts and prayers that you're sending to the Palestinians is going to the wrong Palestinian? Like, what if that Palestinian has had a mean thought about the fucking state that has eviscerated his parents at some point in his life, or definitely blew the school that he used to go to? What if that Palestinian child now has a mean opinion about Israel? Then you can't do that either. Nah, I don't think you can do thoughts and prayers either. I've decided that's also anti-Semitic. Other things that are anti-Semitic is when you have a long and extended crash out and consistently fucking attack a vocal pro-Palestinian advocate alongside virtually every other vocal pro-Palestinian advocate, and then artists that have worked with you previously or worked with your wife previously decide, hey, this is a bridge too far. Completely removed from me. I don't know how this happened. I'm not involved in this process at all. Even that's anti-Semitic. That's got to be anti-Semitic. If you don't work with my wife, you're anti-Semitic. How could this have happened? I'm so pro-Palestine. Why won't people understand I'm so pro-Palestine? Oh, also, you can't fucking say, obviously is this actually the original account? Enjoy your drugs and being a sex worker. Hamas would kill you on the spot. Was this his OG account, or am I getting baited? He said something along these lines, but I think this was the OG one. Oh, wait, I forgot. Hold on. Sorry. There's also some other stuff that's anti-Semitic. Being a fallen fan who is at odds with the way you present Israel. That if you go to a different subreddit and like post clips
of Ethan Klein in other subreddits, that's also anti-Semitic. You should get doxxed and probably fired from your job. Being mean to Ethan, anti-Semitism. Oh, there was another one. Remember when I personally sent Ethan a text message when he was like a couple months ago? And I was like, listen, it's obvious that you don't respect me, but I know you respect Sam Cedar. I think you should privately talk to Sam Cedar about this stuff. And he also outed that I sent him that text message and then fucking said that that was anti-Semitic. You know, because I said, hey, you can talk to someone who you respect, who also has like life experience that's comparable, okay? Because clearly you don't fucking trust anything I'm saying because I'm a dirty Muslim terror lover, which, oh, fuck, that's right. He compared me to Osama bin Laden playing that game that Sex Pestini's community had made. That's true. Is Sam Jewish? Yes. He said, telling me to talk to another Jew, that's anti-Semitic. That's what he said. What else? What else? Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that's anti-Semitic, man. It seems like virtually every position you have is anti-Semitic. Wait, everyone he's thinking about going to Gaza, thinking about it. Bro doesn't want to watch the nuke and address the elephant in the room, yet squeezes and milks every moment once Ethan brings up your name. Talk about the allegations, red flag, red flag, red flag. Come on. This one is too stupid as a foot soldier for you to ban them like this, okay? The thinking about going to Gaza thing is also kind of stupid because I was invited by literal fucking journalists that work in Gaza, okay? And I unfortunately most likely will not be able to go because the people that I did talk to said that they could not give me security assurances that Israel would not fucking kill me or anyone really, because Israel is not allowing Western journalists to enter the Gaza Strip, by the way. Think about that, okay? It's not even because like Hamas is scary and they're going to kill you or whatever. That's not the fear. That's not the problem there. The problem is Israel could fucking nuke you at any moment and America will apologize to Israel for it. But yeah, no, it's such a laughable thing, dude. It's such a laughable thing. Not just me, by the way, anyone at any given moment. It's also, oh yeah, that's another thing. Sabra hummus, saying Sabra hummus sucks. Anti-Semitic, the highest level of anti-Semitism. Okay? Yeah. Hasan, you are digging your own grave and aligning with people like Bad Amp. Everyone knows Ethan is not PW brother Botha. What does PW Botha mean? You are not an imprisoned Mandela. As longtime fan, I'm deeply concerned and disappointed by how you are handling the situation. You are cultivating an audience and moving in a direction that you will not come back from. It's okay to admit when you were wrong. Seek therapy, please. I like that things that Ethan's own fan base have told him, Ethan's fan base now is trying to tell me. Brother, Ethan is aligned with Sex Pestiny, who recently got a fucking Daily Mail article written about him. The fuck? As a longtime fan, by the way.
Literally not donating, not actually fighting back against Israeli genocide, not blockading Israeli ships so they can't get
the thinking about going to Gaza clip that they keep trying is mostly a soundbite from another YouTube critic who chastised E for going after someone who's literally thinking of going to Gaza. That's a soundbite they all love. It's not even from you. Oh, I don't know. I don't watch the fucking show. And neither do many of his old fans, actually. Yeah, Ethan Klein is currently aligned with Keemstar, Asmongold, virtually all the fucking Slobtubers. Some of them have already turned on Ethan because he's like very obviously lost his fucking mind. And who else? Sex Pestiny, the ADL. It's crazy.
Their Amazon Prime deliveries because, you know, that would be the Holocaust. So let's check what they think about something as simple as protesting.
But people who would like to criticize the army and Israel need to understand that it's a daily threat that something needs to happen about it. It's not like we have
Palestinians are a daily threat.
A choice.
Do you find it ironic when there's these when you talk about privilege? Let's talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents $200,000.
You got Myron defending you? No, the fuck he's not, dumbass. Get out of here. The notion that Myron is defending me is so funny because every time he literally, in between calling me the F slur or telling everyone that I'm bought by the Jews, he will literally reply to every single one of my fucking tweets to be like, oh, it's time to admit you're bought by the Jews, or it's time to admit that Jews are the problem. I wonder why I don't fucking voluntarily align myself with Myron in the way that fucking Ethan Klein has aligned himself with the likes of Keemstar, as a matter of fact. Perhaps it's because I despise him and I'm not a fucking anti-Semite. I'm at work. Don't bully me. Yeah. That's the other side. That's the other side of this fucking story, is that if Ethan was even remotely honest or decent about this, he would show the 7 million different instances where I have routinely talked about the charlatans that utilize, that actually fucking utilize what Israel is doing to the Palestinians to actually spread their nefarious anti-Semitic propaganda.
Or tuition on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
So privilege is not being an Israeli who lives at the expense, especially like Ethan, who chose to move to Israel, who lives at the expense of Palestinians every single day on their land, massacring them, oppressing them for your benefit. No. Privilege is protesting for those people.
I do. When I lived in Israel,
these are millionaires, by the
I
way.
used to criticize Israel a lot.
Yeah,
like,
me too,
as an
actually.
Israeli.
Yeah.
As an
The army.
Israeli. Only the people who benefit from the settler colonial project are allowed to criticize. I'm sorry for interjecting so much. It's
A lot
just
of
so
stuff.
bad.
But when we moved here and I started to go on Reddit and stuff like that, and just being more aware of like the online criticism and there's
It's not just online, but it's
not just
general.
online.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just became more aware of like the criticism here of Israel and in general around the world. And it's really, I personally think it's so ironic. It's just like, I don't know, it's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing, like you don't even know what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah, totally. And I mean, it's easy to reduce. It's funny because, like you said, when you're in Israel, you're super critical of the government. You're like, dude,
no, you fucking aren't.
You're expanding the West Bank. That's bullshit. You know, the government is turning off water in Gaza, doing weird shit to control, make land grabs and stuff.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff is like, yo, what are you guys doing?
Mm-hmm.
But when you come to Israel and then what you hear is people criticize.
They genuinely think the only people who should be allowed to say anything negative about their settler colonial project made for their racial benefit, Ethan even chose to move there. Again, I have to emphasize that he chose to move there and receive racial benefits just for an accident of his birth at the expense of Palestinians. They genuinely think the only people who should be allowed to criticize that are themselves.
Criticizing national security and calling Israel like apartheid, and that they shouldn't have fences, or that Israel should be.
You mean when you come here and you're here?
Fences to keep your victims out. Fences to keep the people you stole your land from out. So they are against donations. 1.6 million is nothing, but $6,500, that's a lot when you need to leverage it to pretend that you're pro-Palestine for the purposes of making a Zionist propaganda video. Protests? That's the definition of privilege, buddy. Protesting for Palestine. Posting on the internet, criticizing Israel, that's also out. That's also, the definition of privilege, the definition of irony as well. Blockades, that's definitely out. Blockading Israel, boycotting it, sanctioning it, anything like that. That's tantamount to Auschwitz. It's like wanting to put Jews into concentration camps all over again. It's the Holocaust. And you better believe actually fighting back against Israel is even worse. The fighting back against Israel is like 10 Holocausts, basically. Ethan Klein has not seen a single pro-Palestinian act that he supports, but it's especially ironic that the only thing that he has to point to him apparently being pro-Palestinian is a little token donation that he made once being a millionaire, an amount of money that's nothing for him, and then he comes out and belittles others who donated 246 times more than him. So yeah, what else is there to say? Hello.
Yeah. If any of his viewers are still here, maybe cap it off with the Boston Marathon video. That might be too depressing. No, I'm not going to fucking use that video. That is disgusting. No, the only way you can criticize Israel is by talking about Benjamin Netanyahu being bad. I forgot. That is appropriate. But like not so much. You know what I mean? Full context for his tweets that turned off his fandom back in the day. Enjoy your drugs and being a sex worker. Hamas would kill you on the spot. You are a ghoul. Fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are, still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand jerking out to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What's wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong? Genuinely? Ethan didn't know why they even called him BB. He literally didn't even know his name until recently. Shut up. Oh, also, while we're having this conversation, here's the real fucking impact that this shit is having. I tweeted about another version of this that took place earlier today with Governor Kathy Hochul. But an important exchange of faculty facilitators who presented Dean Greenwich's counterproposal. Students pushed back, especially on the point about ID checks and fear-mongering around outside agitators. They also demanded transparency around whether or not the dean is collaborating with the pigs. They haven't used outside agitator narrative to call the police onto campus before. The students at Barnard are, I think, participating in a sit-in right now because they're fucking expelling students. It's not even shocking that it's happening, but it is completely psychotic. Hochul, sorry, not Hochul. This is the other thing that I wanted to show you. Yeah. The mayor of New York City is currently collaborating with the Trump admin in a quid pro quo scheme, allowing ICE to operate in New York City because Trump's DOJ dropped his previous quid pro quo scheme charges. Meanwhile, this is what the liberal governor is busy with, eliminating education. Governor Hochul orders CUNY, City University of New York, to remove Hunter College Palestinian Studies job posting, calls for probe into anti-Semitic theories. You can't learn about genocide any longer because if you learn about genocide, if you learn about like Palestinians, okay, then you might actually become anti-Semitic, which is, of course, not actually anti-Semitic, but anti-Israel, which is way worse than being anti-Semitic. Yeah. Incredible stuff. More than 50 Columbia students have occupied the administration building at Barnard, vowing to stay until the administration meets them publicly. They're fighting for the reversal of the recent expulsion of 2 Barnard students, all charged to be dropped against students disciplined for pro-Palestine actions or speech. A public meeting with Dean Leslie Greenwich and President Laura Rosenberry. The abolition of Barnard's current corrupt disciplinary process and full transparency in all past, present, and future disciplinary proceedings. Brave students, man. Basically this. What? Not to be anti-Semitic, but I'm Palestinian. Yeah. It's truly, truly depraved. Truly fucking depraved. Like, is it okay to stay if I'm Arab? Don't want to be bigoted? Nah, you know this is the number one. This is the... How is anti-Israel worse? I'm being sarcastic, my friend. I'm not even being sarcastic. Like, this is literally what a lot of Zionists believe. They believe that being anti-Israel is far more dangerous than being actually anti-Semitic. That's why so many fucking people... Bad Empanada's recent IG video saying he controls you. He's trolling so hard right now. He does. You know what he's doing? He's coping, okay? He's coping for the ancestral carnage that took place. Of course a Greek would say that. Typical. He is my janissary, and he knows it. Is all of this making it hard to get Bill Burr on the broadcast? Are you kidding me? I think Bill Burr is definitely pro-Palestine. Yes, I know that Gavin Newsom is doing a podcast, and yes, I will go on his podcast. Yeah. Conserve for Hassan. Guys, I'm genuinely worried for Hassan. I'm not a free speech platform. Hassan prefers discussions to be had, but scrolling through his sub made me realize how badly he's been crashing out recently. It looks like he's maniacally obsessing over Ethan, which is so concerning because isn't Hassan like 40 something with a dog care and a genocide to cover? Hasn't Hassan been under so much stress that the past few months he's even resorted to covering his hairline? What? I've already heard rumors that his hair loss might be due to drug abuse, specifically Adderall and Viagra. Viagra. Between his hair loss, obsession with Ethan, and speaking with such grandiloquence, I think Hassan needs to stay away from the online sphere. It's obvious no one cares about him other than racist suburb kids, and he's evidently struggling. So sad. I used to be a fan of his. #fallen fan. It's satire. Don't diagnose mental health issues unless you're qualified legally. This is what I mean. Like, this person is unironically a liberal, okay? Like, this person unironically is a fucking liberal. Look, and that person is 100% just duped by Ethan's insanity. And also, here's my hairline. Hairline check. Yeah. Viagra. They're memeing about a similar post from a snark stub. I'm not this invested in this shit. I don't... Anyway, we're fucking done with the extended crash out for the day. Holy fuck. Turkey did wonders on that hairline. I didn't even talk about this. I think Nick Merckx. Dr. fucking Kid Inspect apparently had a long and extended crash out as well, ranting on stream saying all of his peers that abandoned him for admitting that he was trying to fuck a minor were actually the fake and phony ones. Anyway, keep those bangs down. You're making LeBald look good. I think you're crazy. It's time to come. I'm gonna come. Here it is. Me lordship, it's time for a good shellacking. Are you ready, my lord?
Aye, coming right up.
All right then. Hands.
What do you mean? Steal. One day.
Wait, I can talk to all these random people? Holy shit. Whoa, what the fuck is this?
Look out!
What's happening with the... Why is it busted? I can see their eyeballs.
We could come up with a plan to take her away. Somewhere she's out of sight. You know, so she's safe.
It's a glitch? Reload, it'll probably fix itself? Or do I have to restart the game?
Coming right up.
What?
Oh no, I have to restart the game, I think. It's fine.
What do you mean?
It's a buh.
It happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Wait, what the fuck? Never mind. It's not getting fixed. I'm not gonna update my drivers right now. Next loading screen should fix it. Exit menu and come back. Let's just restart the game. Fuck it. Classic case of wokeness. Doing the damn thing. Gaming is busted because not enough woke, yeah?
Aye, coming right up.
Seemingly is fixed
I talked to
now.
that woman from the pond.
I noticed. It didn't look like she was too pleased to see you, though.
The main thing is, she denied ever being at the pond.
It's definitely her, though. You don't forget a figure like hers.
I got the feeling she didn't want to talk about it for some reason. I did get something out of her, though.
What? Don't keep me in suspense.
Von Bergov is about to leave the castle.
Sacra! If he pledges to Sigismund before we can get to him, everything's fucked.
Calm down. Let me finish. There's also going to be a big wedding in the region. Young Lord
Warger,
Semi
thank you
from
for the
local
30
noble
gifted
family
subs, lad.
is getting married. He's marrying the local bailiff's daughter. It's going to be a big event.
Why should some wedding in a shithole near Trotsky be of any interest to us?
Because it looks like Von Bergov will be there.
Oh, that's fantastic news, Henry. So all we have to do is get on the guest list. And that shouldn't be a problem because you've got a cunning plan, right?
No.
I'll
think of something.
I hope so. You can't expect me to do the thinking for both of us all the time. We'll ask the locals and see.
There's something else we have to sort out first. I spoke to the innkeeper.
I noticed that too.
We can work off our debt. All we have to do is carry a few sacks of flour from that cart to the pantry. If we both do it, we'll be finished in no time.
Lug sacks? Are you yanking my noble pizzle?
My
I'm
noble
serious.
pizzle.
I can't work. I'm a noble. What if someone saw me?
Do you have any idea what you look
Do you have
like?
any idea what you look like?
Well, all right. I may not look much like a... People will remember my face, and when everything's cleared up, word will get around that I lugged as if the disgrace at the...
You know, sir, not everyone is born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Ordinary people have to work their whole lives. So you should be able to manage it too, at least for one day.
Henry, haven't you ever heard of the 3 states of man?
Would that be some
Reputation
aristocratic
gain.
excuse?
Not so fast. It's God's law. Oratoris, the priests who pray for us. Laboratoris.
Okay, this is also Sexo Run, okay? I'm actually teasing him and simultaneously making him do labor to unlock his true potential. And just like that, I will unlock his true sexual potential as well. Do you understand? Like, that's what's going on here. Where, like, I'm negging him a little bit.
Plebs who shovel shit and pay taxes. And Bellatoris, the warriors who protect the ones on their knees or in the fields. Now, which am I? So if you find me a sword, I can get to work. But
You've learned Roman Catholic Church, feudalism, nobility. You've learned 3 states of man, and you've learned farming. Where do I fit in?
So which do...
Good question. But it turned out that you're a noble's bastard. And you're pretty handy with a sword. And you've even been in a monastery.
Rather...
You're a bit of everything. But if you get your hands dirty with labor, it wouldn't be such an offense against divine order as in my case. Pure blood, noble status and that. In short, be so kind as to get to work. I promise I'll make it up to you.
Are you really not going to help me?
Are you really not going to help?
Come now, Henry. What did I tell you about I simply can't...
Should I keep pushing him, or is that too much?
They say clothes maketh the man. And you don't look...
What do you know about a nobleman? It's not long since I had to drag
Oh,
one sack
reputation
through the
lost!
night. And if I hadn't, that sack wouldn't be here now. So I think I've done my fair I mean it, Henry. Stop trying to push...
Suit yourself, then. Right.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'll scratch your back later.
Oh!
How?
Gay!
Well, giving me a large
Gay
estate.
sex!
That too, of course. Maybe 2 estates. But above all, once we're out of the worst, I'll help you find your dog. As soon as we have at
He
least some
means
gear,
having
we'll head
sexual
into the forest and
intercourse.
find mutt in a trice. Although, if you think about the 3 states of man, looking for lost dogs is more like a huntsman's work. But let's pay no mind to that.
How generous of you, Lord Capon.
I know, my dear Henry. Such is my nature.
Me lord, I deserve all the labour.
What did I do to you?
I am but a mere peasant, me lordship. All right, where the frick is the fucking... Where are the sacks, yeah?
God, I'm bored shit. Christ, what a day.
Oh, this will be good later. Poppy seeds.
Where is that
I
bloody
feel
killer?
I could use that for a concoction.
I'm supposed to move the sacks. Are you guarding them? Aye. Thank God someone's bothered to come at last. The quicker sacks are moved, the better. You'll have your work cut out on your own. But don't look at me. I ain't gonna help you. I'll move each sack so you can get a better grip on it. But don't expect no more from me.
All right,
You're not the fella
I
who's supposed
get
to
it.
carry the sacks, are you? Oof. That isn't half heavy. Oh.
Where's the pantry? It's inside, yeah?
One beer, please.
I've gotten a good grip on the sacks, yeah? The biggest sacks. Is this it? Oi, fucking hell.
Good day to you. Once old folks start getting soft in the head, bad news.
Exactly. Let me tell you, I'd rather die cool
To your health,
my friend.
Riveting gameplay? Dude, this is a ultra realistic medieval simulator. Like, it's not even a joke. Laboring like a good peasant, as our Lord God intended.
I heard they're going to cut down the old oak at the crossroads. The 2 of us managed to get away. Again. Why?
Maybe I can get the drunkard to move the sex for me.
That's just it. Some noble must rest everything. Not for shade, to understand. Because it was pissing down. All the more reason to leave it be. Aye, but the weather has been stormy for a few
Move out of me way. I'm doing the work that me lordship refuses to. You're a noble bastard, not a peasant.
What did you say? Say it again.
Oh, I
It
will
was
have to
their own
defend.
fault. What do you mean? They attacked themselves? What the fuck are you trying to say?
Everyone knows it's dangerous around Trusky. Making camp in such an unprotected place is suicide.
Where else were they supposed to make camp, smartass?
Somewhere in the rocks, maybe. Not out in the open by the pond. Only a fool would do that.
Stop insulting our dead companions.
What dead companions? You think I'm gonna fall for that cock and bull story?
Pack it in, head.
I'm sorry. I can't get over American accents in my medieval simulator. Okay? Like, when I hear an American accent, it's like nails to a chalkboard. D.I. gone mad, me lordship.
There's no point in arguing with this yokel. He fancies himself as a military strategist.
I don't believe a word you're saying. A weed like you surviving a fight against bandits even von Berghoff himself has trouble with?
Believe what you like, but in fact, I'm willing to overlook all your insults if you apologize right now and invite me to that wedding.
Oh, you want to come to the wedding, do you? Huh. I'll give you a piece of advice, pal. If you can make yourself useful for the blacksmith or the miller, you'll get to the wedding. You'll see the glorious occasion, at least from a distance. And you can stop spouting.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein, and I demand your immediate apology.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. You're starting to bore me. You and no apology then. Oh, I'm so scared.
He's going to teach him a lesson.
Didn't you hear? Apologize to him.
I'm a dick rider.
No, reinforcements. I'm so... Take your numbskull friend and get out of...
I give you a chance to apologize, and you keep insulting me. Get ready to pick up your broken teeth with broken fingers.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Come on, then.
You scum!
Oh! Law's got hands, me lordship.
You whore, son. It was him.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Fucking hell!
Christ!
There's so many of
You're
them!
facing a nobleman, so make an effort.
Oh! Oh! I have no fucking...
Good. This is unbelievable.
I have no
You
stamina.
want to try me?
Wanker! Don't spare him!
Oh my god, how am I supposed to fight all these guys?
You're no match for us, fucker.
Zeig, was du drauf hast.
You off, boy!
Why am I fighting like 8 people at the same time? And my lordship is not fighting anyone!
Shit! He's nearly got me. Surprised, eh? Dung grubber.
Leave him alone. Filthy vermin.
Yeah! Don't spare him!
Facing a nobleman, so make an effort.
Show your...
Fuck!
Local!
Come on, then!
I'm all yours. Your arse open.
That madman! Why do you...
Oh! I got his ass!
What the hell is going on here? Grab them vagabonds.
Boyfriend's on the floor? Oh no. Wait, oh no, he hit the fucking soldier.
Bastards! This will cost you dearly.
Keep your mouth shut and don't make it worse.
What?
You behave like a spoilt brat.
How dare you speak...
You know, if you just shut up and done some work, we'd have coin by now and be on our way to the castle. But no, not his lordship.
You've got a nerve. If you hadn't have played the hero...
This is anarchist future, by the way. This is what anarchists want. This is prison abolition. This is community justice, okay? Understand, this is a democratically organized, no unjustifiable hierarchy ass solution to the crime.
Would have been there long since, and I wouldn't have had to get you out of that mess.
Oh yeah, because
This game is amazing.
Fuck off! Shut up, or you'll get a whipping too.
Just who the hell do you think you are?
I'm the only one of us with any sense. I'm not the one who acts like a spoiled child.
Spoiled child? You're in danger of crossing the line, Henry. Better keep your mouth shut. I shouldn't have brought you along.
Well, that's something we can agree on. I could have been sitting in the mill instead of rotting in these stocks.
And whose fault is that?
I was just defending you. Should I have let that fop beat you senseless?
I only wanted him to apologise. I'd expect my right-hand man to argue my case a bit better.
What do you think I was trying to do? Ah, what an idiot I was to stand up for you.
Oh, don't say that.
Fuck all! If it hadn't been for me, we wouldn't have even been in that tavern. We've been in the shit right from the start because you had to play at being the knight in shining underwear, saving damsels in
It's
distress.
a lover's quarrel.
I don't believe it. You're trying to put the blame on me? Just like that?
Who else is to blame? You're just a simple peasant who has no idea how the world works.
Hey, let's just stop all this arguing. It'll just make things worse.
There's kissing, make up.
Fuck you. I've had it up to here with you. With you and your pontificating.
No!
You were supposed to make sure nothing went wrong. And how did that turn out? It was me who had to save your life. You're fucking useless. You couldn't even keep an eye on your own mutt.
Oh, that's enough. This isn't getting us anywhere. I understand you're downcast after all that happened to us. And I understand you need to take it out on someone. I can take it. But we shouldn't forget we have a job to do.
Is Sexo run
Do it,
over?
we must.
I will fucking restart the
Together.
game.
That's exactly what I'm doubting. Everything goes to shit when you're by my side.
You don't really mean that. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm. That's it. My life went to shit from the first moment I met you. And I've only just realised it. You're like a ball and chain. And I'd have bagged that wild boar too if it weren't for you.
Well...
And none of the rest would have happened. I wouldn't have been showered in shit.
Oh, come on, Capon.
Don't you cape on me. Not another word. I have to consider what to do next.
He's coming to realize his gay feelings. This is good. Okay. He doesn't mean it. He still loves me. How do you sleep like that?
Right, ladies. Time to go home. But I swear to Christ, if I catch you again, I'm gonna skin you both alive.
No! He's gonna skin us both alive.
Isn't that? Otto.
Hey! Virgo!
Oh, shit. Right, where were we?
That's crazy.
Go on, get out of my sight.
What is his accent? Some of these accents are crazy.
What are we gonna do?
You can do as you like. You can go and carry sacks or dig latrines. I'll look after myself. I'll go and see Lord von Berghoff at the wedding. I bid you farewell.
Tutorial over, finally.
Right. Yeah. If I were in your shoes, I'd be glad to be rid of the good for nothing, eh? Yeah. All right, off you go.
I gotta chase after him, right? Or does he not like the chase? He doesn't like being chased. Fuck. Ow, 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 ow. Crime and reputation. Ow, ow, ow. I sneezed so hard my fucking stomach cramped because I did too much ab work today. God damn, brother. I am an old man. Holy moly, I'm an old man. Reputation affects how people treat
I
you.
really do need to find some job. I'll find mutt without you.
It's about
Stuck up
time.
north of perched on.
Come here.
What do you want from me?
I don't want anything from you. I should actually be thanking you.
Uh-huh. For what?
I've been begging for arms here for days, but I didn't make any real... Thanks to you. The scene you made brought out nearly all of Troskowitz.
Okay, we're fucking.
You're welcome. At least it was good for something.
Oh well. Not many people can make such a strong first impression.
Oh, we're fucking.
But look on the bright side.
Hmm?
Now things can only get better.
Yes, you're probably right. It doesn't get much worse than that. Unless somebody tries to kill me.
I have to sex her. I have to sex her.
You're still
I have to sex
alive
this beggar.
in one piece. It's a new day and the sun is shining. Like Tomcat always says, bruises build character.
Do you know anything more about Tomcat?
They say he's a master swordsman, but a real joker too. He loves showing off to girls.
Do you think Tomcat might teach me?
No offense, but compared to him, you're a bit of a lightweight.
I don't want to pull wagons, but if you can handle it.
Chatter said, bit of a power dynamic. Problematic power dynamics? Dog, I'm literally half naked and the entire town threw their dookie at me. I'm the only person in the entire region that is lower than the beggar. The beggar literally said, hey, thanks for being a jackass because I could finally beg and get extra money. There is no one in this town that is lower than me.
Well, and I'd be happy to train a little with him.
Well, one of the guards tried to take him on and came back whipped like a dog, moaning like he'd been broken in two.
Well, sure. If he's that strong, I'm not surprised.
More like some trick he's got that our watch doesn't know. Or at least that's what the poor...
Where might I run into Tomcat?
In the camp by the tower. That is, by Rock Tower Pond. He watches the camp for the nomads.
Should I watch out for them?
No, I don't think so. They mind their own business, but strangers usually mean trouble for them, so they're careful.
Bro, woman was
Try not to
19 for
stare
2
too
seconds.
hard
Yeah,
and
his
hold
sexo
your
run.
tongue. Otherwise, Tomcat will show you some of his other skills.
Help me.
Do you know where I might find accommodation?
Betty in the tavern lets people sleep in the hay. But you have to pay.
I'm not going near that tavern. I'd catch hell again. Got any other ideas?
If you find some work, maybe you'll get a place to sleep.
I'm practically naked.
At least you're not walking around bare-assed. Although, that might not be a sorry
Oh,
sign.
she wants sexo. She
Yeah,
wants
very
sexo.
funny. I'd rather you tell me where I might get some clothes.
And what do you have in mind? Brocade and satin?
Wait, what the fuck? I'd like to look noble. I could use some armor. I'd rather not stand out too much. I could use some armor.
And you are like a knight?
Well, yeah. I don't look so good. But I swear I came here in armor, sword at my side, and on a horse.
Wow. And where is your armor, sword, and horse now?
That's a long story. And it's not a happy tale.
Well, you can hardly buy new armor now, but you might find something in the town hall armory. Although you'll need quick hands.
I won't steal. Oh, she gave me a lockpick. Thanks. They'll come in handy.
These will come in handy.
Just don't get yourself caught again.
What about I need a horse?
Don't exaggerate.
Still.
There's a stud farm in Semin.
And which way is Semin?
Southwest from here, not too far.
Trauma
There's a
dumping
road
won't get
goes
you
right
pussy?
there from the green. Just
That's
go
what you
down
think.
the hill. Once
I'm on
you
that
see
pity
the Walled
sex.
farmhouse, you're there. Though I'll be a queen before you can afford a horse from Semin.
I have no money. I might as well beg on the village green like you.
The hell? Here you go. I'll skip supper. It's partly your doing anyway.
Oh!
Yeah, don't start crying.
Hey, you. What's your name?
I'm Bara. Just Bara.
She's
Looks like
so
you know your way
nice.
around here pretty good. You're from here, right?
I ain't. I'm just passing through.
So you're a wanderer.
You're something like a wanderer.
Nah, I usually find work with someone, stay for a while, and once I say...
Then why are you begging here?
Sometimes I collect her, but I'd like to go somewhere else. But on the whole, you could say I'm a traveller or a nomad. But don't say it too loud. The locals don't take kind.
Why?
Because they're different, and it scares people. They travel from place to place and take their home with them.
I'd like to see what they're
She's in the herbs.
You can go and see
She's speaking
them.
Hasan. I know
Just
I'm
don't
reading.
stare
Come
too
on,
long.
dude. I can't listen to her this entire time. Wait, what the fuck? Why did I lose reputation?
Why exactly are you helping me?
Why? Why? Because you look like you need it. I've been in the ship plenty of times, and I know how appreciated a helping hand is in times like that.
Wait, skipping actually causes reputation loss? I have to listen to women? What kind of fucking woke game is this? God damn it. I'm trying to do a sexo. What the hell? Where are you headed?
Where are you headed? If you're only passing through here.
For work, to the city. I'm tired of serving landholders. They all promise the moon, but then you're eating stale bread, cold porridge, and
She said,
Naria
no more
groschen in
landlords.
sight. With
Fuck
the city
landlords.
folk, it's bound to be better.
She said, no lords, no masters. It's time to abolish the enclosures.
What do you want to do in the city?
I'll find something. I'm not afraid of work. I'm not half-witted. Maybe someone could use a cook or a servant.
Don't get your hopes up. The city can be a pretty dangerous place for a girl on her own.
You mean they don't hand out groschen by the bucketful? I appreciate your concern, but I have to get to the city first. That's going to take me a long while yet.
You said you were going to a city.
I'd like to go to Prague, but I don't know anybody there.
Aha.
Well, she doesn't know it yet. But I won't be troubling her long, just until I find a way to make a living.
Oh well. It was nice to meet you, but I should probably get going.
Don't worry, you'll manage.
All right. Fucking hell. Find dog first, please. Why are you still naked? There's a human mission you can do at the Nomad camp. I'm interested. Put your clothes on. Where are my clothes? How am I going to put clothes on? Everyone is so fucking annoying. Shut up, chatters. How am I supposed to take her with you? I don't think I can. Wait, I have clothes? Oh, I didn't realize I did have my clothes still. I didn't realize that I had my clothes still and my hunting sword. Nice. Fucking hell. Is a apple.
Don't cause any trouble. Got it? God be with you.
Apologize to chat, bitch. Yeah, sorry, chat. All right, wait, how do I look at my map? Is it M? Quest tipster, Truskowitz, POR, person of interest tipster. Where is the nomad? Get to the wedding party. Find out what happened to Mutt. Me lordship, chatters know your place. There's three types of people: chatters and nobility and mods, which are the coppers, yeah? I am the streamer, which means I'm nobility. And nobility never apologize to the chatter serfs. Go southwest, send me into the wall building. You can get your horse back. Southwest, send me into the walled building. Go to the red bee purse, get a permanent bed and chest. That's so far, dog. I need to get my horse first. Shouldn't I get my horse first? How many tips do you want? All of them. I'm not going to steal. You can fast travel, but I don't know how to fast travel. I don't know. I don't think I can fast travel to an area that I haven't been to yet. Yes, instead of mods, I'm going to say guards going forward. Guards! What we go here? Polish wares. Adept to the mystic arts. Who buy and sell potions and herbs. Artisan. You grew up in a forge, so you understand the craft and all the honorable and dishonorable practices. Selling bioweapons, armor, and clothing. 10% better price. I'll take it. I am an artisan, after all. And on the sword side, opening strike. Fortune favors the bold. A fully charged sword attack, your sword fighting skill will count 3 higher. If you successfully wound an opponent by striking an uncovered zone, it will be more difficult for the opponent to block your subsequent attacks. Which one is better, precise or opening? Alright, fucking hell. Wombo combos. Drinking skills. Under the influence of alcohol, you'll be less likely to be injured from falling. This one's better. Nightcap, yeah. Fucking hell. Find out an RP, boyo. There's no way to find. Drying herbs. Fresh herbs spoil like their food and their quality affects the potions. But if you dry them in a drying shed, it'll help. I love having thousands of sweaty gamers tell me exactly what I'm supposed to do. My dad is a blacksmith in LA. He can teach you how to blacksmith. It's great content. I've literally already done blacksmithing streams and learned how to blacksmith. Oh, that's where the castle is. What's the objective of the game? To recover my blade. Take my blade and recover it back from the dastardly bastard who stole it from me. It is the only relic of my past that I still maintain. After all, it belonged to my father, who was a blacksmith. Oh, there's a hunting spot. Okay. Can I even hunt here with like all the animals? No, right? Poaching is illegal, by the way? What do you mean? What? What's going to happen? You have a park ranger that's going to show up? It's defunded, my lord. Trotsky defunded the park rangers. There's no animal warden. Who's going to fucking know? Trotsky got the fucking gamekeepers and the wardens. He fired them all. Open map. What do you mean? I'm going to the fucking direction. Supposed to be murdered flautist. Wait, what? I passed a murdered flautist? I did not see that at all. Should I go back to the murdered flautist? Hold on then. No. Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back to the murdered flautist. No, just keep going. No, I'm going to go to the murdered flautist. I'm going to investigate the crime, my lordship. Look at these trees. They cut them down. Fucking hell. He's just a person of interest. He's murdered. How can he be a person of interest if he's murdered? Watch for the wolves. This is a hunting area. Why would there be fucking wolves in a hunting area? Makes no sense. They'd be hunting the other animals, no? Not me. Or maybe I spoke too soon. Could be that I'm walking into an ambush. A bohemian cap. Thank you. Not like you're going to be using that anyway, right? What's this then? Can I grab this? No. Investigate.
God, he looks terrible. Why does he have a flute in his ear?
Can I get all this, or is that messed up?
Well, they didn't take anything from him.
Murdered the flautist. A nettle. Let me gather the nettle on his dead body. What is this? Why can't I grab this? It's not a crime if he's dead already. Keep in mind, you can only save with the schnapps or saving and exiting. Yes, I know. I know. I'm just giving it a burrow, you see? Just giving it a burrow, yeah? I'll give it back to him if he ever needs it. The only time he'll see me, isn't it? Afterlife. On the other side. No assurances we're going to the same fucking place either. That's right, I'm going to hell. 'Cause I'm gay! I'm gonna do... You didn't take anything? Wait, I did. Wait, shut the fuck up. Did I not take it? No, I did. Groschen, 83. I did. I did. Did I not? I did. Fucking chat. I took the bacon and I took the fucking Groschen. No, you didn't. I did press take it all. You said watch it for the wolves. Put the hat on. Oh, you're right. It's time to look like a fucking noble. Put the Bohemian... Wait, what? Bohemian cap? Oh, it kind of looks Turkish. For a second, I thought it was literally a fez. But I feel like that would be too early for a fez. Be careful of the wolves, my lord. Flee if you must. Oh, I will. I will run away. I don't even know if I'll be able to run away. But I'm waiting for the fucking music to change if there are wolves about. I bet there would be a noticeable aura shift. Yeah? A shift in the aura. Start a potato farm. Uh-oh. I'm hearing a music shift in my head. Oh no, I just stepped on Dookie.
Greetings to you.
Radovan's wife, Melina. There it is. Blacksmith Radovan. Alright, I gotta pee. I gotta fucking pee. I'll be back in a jiffy. I'm back, yeah. Your lordship is back. Okay, I feel like I should probably save here before I talk to this man. Just to make sure, right? I'll take one of these weak savior schnapps. Wait, that's saved, right? I might have to save Scummit, yeah? Drunkenness. What does that do? My conspicuousness is red.
Greetings.
I heard you could use a helping hand at the forge.
I could. My last two hands, well, they're not worth mentioning. And what with the wedding coming up, the work is piling up. Ah, what do they call you?
Henry.
I'm Radovan. You should know Henry. The blacksmithing isn't for everyone.
Yeah. I basically grew up in the forge. My father was a swordsmith. And not just
here we go. Back to his father.
Swords for the nobility.
For the nobility, eh? Well, that kind of experience will come in very handy for me indeed. As it happens, I have to forge a wedding present for young Lord Semine. A fine sword.
So you'll take me on?
Hold your horses. I'll have to try you out first. You could forge me a hunting sword as a test, so I can see if you can make a straight blade.
Let's get started.
Great. Find some iron. You can't make a sword out of butter, but if you don't have your own stuff, you can get everything from the chest in my forge.
All right, then. Wait, this guy teaches me a combat move, right, chat?
Go over to the anvil and let's get started.
Wait, this isn't the guy who teaches me the combat shit? Oh, that's the nomad. I thought this was the combat guy.
Furnace is cold now. Give it a practice try. Some things, like swords, are too long to fit in the fire. You have to heat it up bit by bit. Try poking it around for a bit. Now get the furnace nice and hot. There's a lever above you. Give it a pull. Works the better.
Just the tip of it, yeah. Is it turning? Oh, it's getting bright red. I see it.
You can tell the temperature and the colour, but you won't be able to tell when it's in the fire. You have to take it out from time to time and take a look. Try it out. See? That's exactly the straw colour we want. You've got talent, lad. Now heat up the whole thing.
Wait, what do you mean heat
The
up?
whole thing is heated up now, so come over to the anvil. Try moving the sword along the anvil so you can get the hang of it. Now take the hammer and try hitting it a few times. See the sparks? That's the sign of a good strike. The more sparks, the better. Also, you can hammer with different degrees of power. A stronger hit will do more, but it'll tire you out faster. Try giving it a few blows, as hard as you can, so I can see how strong you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's got a nice ring to it. Of course, if it was all about hitting an anvil with a hammer, any dolt could do it. You've got to hammer the workpiece evenly. One hit next to the other.
I'm doing it. I'm going down
Very nice.
slowly.
You're doing just fine. But when I say evenly, I mean it. A sword has two sides, like a lot of other things, including myself. Turn it over and continue on the other side.
Rotate the workpiece. Yes. Pling, pling, pling. I'm hitting it. I'm fucking hitting it.
Nice. Now try forging it on both sides. The closer it is to being finished, the more it will take on the shape you want. It'll cool off soon anyway.
Wait. The closer you are to completion, the closer the shape resembles. Wait. How do I go back to the forge?
Hurry up now. It's cooling and you're not doing anything.
How do I do it? How do I go back to the fire? Keep hitting it?
It's cooled now. You can't do it all in one go. You've got to put it back in the furnace from time to time. Sometimes you've got to go there and back all day. But it's all part of the craft. Now, get back to the forge and heat it all up again.
Oh.
Like before.
You want to see those sparks? It means good things. I can't believe I'm just raw dogging this with my bare hands, yeah. It's starting to get a little warm, yeah. Alright, maybe the tip a little bit.
What's the hold up? I've shown you this. The whole thing is heated up now. So come over to the anvil.
My blacksmith can't even make a butter knife.
Besides the sparks, you can tell a good strike by the sound it makes. Sparks. That's the stuff.
Fucking hell. I keep beating it. I keep beating it silly, yeah?
See how it's taking on the right shape? That's how you can tell it's almost finished. Now, I've got a piece of advice for you. Hammer to a rhythm. When I hammer a piece to a beat, work goes by easy. Sometimes I'll whistle to myself to keep the rhythm going.
Back to the forge, yeah? Hammer to the beat? Impossible. Dude, this is a crazy comprehensive game, like straight up.
Nice. There you go. You've got it finished. All that's left is to temper it. And the sword will be done.
Nice.
The rest is just tweaking.
Wait, how do I temper it? Oh. I can watch you play this for 100 hours. First you make it hot and then put it in the water. Nice. I've made me own hunting sword, yeah?
Right. Let's have a look.
It's a nice one, innit?
Very nice work. Your father taught you the trade well.
He'd certainly be happy to hear that.
Will it kill?
If you carry
Will
on
it cut?
hammering as well as
These
you
are the
did
questions
today,
I need answers
you've
to.
definitely got a job here. Even so, keep in mind, it's all about making sure every strike does its job. That's why you can't let it get cold or keep striking the same spot. If you work evenly, each strike falling right next to the last one, you can't go wrong. Got that? Or is there something?
Thanks. That's all I need to know.
You can sleep in the chamber by the woodshed. And there's a and of course, you can use the forge anytime you want.
Yes.
Any questions?
Where can I get material?
You can buy some essentials from me.
Oh.
But if you want to make a fancy sword with lots of... This is just a village, you know. The locals ain't after luxury. And they can't afford it neither.
You sure have an active chat? Thanks, I guess. What can I do with the items I've forged? What now?
What do you think? You're not going to be idle. I'll find you some work to do right away. You're pretty good at swords, but what the locals really need is axes and horseshoes. Right, here are some simple drawings that show what they're both supposed to look like. And some iron. You can get down to it right away.
Just like that? You aren't going to help me?
Sacre, lad. I chose you because you already know a thing or two. You take care of these smaller jobs. Forge away as long as you're able, and then sell it all. Once you've made some coin and feel like being out in the open again, I'll give...
Nice. I've got me own bed now. Fucking hell. Nice then. Wash myself after a long day. Make axes. Fuck horseshoes. Is Henry a true Brexit geezer? It's a day in the life. Yes. Alright then. We've met the blacksmith. We can get information on the wedding party. But that's not what I want to do, is it? There's nests out here. Would that be considered poaching? Skill teacher. That's the guy. That's where I need to go, right? Go find your bed and rest. Alright then. No, that's the archer.
Don't cause any trouble. Got it?
I'll sleep in the bed for an hour. I'm lazy. I'll do it for 2 hours, yeah? Wait, wrong bed. Oops. Where is my bed then? Rob? No, I don't want to rob this man who's graciously giving me a job, yeah? Where is my fucking bed? Is this it? No. Lockpick. Second door. I've got my own place, yeah? And a leather apron and the armorer's kit. Nice. Where is my chest then? This is it. Wait, what? This is not mine, is it? What the fuck? Wait, what does that mean? The fuck? Wait, what does that mean? Oh my god, I've got the fucking pay to win bonus, yeah? I've got the fucking pay to win bonus. Look at all these shields I have. Fucking hell. I've got a crossbow, hunting boats, a master huntsman's hood, a Nimrod's coat, master huntsman's gloves. I should gear up, yes? Delete them? Smash. Delete the items, you fucking bastard. You are not supposed to be wearing those. Socialist. My ass. I'll take 20. Doesn't Nimrod mean stupid? Which shield should I use then? How about the shield of summer? The shield of spring. Bottom right, Nimrod. Alright, no longer do I need... Oh, this is my hunting sword. This is the hunting sword I made. Very nice. And I'll take the shield of spring too. And then I'll put the ranged on my secondary with the hunting bolts, right? And I'll wear the master huntsman's hood and a St. Hubert's hat and a fucking leather apron. Or should I wear the Nimrod's coat? I feel like both of these are nice, but don't know which one's better. The Nimrod is a biblical hunter. Wow. Master huntsman's gloves. Master huntsman's boots and a huntsman's O's. All of a sudden, we're cooking, lads. No longer a vagrant, me lord. Now put the old armor in the chest. Wait, why? Oh, just no reason to carry it? Shouldn't I sell it? I was going to sell it, yeah. Leather apron and leather gloves boost crafting by 5+ each. Good to wear when smithing. All right. I hope you get a hate thread for this. Pay to win. No. Keep it as a reminder from where you're from. You have bad selling prices. Best to keep. Is this mod? No. Okay. So now I'm a noble.
That's a fine maypole.
What is that? What is a maypole? Oh, this is like a fast travel, right? No, it's not a fast travel. Go find Mutt, you psychopath. Okay. Find out what happened to Mutt. Hit F1 to look at yourself. Ah! I look fucking great. Look at me. I look like I've got a nice pizzle.
Interesting.
What a nice outfit I've got on today. Right. You have autism 100%. Ave Maria, lass. Trade. All right, let me sell you some things, milady. Oh, you only buy the food, huh?
Why are you wasting my time if you don't want to?
Get your cock sucked, me lord. Jesus Christ, chatter. Everyone is Czech, not British, by the way. I don't care. They have a British accent. Everyone knows, historically speaking, everyone at this time had a British accent. You learned camping.
Hi there, good man. If you're looking for company, come and sit by the fire.
Oh, I know what this is. I'm not looking for company, you bastard. I know a shady bloke when I see it from afar. You want to steal my money by using the weighted dice. I need to go back to my camp to get the trusted Wait it fucking dies. And then I'll come back, I will. I'll come back with a vengeance. You're suspicious of gay people? I'm gay. Of course I'm suspicious of gay people. As a gay man myself, I'm quite suspicious of other gay people. What could they want of me?
Get
What?
out of here right now, or I'll kick your ass.
What? Oh, hello. Why are you getting mad? What does that mean? Is that a bandit? I'm backing up, lad. Should I kill him? A wild bandit appeared. Can I? You will get your ass whooped. They will fuck you up. I mean, if there's numerous, I don't know if there's only one. If there's only one bandit, it's one thing. But if there are multiple bandits, then I'm gonna have a hard time, ain't it? Fortune favors the fucking bold, lad. That's right, Fortuna, Ave Maria, or whatever the fuck it's called. Wait, how am I gonna get across this land? Are there bandits in this forest? Follow the road, bro. I'm literally going directly to the location that I'm supposed to be going to. Keep a low profile. I'm trying to keep a fucking low profile, lad. Go to Samin for your horse. Where the fuck is Seaman? This is a great game to do side quests on the Steam Deck. Can you even do side quests on the Steam Deck? Can you play this game on the Steam Deck? Oh, mushrooms. Nice. Fucking hell. Found some shroomies, yeah? A little bit of fungi. For a fun guy. For a fun gay. Traveling through bushes damages your boots. Wait, what? You guys have cooked me. I'm definitely doing side quests on the Steamy. Oh no. How will I get across this? Fucking hell. What do I do? How do I get down? And if I do get down, how do I get across? Fucking hell, I'm stuck, lad. No! Oh no! You have fallen to your death. That was crazy. I can't believe I got fucking... Help me, step-lad. I'm stuck. Oh no, when you die, you're just like... Ugh. Okay, that's a good place to end it for tonight. Jesus Christ, I'm not trying to fucking do that again. All right. I got one-shotted by gravity and I'm out, you know? Now I understand why they have a fucking quick save mod, because the savior schnaps are not, at least at this stage, as easy to come by, it seems. But regardless, yeah, it's so good, lads. It's so fucking good, lads. We're doing a fucking thing. Gaming is alive. It's live and it's fucking alive, lads. We'll do the new Drewski tomorrow. Rage Quitter is on? Dude, it's 9 hours, bro. I'm fucking tired. You know, I gotta have some time to myself in it. Gotta have some fucking time to myself in it. All right, lads. See you all tomorrow. Have a jolly old time. We'll watch the Drewski thing tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day. After this off day, gonna go play on the Steamy. Well, taking a Steamy, yeah. Okay, I'm stuck. I'm stuck this way. I don't know what's going on. I can't stop talking like this. All right. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. a full-blown mass pandemic. Months are streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again a sun is streaming, her sun